month ago, I was a different man. A month ago, I never would have let her go. But this me? Yeah, well, maybe she was better off running.
Chapter 22. Ember. I held the steaming white mocha in front of me with both hands, savoring the way it warmed my skin to nearly burning, but not quite. It hovered just along the line of comfortable, kind of like how I stood with Josh right now. We'd been home from New York for 3 days, tiptoeing around each other. That was one thing about moving in together. When we fought before, we could just hang up, cool off, and talk later. Now we did this awkward dance around the refrigerator and pretended things were semi-okay. "Have you looked into plane tickets? They're ridiculously expensive," Luke said, thumbing through his dig packet at the table in front of me. "No," I answered, my own packet untouched. Could I even go? "Well, you'd better start looking. We report in 2 months. He sipped his latte, looking at me over the brim as I spun my ring with my thumb. "Okay, what the hell is wrong with you, Red?" "What? Nothing. Shitty few weeks." He nodded. "How is Flyboy adjusting to being home?" I took another sip, using the time to construct my answer. He's okay. Struggling. But that's not really a surprise, right? He was almost killed. His friends were killed. There's going to be some residual damage there. "Okay, well, how are you adjusting?" My eyes flew to his. No one's really asked me that. "Why the hell not? Your fiancé was almost killed. Your friend was killed. You're on nurse duty 24/7, and the only reason I even snagged 20 minutes of your time is because I drove all the way up here from Nashville, while Flyboy is at physical therapy." I sat, stunned for a few seconds. "Because Josh is hurt. I'm fine." "Apparently." He rolled his eyes. "What? I am. I'm just thankful he's alive. That's all that matters." Wanting more than that made me selfish. Self-absorbed. Josh's healing, including when he was ready to talk, was all about him and his timeline. I stupidly pushed him to talk, I admitted. And I feel like he talks to everyone but me. "Your other friends having the same trouble?" I shook my head and picked at the Starbucks sticker on the cup. Paisley and Jagger are big on open communication. Grayson and Sam, too. Maybe we're the only dysfunctional ones. Therapist? Maybe? Couldn't hurt. Yeah, because Josh is going to sign up for a therapist. He already shot that idea down. At least he has to go for a psych screening this week, and that's just so it checks the box for his upslip. He wants to get back to flying already? Yep. I guess it's a get back on the horse thing. He nudged my packet toward me. "And what about your own horse? Don't think I haven't noticed that you haven't even looked at the information." "Timing sucks now," I said in a voice that was weak to my own ears. "Ember, you chose to go for your PhD. Remember? Studying for the GREs, applying to the dig. Tell me you're not going to let that all go." Everything is a jumble right now." He nodded and leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his pale blue polo. "This is the 1 year they're letting PhD students for anthropology start in the spring, and that's only because the dig is school-sponsored. If you don't go, I'm not sure you'll be able to get in this year. You'll have to wait." I can't just leave him. Not when he's hurt. Luke gave an exaggerated sigh. "Okay. Well, at least take the packet and keep thinking on it. Selfishly, I'd love to have you there with me." "I know. I want to go, Luke." Just the idea made my fingers tingle at the possibility of unearthing new relics, new art, new pieces of history from a civilization long since dead. But leaving Josh in 2 months? His body was healing quickly, too quickly for my comfort, really. But his mind? Could I leave him for 2 months? But there's nothing I won't give up for Josh. We've been through too much together for me to not put him first right now. I respect that. I do. You two have this epic kind of love. Got it. But just remember, it's your future, too. He was right. But what kind of future had me leaving Josh at a time like this? It stopped being just my future a long time ago, Luke. It's us now, Josh and me against the world. That's what we've always said. And does he see it that way? He asked. My eyes narrowed and he threw his hands up, palms out like he was under arrest. Hey, I'm trying to help, I swear. Of course he sees it that way. Josh is the least selfish person I know. He's always put me first. He's always been whatever I needed no matter what it costs him. I'm just trying to be the same for him. His expression softened, as did his voice. Look, I'm just saying that if he's shutting you out, it's because he's either scared of what he's not telling you, or maybe he's trying to push you away. The taste of coffee went sour in my mouth. He wouldn't, even if he thinks he's not what's best for you? Well, shit. Trash is out. Josh walked unsteadily into the kitchen as I popped cinnamon rolls into the oven the next morning. Thanks, babe, I said, my forehead puckering. But I could have done that. You need to sit. He shook his head and smiled at me. I didn't want us to miss pickup, and besides, PT said I could walk on it yesterday. I snorted. She said you could get off crutches, but you had to take it easy. The kitchen is easy. The couch is easier. I motioned to the living room with my head. Save up your strength for Arizona, since we leave in 10 days. Only if you come sit with me. He stepped forward, pinning me against the counter. You're making it difficult for me to move. A smile crept into my voice as I looked up at him. God, I loved him. So much that my heart ached, stretched to max capacity. I'd taken what Luke said to heart yesterday, ignored the sting in my soul that Josh had confided in Jagger and Paisley, but not me, and focused on proving to him that I wasn't going anywhere. Everything else could come in time. Maybe I like where I have you. His smile was blinding, his eyes clear of shadows, as if my Josh was shining out from behind his war-ravaged exterior. Maybe I like being here, I said, my hand slipping beneath his Under Armour t-shirt. I barely suppressed a groan at the feel of his abs beneath my fingers. Even after everything he'd been through, the man had a body that needed to be molded, sculpted, adored by the public. Or maybe just me. His eyes darkened. December, he whispered. He hadn't touched me since West Point, and after nearly 5 days, we both radiated some pretty intense sexual tension. My lips tingled and parted, my body recognizing its match and becoming hyper-aware. His hand left the counter and shifted to my waist, squeezing lightly. I ran my nails down the skin of his stomach, and he sucked in his breath through clenched teeth. I loved that sound. I loved all of this, really, the anticipation, reveling in the fact that this man was mine in every sense of the word. My fingers traced the soft elastic of his board shorts, then dipped past the waistline and tugged, bringing him flush against my stomach. He was already hardening for me. I ran my thumb down his length and was rewarded by a low moan. Standing on my tiptoes, I brushed my lips against the stubble on his jaw. What's on your mind? You, he answered. Thinking about the first time I had you pushed up against a kitchen counter. Breckenridge, I whispered. It's the pajamas, he said, his hand cupping my ass through the flannel. Hey, you said movie marathon. I vetoed pants. Oh, babe, I am most definitely not complaining. He looked down at me, 2 little lines appearing between his eyebrows. What? There was a little something different, he muttered, then lifted me with one hand and deposited me onto the counter. That's right. Josh, you'll hurt yourself. I fought back a small laugh. Worth it to see that smile. Now all we need is tequila, and we're good to go. I think that may have eased my way into snagging you. He shook his head slowly. The tequila wasn't necessary. I was already intoxicated by you. Well, if my panties weren't ready to drop before, they were now. So you wanted to kiss me? At this height, I had perfect access to his neck, and I took it. He smelled delectable, straight out of the shower, and tasted just as good as my tongue ran along the sensitive patch of skin just beneath his ear. His hand shifted to my hair, his fingers tunneling through the mass to hold me to him. Fuck yes. It was the first thing I thought of when I picked you up that night. Kissing you had been on my list of life goals since high school. Right up there with the other things I'd never get to do, like snorkel in Bora Bora or race my Ducati again. He tugged gently, pulling me back so he could look into my eyes. You are a flesh and bone wet dream, and you owned me the first fucking moment my mouth touched yours. And now, my eyes dropped to his lips. How does the reality compare 2.5 years later? So much better. He brushed his mouth over my cheek, feathering a kiss to my ear. If I had known just how sweet you'd taste, how perfectly you'd fit against me with your legs around my hips, how incredible it would be to sink inside you, hear my name on your lips. Your dad would have come after me with a shotgun in high school, because I would have chased you, freshman or not. I would have let you catch me, especially if I'd known this was where we'd end up. I locked my ankles behind his back, bringing him even closer against me. A wicked smile flashed across his gorgeous face. Oh, I knew it. Why do you think I stayed away? I was bad enough news for you then. I'm not sure I would have had the decency to say no if you'd asked me to touch you. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I looked into his eyes, nearly losing myself in their depth. Touch me now. He didn't pause, just launched into a kiss that curled my toes. My thighs tightened around his waist as his tongue consumed my mouth, tangling with mine. It was open, hot, carnal, and by the time he pulled away, his breathing was heavy, and I was ready to wish away my pants and his. You get better every time, and if you keep it up, I'll be dead by the time I'm 50. We wouldn't want that, I teased, and pulled him down for another kiss, arching against him. Damn, his kisses were addictive. I took another, and then another, until my hips started rocking against his, and he groaned. He wrapped his casted arm around my back, while his hand caressed the skin of my hip just under the waistline of my pajama pants. A wave of desire hit me, turning my blood to lava as he put his mouth to my breast over my shirt, tugging lightly on my nipple through the material. Thank God for braless days. More, I demanded. He chuckled, and then sent his hand into my panties. My hips bucked when he grazed my clit. Fuck, baby. You're so wet already. I made some kind of mewing sound in answer as he plunged deeper. A beep sounded outside, breaking through the haze of lust he had me wrapped in, followed by the sound of rushing air of pistons releasing. Down, Josh yelled, sweeping me from the counter. We crashed to the floor, my head bouncing against the fiberglass of his cast as he tried to cradle me, my hip taking the brunt of my fall. He caught my top half, landing on me, and immediately blocking out the daylight. He'd covered me head to toe, his arms bracketing my head as I lay there underneath him. Our breathing was heavy, coming in short bursts. I couldn't get enough air with his weight on me. My heart crashed against my chest, hammering a rhythm of confusion and fear. Josh? I asked, slowly raising my arms to his back. He sucked in ragged breaths, and I stroked up and down his rib cage. Baby, it's okay, I whispered. He picked his head up, his eyes scanning my features in a panic before flinging himself off me. His back crashed against the cabinet, and I sat up slowly as he pulled his knees forward, resting his elbows on them. "Are you okay?" he asked, barely meeting my gaze. My hip throbbed, but the rest of me seemed no worse for wear. "I'm perfectly fine." I slid over to him, slowly lifting my hands to his arms and moving to his face when he didn't flinch away. "It was the garbage truck." He nodded. "I know." "What did it sound like to you?" "Where did you go?" "An RPG." His eyes squeezed shut. "The pistons—" The throbbing in my hip moved to my heart, where another piece broke for him. "Okay," I said as I stroked his cheeks. His eyes shot to mine, wide with incredulousness. "This isn't okay. I basically threw you off the kitchen counter." "Well, at least I know that if we're ever in danger, you'd shield me." I forced a smile. "You could have just left me up there to fend for myself, and then we'd really have problems." He huffed, then laughed. "Mission accomplished." "God, I'm so sorry. That sound. I just reacted." "I don't blame you." I held my breath and tiptoed across a line I'd never been allowed to before. "After the first deployment, did you talk to anyone after you were wounded?" He shook his head. "I did the mandatory psych eval, but no, I was fine in their eyes, so I didn't need to." I couldn't help but wonder how much more was buried under his surface, left lurking like some forgotten powder keg, just waiting to ignite with the right flame. Hell, Josh's whole world was in flames. Except me. "I think you should talk to someone," I said quietly. He shook his head. "If this is about me talking to Paisley—" "It's not," I promised. "That's a whole different can of worms, and until you're ready to open it, I'll try to be respectful. While we're on that subject, I'm sorry for the way I reacted in New York. That was a lot of shock, and more than a ridiculous level of jealousy. What's going on in your head is your business, and I don't have a right to pry. If talking to Paisley or Jagger or the random guy at the gym makes you feel better, then you should take advantage of it. I only want what's best for you." He cupped my face with both hands, the fiberglass of his cast rough against my cheek. "You are what's best for me." He looked away with pursed lips. "You have your butt face on." A small smile quirked his lips. "Butt face, huh?" "You know what I mean." "But what?" He looked me over like it was the last time he might see me, his eyes wide and vulnerable with a fear I hadn't seen since we'd broken up in Colorado. "Josh, you're scaring me." His face fell, and a soft smile graced his lips. No, don't be. It's just that you're the best thing for me. You're my fucking sanity, the only solace I have. But right now, I know I'm the worst possible thing for you, December. You should run, not walk, the hell away from me. At least, for now." "No," I said, pressing my lips to his clammy forehead. "Never. There's nothing you could do or say that would make me walk away from you, Joshua Walker. Not now, not ever." I leaned back so I could see the little flecks of gold in his brown eyes. "Once upon a time, you promised to be my whatever. Do you remember that?" "I could never forget." "Then remember this. I'll be your whatever. Whatever you need, whenever you need it. I'm strong enough to pull us both through this." "You shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't have to bury your friends and deal with my nightmares and get pulled to the ground. This wasn't what you signed up for." I lifted my left hand. "I signed up for you, and everything that comes with you." Reaching onto the counter, I grabbed his cell phone and handed it to him. "But it would sure as hell be a lot easier if you would set an appointment to talk to someone." He took the phone but didn't dial. "They'll take my wings if I go to a shrink." A defeated breath escaped my lips. "Okay, then at least schedule your eval. It's supposed to be this week, right?" so we'll be clear for leave next week?" He nodded and started to dial. It wasn't what he needed, but it was a start, and I'd take it.
Chapter 23. Josh. "I'm not laying down," I said to the psychologist, Major Henderson, as I shut the door behind me. "I don't think I asked you to, but that's good to know," he said, looking over his glasses at my file. "I like knowing where we stand, or sit, rather." He motioned to the armchair across from his, and I took it. "Lieutenant Walker, I presume?" "Yes, sir." We both leaned in to shake hands. "You all look so much younger in civvies," he said, motioning to my cargo shorts and polo shirt. "I'm on convalescent leave, sir." "I figured as much. No judgment, just an observation." I leaned back in the chair and stopped before I crossed my right ankle over my left thigh. The staples were out, but that wound was still angry and pink. "Will there be a lot of those here? Observations?" "Depends on what you want to tell me. Did you bring the questionnaire?" "Yes, sir." I pulled the 4-page questionnaire from the manila folder I'd brought and handed it to him. "What will it tell me, Lieutenant?" "If you're going to evaluate my mental status, you may as well call me Josh." He nodded with a small smile. "Very well, Josh." I took a deep breath and settled in. I owed it to Ember to be as truthful as possible, but I knew this system well. There was zero chance I would voluntarily say anything that would end up pulling my wings. No chance in hell. "Sir, the questionnaire will tell you that this was my second deployment. I was wounded both times because I guess I'm either the luckiest or unluckiest bastard in the world, depending on how you view it." "Noted. Continue." "It will tell you that almost a month ago I was involved in a helicopter crash that killed my co-pilot, whom I was very fond of, and then I watched a very close friend die protecting me, all in the name of saving my best friend, who was the pilot of the other downed aircraft." "That must have been extremely rough on you." "Yes, sir, it was." He flipped through the questionnaire, scanning the pages. "How would you classify your mental health?" "Tread carefully if you want to fly again." "I have a little trouble sleeping, and when I do I have nightmares, once a night. 3, 4, 5 times, who's counting?" "How is that affecting your relationship?" "I'm engaged to a very understanding woman." "Who you don't deserve?" "I've had no angry outbursts, especially in her direction. I'm not going to either." "Anything affecting your daytime hours?" "Besides this very annoying itchy cast, the laceration on my thigh and the incision on my chest from the splenectomy." He arched an eyebrow in my direction. "In the mental sense?" "No, sir. Except that one time you tossed Ember off the counter because you thought the garbage man might be packing serious heat." He scribbled something in my file. "Crowds?" "I haven't cared for them much since my first deployment, but things look a lot different from the sky than they do the ground. I've gotten better with it since I'm not kicking in doors or raids anymore." He nodded. "And what do you generally think about the state of Army mental health care?" "I think we're both checking a block. You want to make sure I'm not psycho so you're not to blame if I go on a murderous rampage and blame PTSD, and I want to make sure you'll let me fly again. It's a business relationship." He leaned forward, instantly intrigued. "Fuck, you need to shut the hell up." "Do you want to fly again?" "Yes." More jotting down in the file. "Is that a problem?" "No." More notes. "Sometimes you see pilots a little more skittish after a crash." "Yeah, well, back on the horse and everything, right?" He looked up at me, his eyes seeing things I'd rather they not. "Right. Tell me, Lieutenant, do you think you need ongoing appointments?" "Forgive me, Ember." "No, sir. I think I've been through this before and I know how to handle it. The nightmares will stop once I'm done processing what happened. The grief will take a hell of a lot longer, but grief isn't going to keep me from flying." "No, it's not," he said, tapping his pencil on my file. "What do you plan to use to pull you through this time?" "If you're asking me if I'm going to turn into an addict, the answer is no. I haven't touched alcohol since before I deployed, and I quit pain meds within the week of the crash. I have a very supportive fiancé, a.k.a. your drug of choice, and I'm headed to see my mother. Nothing like a few days at home to soothe your soul." He turned those assessing eyes on me again, narrowing them through his glasses before writing on my chart again. True. Well, how about we meet one more time when you're back? He must have heard my sigh of exasperation because he looked up. Only to clear you, of course. If you're doing as well as you think you are, I'll have no problem signing off. Until then, a follow-up isn't going to affect your schedule or go on your record. He paused, making sure I'd realized what he'd said. Off the record. He was giving me a way to talk to him that wouldn't affect my wings. Thank you, sir. I'll make sure to follow up, but only to be signed off, of course. Of course. We shook hands and I rose to leave, but he stopped me as I reached the door. Chamomile tea. That always helps me sleep. Melatonin if you need it. And while you're so certain that it's not affecting the rest of your life, just make sure your fiancée feels the same way. She'll have some adverse reactions to this, too. So take care of yourself. Yes, sir. Thank you for seeing me. I'll see you back here in 2 weeks, Lieutenant Walker. I gave him a nod, scheduled with his secretary, and got the hell away from there before he changed his mind. I knew Ember wanted me to pour my heart out to the guy, but he had control over my career, my wings, my life. I wasn't going to let him take any of those, so I'd given him enough truth to check the important boxes and hid the rest that would check the wrong boxes. Ember would have to understand. Or, rather, never know. Pink? I asked Jagger that Sunday as we sat stretched out, our legs elevated by his coffee table. His new full-leg casts were so bright they were nearly radioactive. He glanced down and shrugged. It takes a real man to pull off hot pink. He nodded to the racing game on Xbox. Besides, I'm still kicking your ass. I'm just taking it easy on you and those non-weight-bearing casts. My hands aren't broken. He shook the remote with a grin. Hell, I could probably still beat you if they were. I flipped my baseball cap backward. Challenge accepted. You looking forward to heading home? He asked, cutting off my car. I gunned it and flew by him on the left. Yeah, it'll be good to see my mom. Tune up my Ducati. My lips tilted into a small smile. I ordered a full set of hot weather gear for Ember as a surprise. She's never ridden that bike. His car was back on my rear. I didn't think Ember was a big fan of motorcycles. Everyone likes Ducatis. He scoffed. Okay, maybe I'm hoping she'll like the Ducati. The last time she'd seen it, she'd simply shaken her head and walked away. My eyes flicked to the clock. The girls had been gone 20 minutes. How is Paisley handling all of this? He didn't look away from the screen. She's a little bit of everything. Strong, stubborn, relieved, heartbroken. She refuses to complain, not even about us sleeping on the fold-out down here until I can get up the stairs. She needs to take her beautiful pregnant ass up to our room and sleep in a decent bed, but she refuses. She takes care of everything, the house, laundry, groceries, getting me to therapy and doc appointments, dealing with the stupid fucking wheelchair. Hell, I almost wish she would complain. It's like she's scared to let me know she's hurting. Will? Guilt slammed into me, ripping apart what little peace I'd gained since the funeral. I shouldn't have taken those last shots. I should have conserved more ammo during the firefight, should have had his back, but a million shoulds wouldn't bring him back. How can Ember, even look at me? Jaggers sighed and dropped the remote as the race ended. Yeah, it's always worse after she calls to check on Morgan. She puts on a brave face, but it's not like I can't see it in her eyes, hear it in the words she's not saying. What about Ember? I absently rubbed the skin near the healing, raw, pink line of the laceration on my thigh. The notification wasn't easy on her. Losing Will, the funeral, all the shit I'm putting her through. Fuck, you should have seen her face when I asked about an upslip. Jagger's head snapped toward mine. You already asked about an upslip? I nodded. I have to know if I'll be able to do it. He whistled low. I'd have kicked your ass if I was Ember. You just get home after nearly dying and you're asking to get right back in the death machine? You don't want to get up there? Hell yeah, I do. When my legs are ready, and when I'm ready. But also when Paisley is ready. But I'm looking at 6 months before that's even a remote possibility, and I know she needs this time just as much as I do. This has been pretty damn rough on her. Images of Ember played through my head, burying her father, burning the West Point shirt, pinning my bars. My wings. The look on her face when I'd told her I was deploying. Her tears that morning. The desperate way she'd clung to me, knowing almost better than anyone what could happen over there. Her soft sighs when she curled up next to me in Landstuhl. The slight way she trembled at Will's funeral. But it was the look of shock when I'd thrown us to the floor last week that stuck with me. She deserved so much better. Do you ever think that they'd have been better off if we'd just stayed away from them? Ember would have been, I know that. The words slipped from my mouth before I could stop them. What the actual fuck? Where the hell is your head at? Don't even think things like that. This life, what we do, it's going to destroy her. I knew it back in college and I should have stayed away, but I was too selfish. I wanted her too badly. And look what that's brought. The door opened and my mouth shut. "We're here," Ember sang as she danced through the door, 3 boxes of pizza in her hands. "Hey, babe." I forced a smile for her, and she winked as she passed. "Don't get up. I'll grab you a couple slices," she ordered, taking the boxes to the dining room with Paisley following after she bent to kiss Jagger's forehead. Jagger looked at me, narrowing his eyes. I shook my head and ran my hands over my face as the Skype app rang on Jagger's television, and he answered it. "Stop voicing thoughts you shouldn't even have." "Sunday night dinner?" Sam asked from their dining room table in Colorado. "You bet," Jagger answered, saluting with the plate of pizza Paisley handed him. "Pizza? Really? I thought we agreed on chicken cacciatore," Grayson glared. "Italian, remember?" "Pizza is Italian," Jagger answered, his mouth full. "There are no words for you," Grayson said, shaking his head. We caught up on the week, as close as we could be with the 1,100 miles that separated us. Ember sat next to me and handed over 2 pieces of perfection with a beautiful smile. She was so damn happy lately that I'd gone to see Dr. Henderson. "Thank you," I whispered and kissed her lightly. "Thank you for loving me. Thank you for staying when you could so easily walk away." I shoved my earlier thoughts to the back of my head, the dark corners where monsters, regret, and truth lurked, and coped how I did best. I locked it away, but not before I realized how crowded it was getting back there.
Chapter 24. Ember. "Oh my God," I said in disbelief as he walked through the door at the orthopedist's office. Had it already been 4 weeks? "Do you like it?" he asked, waving his arm in the middle of the waiting room. "What is it?" I slipped my Kindle into my purse and stood. "It's an air cast. Sexy, right?" I gingerly took hold of it, turning his arm over and inspecting the device. "And you'll still heal? Faster. At least, that's what they said. They were minor fractures, really, in good locations, or as good as you can get when you break your arm, right? And you can take it off." I fingered the Velcro. "Yeah, but only to wash my arm." He ran his tongue across his lower lip and gave me a look that screamed pure sex. Or maybe other things. I fake-punched the good side of his chest. "Ha ha. You have jokes. It comes off in the shower, and that's it, mister." "There are no rules against getting you in the shower," he whispered in my ear, throwing his arm around my shoulders as we walked out of the orthopedist's. The image of him naked against me, water dripping over the lines of his muscles, hitched my breath. "After your arm is 100%, I promised, leaning up to kiss him on the cheek. "As for now, we're due at the airport in 2 hours. I'm driving," he said with a wicked grin, snatching the keys out of my hand. "Josh, you have a cast on." "Ember, your car is an automatic," he teasingly mocked me, even nailing my eyebrow arch. "I'm good, I swear. I asked." He opened my door and winked when I glowered at him and settled into my seat, then clicked the belt in place. "I don't like this," I said, as he slid in behind the wheel. He sported a sexy-as-hell grin as he waited for the power seat to scoot back. "It'll be fine. Relax." His hand crept up my thigh, and I plopped it back on the gear shift. "Nuh-uh. You need both hands, buddy." Okay, but be patient with me. I might be a little rusty. I bit my tongue. He shouldn't have been driving, period. I ran through Mom's advice from volunteering with PTSD soldiers in my head. Be patient. He might drive a little more slowly than normal. He might drive between lanes. He might be a lot more defensive. He pulled out of the parking space without incident, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then another one, once we'd made it off post. Then he gunned it. The force of his acceleration threw me back in my seat. My gaze snapped to his face, the small smile that grew as the speedometer climbed. I found the door handle in my hand before I even thought about gripping it. You know we're not late or anything, right? I asked, hoping my voice stayed neutral. He shot me an amused look. God, I missed this. He darted between cars, switching lanes to weave in and out of the building traffic, and that was before we got on the highway. Once we hit the on-ramp, I mentally steeled myself. Josh had always driven fast. That was never in question. So why was I so nervous now? Because whatever that was in his eyes at this moment, that slight edge, it hadn't been there before. My breath froze in my lungs when he passed the car in front of us, narrowly shooting the gap before darting back into the lane. I snuck a look at the speedometer. 95. Don't nag. Do not nag. Babe, if we get pulled over, I'm pretty sure we'll actually be late for the flight. He looked at me, and I wanted to turn his face back to the damn road. You're scared, he remarked. I'm nervous, I answered, trying to keep the middle ground. Did you forget how I like to drive? He joked. Did you forget that my VW doesn't have rotors? This isn't... My sentence faltered as we threaded another needle to pass. A helicopter. Okay, he said, his shoulders sagging as he pulled into the right-hand lane. As our speed dropped, so did the light in his eyes. Doubt gnawed its way into my head with each passing mile that Josh stayed within 5 miles per hour of the speed limit. Should I have asked him to slow down? I mean, was there really a danger? Sure, he'd always driven like he was a lost member of the crew from The Fast and the Furious, but I'd never been worried enough to actually ask him to slow down. Had I overreacted? Wait, was I overthinking this now? I shook my head like the unwelcome line of thought would tumble loose. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take your fun away. Okay, that was the lamest apology ever. He took my hand in his and lifted it to his lips, kissing the back gently. The air cast did give his fingers way more mobility. I'd definitely wigged over nothing. Babe, if you're ever scared, just tell me. I'd rather slow down than make you think I don't care how you're feeling. Besides, like you said, we have plenty of time to get to the airport. That was why I loved this man so deeply. No matter what he wanted, he always took my feelings into account first. Right. That's why he won't let you in about what happened to him over there. I flicked the thought devil off my shoulder and tried to enjoy the remainder of the drive to the airport. We checked in at the Skycap after parking the car and headed inside the terminal. The line for security wound down the small hallway, and we found ourselves packed in like little sardines. This is taking forever, Josh muttered, shifting his weight from foot to foot, his eyes scanning the crowd around us. You okay? I asked. Never better, he said, still checking out the lines. It clicked. Is the crowd bothering you? I asked it gently. He shook his head, then caught my eyes and slowly nodded. A little. I took his hand, stroking my thumb into his palm, and pressed lightly. He closed his eyes, and I began to massage the muscles. I kept it up until it was time to slip off our shoes and walk through the scanner. Josh rolled his eyes, but sat through the advanced screening for his aircast, mumbling something about what he did for a living. Then we took up residence in an empty gate across from ours, which was packed, and waited it out. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and tugged me into his hard frame. Thank you, he whispered against my forehead, and then placed a tender kiss there that melted my heart into a puddle of warm goo. "There's nothing to thank me for," I responded truthfully. "You shouldn't have to deal with all of this." I snuggled in further and turned to kiss his jaw. "All of this is all of you, and it's nothing. You don't like crowds right now. We'll avoid them. You want to drive fast? I'll find you a racetrack like one of those NASCAR things. We got this." "NASCAR, huh? How did I know that's what you'd pick up on out of all that?" I laughed. "Besides, maybe they'll teach you how to use a brake." "Oh, you've got jokes?" He tickled me and I lost it, flailing my arms. "Ah, stop!" As soon as I asked him to, he did, but not before I sent my bag sprawling at our feet, dumping my Kindle, wallet, and papers from the biggest pocket to the floor. "Here, babe," he said, scooping up most of it. His hands paused on the paperwork, but he put it back into the manila envelope. "Is this?" My cheeks heated, like I'd been caught doing something I shouldn't have, like I'd been sneaking it. "Dig paperwork," I answered. "Oh," he answered, his voice fading as he slid the envelope into the bag. "I basically just need to look at it so I know where to send the papers to cancel," I said in a rush. "I'm not going." His gaze swung to meet mine. "You're what?" "Not going? Why are you asking him? Isn't that your choice?" "Yes, you are." They called our flight to board. "Looks like that's us," I said. "You're going. You're not turning down this dig because I got hurt." His lips flattened into that determined, "I'm not giving up" line. And I sighed. "It's not just you getting hurt. I'm not leaving you for a week, let alone 2 months. Not when I almost lost you." My voice dropped to a whisper. He cupped my face in his hands as they called our flight again. "You are going. It's too soon." "For who? I'm the one who crashed, and yet you're the one afraid to spread your wings." December. "I've been responsible for a lot lately, but I'm not going to stand by while you give up this dig and your entrance into the doctorate program because you're scared to leave me. Nothing's going to happen to me." "They're calling our flight." "We'll sit here until you agree to go." "You'd hold your mother hostage against my dig?" I arched an eyebrow. "Fuck, you had to bring my mother into this?" His eyes closed and he took a deep breath. "My one weak spot." I shrugged, unapologetic. "She hasn't seen you in months, and she's been so worried." His mouth dropped. "Cruel." "Effective." He stood, pulling me with him, and swung my bag over his shoulder. "This conversation is continuing on that plane." I brought noise-canceling headphones. "The sass mouth on you, I swear. No more talking to Sam on Skype. You're cut off." I laughed as the attendant scanned our tickets, and we walked the jetway. The line shuffled forward until we stood at the threshold of the plane. Josh paused just behind me, and I looked over my shoulder to where he held up the rest of the line. "Babe?" He swallowed, and it was as if he'd pulled the color out of his face in the same motion. "Yeah, I'm okay." What was going on? He'd never freaked out when we traveled before. I was usually the one who had to have my hand held while we were, oh shit, flying. "Babe, we don't have to go. Or we can drive," I said with a smile, ready to walk off that plane at his signal. He shook his head and stepped forward. "Nope, I'm good. Let's just get to our seats." We found our seats, and I took the window, while Josh took the aisle. He put my bag under the seat ahead of me, knowing I tended to freak if I couldn't reach my laptop, but pulled the folder out before sliding it home. "I told you we weren't done." He waved the papers. "Shit." "Okay, give me one good reason I should go, and then I'll tell you why I'm not. We'll see who's left standing at the end." I arched an eyebrow. "Because I'm not going, and you can't make me." His eyes skimmed my face, a slow, easy smile tilting his lips. Then he leaned forward and kissed me, uncaring that we were on a plane in full view of anyone who wanted to see, Josh launched an assault on my senses. He tugged on my lower lip with his teeth, and I acquiesced, opening to him. He quickly pounced, devouring my mouth in a way that was highly inappropriate and sexy as hell. My hands tangled in his hair, and I'd quit caring where we were by the time he lifted his head. "You're cute when you're mad." An unladylike snort erupted from me. "I'm not mad. I'm determined." He dragged his tongue across his lip, and the cabin was suddenly very hot. I reached up, quickly turning the dial for air, shifting my weight to ease the ache he'd woken with just a freaking kiss. Damn it, now I was turned on too? This was going to be a long trip. "This dig will make it so you can apply to start your PhD in the spring term." "So?" I asked, still fighting with the freaking air. He reached up and turned it, and cool sanity hit my face. Now, if only it would douse my thighs in ice, that'd be great. "So you couldn't apply in time for normal term, because we didn't know where I'd be stationed until December." "Right. Yeah, I'd been pissed. Of course, my future would revolve around where Josh was stationed, but that was the life I'd chosen, so I'd bitten my tongue and waited for his assignment, knowing that it would cost me a year. "So now you'll get to go on an amazing dig and be on track with your peers for your PhD. The plane pulled away from the gate. Josh gripped the armrest, but showed no other sign of nervousness. "I'll be gone for 2 months. He shrugged. "I was gone for 3. It's your turn." "And look what happened during those 3. I hissed, and immediately regretted it. "Okay, well, as long as you're not flying helicopters in enemy territory, I think we can safely assume the same won't happen to you." He winked. Winked? How could he look like everything was okay when I knew the truth? I barely held myself back from sputtering. "Not funny. What if you need me?" "I'll adapt, just like we do during deployments." A shudder racked me. "Okay, don't say that in plural. 1 is enough." "You need this," he argued, brushing a strand of hair off my shoulder and lingering on my exposed bra strap. I pulled up the boat neck of my t-shirt. "I need you," I argued. "No, you don't. You stood on your own while I was gone, and I was proud of you, December. I'm not going anywhere. Our relationship, our marriage." He paused, as we both smiled like idiots for that second, but his faded. "It's 2 months, and you're going." We taxied out to the runway, both ignoring the monotone explanation of the jet's safety features. "I don't think you understand, Josh. I don't know if I can walk away and leave you here. You coming home alive is this giant gift, and I can't just ignore that and go spend 2 months in Turkey. If Dad had come home, Mom wouldn't have left his side." He swallowed. "You're not your mother. I love her, Ember, I do. But you've never been the woman to let your dreams take a back seat to mine. It's one of the reasons that I love you. You know who you are and what you want. I'm not going to be responsible for you losing that. Me not going on 1 dig while you're recovering is not going to alter the course of my life. Our life," I argued. He rubbed his hands over his face. "Stop. Just stop. This fucking mess I'm in the middle of, I'm not dragging you into it. Captain Trivet is dead. Will is dead. Jagger's legs are pulverized, and I'm—" He shook his head. "I'm responsible for enough tragedy without adding your future to it. So you're going. End of story." I whispered, as the jet whirred to life, sending us hurling down the runway. "What?" he barked, his knuckles white against the armrest. I covered his hand with mine. "We are in this mess. Not just you. When are you going to see that?" His eyes swirled with emotions I couldn't name. They flickered by too fast, but the anger, the determination, that stayed front and center. "You're going to fucking Turkey," he snapped as we went airborne. He leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes, effectively shutting me out. My hand fell away from his, and I looked out the window as the ground dropped away from us. I'd felt closer to him when he was in Afghanistan than I did with him sitting right next to me. Chapter 25. Ember. The Arizona heat hit as soon as our feet touched the oven that was aptly called a jetway. I was sweating by the time we made our way into the air conditioning of the terminal. I took Josh's offered hand as we made our way to the baggage claim. As close as he was, even with his skin against mine, he was a million miles away. He'd white-knuckled the flight, pretending to watch the movie, and hadn't said more than a handful of words to me. I'd shoved all the turkey papers back into my bag, sorry that I'd even brought them to look over. It was in another 6 weeks anyway. What did it matter right now? As we passed through the security doors, Josh's mom ran to him through the crowd. She was a small woman, even shorter than me, with close-cropped brown hair and brown eyes that laughed easily. He leaned down to hug her, and I briefly wondered how old he'd been when he'd passed her in height. "Oh, thank you, God," she said as she embraced him. Her relief was palpable, bringing a quick sting of tears to my eyes. "Hey, Mom," he answered, hugging her just as tightly. She pulled back, wiping at her eyes. "I'm so glad you're here." She smiled, then yanked me in for a tight hug. "Both of you." I'm glad we could make it. I loved her hugs. They felt like macaroni and cheese on a cold day, just the perfect amount of comfort. She looked me over with a critical eye. "Yes, I do believe engagement looks good on you. I approve." Her grin was instant, and mine quickly followed. A small wait at the baggage claim, then we piled into her Durango, headed for their house in Winslow. Josh slid into the driver's seat, and I cringed. "Only if you agree not to drive like a bat out of hell, Joshua," she lectured as she fastened her seatbelt. "I'll obey all speed limits, Mom." He arched an eyebrow at me in the rearview mirror, and I couldn't help but smile. Fight or no fight? I relaxed after he pulled onto the highway and stayed true to his word. I checked my emails while Josh and his mom caught up in the front seat. She didn't mention the crash, and he didn't bring it up. It was like we'd entered this tiny alternate universe where it had never happened. "The drive seems so much shorter now," Josh laughed around the half-hour mark. "Then the last time we came in?" I asked. "No, since my mom used to drive me every day. There's no ice in Winslow, so she brought me to Flagstaff almost every day for practice." "Play football," I begged him. She laughed. "No, Mom, hockey, it's my passion." Her Josh impression was spot on, and I couldn't contain my giggle. Like an 8-year-old knows what passion is. "Hey, I was good," he argued. "Keep telling yourself that." His mom side-eyed him. "Now at 9 you were good. 8, you were like a puppy with huge paws." "You have to embarrass me in front of my fiancé," he joked. She threw me a grin and a wink. "Your fiancé should know what kind of genes she's giving my grandchildren. I'm sorry, Ember, they're all going to have huge feet." "Seriously, with the kids already?" Josh sputtered. "I can wait. 2 years. I think 2 years is sufficient." "Mom, you know what they say about guys with big feet," I added, and the car was silent. Josh's eyes flew to mine in the mirror, almost as big. "Really big shoes." His snort was drowned out by his mom's laughter. She'd never pressure us, not really, but God, it was funny to watch Josh squirm. 2 years? Kids? Maybe not 2. I'd be in the middle of my PhD program, and that wasn't the best set of circumstances for a new mom. But maybe 3 years. Josh would be back at Rucker for the captain's career course, and we'd have him for a year, guaranteed no deployments. And if we timed it just right, we could make the most of that year. Wait, are you planning a baby around his military career? Yes, I was. Like everything else. Like where I was going to get my PhD. Like whether or not I was going to Turkey. As much as Josh wanted me to determine my own future, he had to understand that his was definitely setting my parameters. It wasn't like a marriage between us could exist any other way. A buzzing sound woke me up from an unintentional nap the next afternoon. I lifted my head and brushed off a flashcard from where it had stuck to my cheek and smacked my tongue against the roof of my mouth. Ugh, that after-nap mouth feeling was anything but clean. Untangling myself from the maze of books and papers on Josh's bed, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. 4:30 p.m. I'd been asleep over 2 hours. Mom, hey, I just wanted to check on you. I blinked some semblance of awareness into my brain and rubbed some circulation into my eyes. Ember. Day 2 in Arizona. Everything is good here. CO? Mom, just missing you. How is Josh? I knew she didn't mean it as a loaded question, but it was. How was Josh? Fine, if you asked him. Everything was fine. He slept fine, ate fine, felt fine, and we were fine. Liar. Ember. He's fine. Now I was just as bad as he was. Ember. I actually need to go find him. I'll check in later. Mom. Sounds good. Love you, honey. Ember. Love you. I stacked my study materials neatly on the little corner desk, checked to make sure my mascara hadn't made a run for it while I was passed out, and brushed my teeth in the adjoined bathroom, smiling at the Colorado avalanche shower curtain. I shut the door softly behind me and walked down the short hallway. The house was a homey 2-bedroom 1-level with tile floors and high ceilings. Josh's hockey pictures decorated the hall to the living room, but there was no grown-up Josh waiting there. His mom looked up from folding a pile of laundry. Hey, how are you feeling? Great, I said, pulling my hair into a knot on the top of my head. I must have passed out. I'm so sorry. Can I help you? She smiled, pulling a shirt out to fold. Nothing to be sorry about. And no, you're on vacation. I peeked in on you earlier when Josh went out, but you looked peaceful. What are you studying so hard at? GREs, the test to get into grad school. It's next week. Smart girl. She smiled at me. I've always loved that about you. I'm trying, I answered. Now that Josh is at Fort Campbell, I can eke out my PhD there. We might have another few months in lag time apart while I finish up, but it's my best chance of getting it done between PCS moves. She sighed, shaking her head. I don't know how you do that. Do what? I said, sneaking a shirt out of the pile to fold. She tilted her head at me but let it slide. Plan everything out so far in advance around Josh's moves. I hated moving from here when we went to Colorado. We're lucky my brother kept the place up for us, rented it out while we were there. I shrugged. This is the only life I've ever known. I moved as a kid, as a teenager, and now as an adult. I'd like to stop. That's no secret. But I'll follow Josh anywhere. She paused, looking at me way too deeply with those Josh-like brown eyes. You should go to Turkey. Have something of your own. Josh told you. Just enough. He's right. This is about you and looking at the way he lives, the way you're already maneuvering around his choices. Well, this would be for you. I can't leave him. Not now. There will be other digs, other schools, other deadlines. If I can't get into Vanderbilt's program, there will be another. She put the last folded shirt onto the pile. Ember. I raised Josh on my own. I worked 2 jobs to afford hockey. I moved us to Colorado to keep him from ending up a criminal with that stupid bike. Or worse, in a body bag. I know what it is to sacrifice for someone you love, to put their needs first. I get it, and I admire and love you all the more for it. You are, in every way, Josh's perfect match, because you both do whatever the other needs. But you have to understand, loving yourself, honoring your intelligence, your ambitions, that doesn't mean you love Josh less. It means you're staying true to the woman he fell in love with in the first place. Do you regret it? Putting him first? Her eyebrows rose. No. But he is my child. Children always come first. In a relationship, there's got to be some give and take so you don't end up looking like a parent and child. She smiled. Want to know a secret? Sure. I added my last shirt to the pile. I'm going on a date tonight. Her joy was contagious, and suddenly the woman in front of me wasn't Josh's 45-year-old mother. She was just a girl excited to see a boy. With who? She shrugged but couldn't fade her smile. A very handsome police officer. It will be our 3rd date this month. That's great, she nodded. Well, I have to go get ready. You two are on your own tonight, so just don't do anything that gets the cops called to the house. That could put a damper on our evening. She tilted her head toward the kitchen. He's in the garage. Thank you, and have fun tonight. You more than deserve it. I think I will. She walked off with a little spring in her step. I crossed the living room to the kitchen and opened the door to the garage. The sound of "Paint It Black" blasted me along with the heat, and I shut the door quickly behind me so they didn't lose the cool air in the house. Holy shit, he did not. Josh's mom's car had been backed into the driveway, and in its place was the bane of my fucking existence, Josh's silver Ducati superbike. His Harley, the cruiser? Yeah, I was okay with that. It was a laid-back form of biking in my mind, more about the ride, enjoying the moment. This thing? It was death, shined up and sexy. He'd won it when he was 17, in the race that eventually got him kicked out of Winslow, and unable to break her son's heart, his mom had put it into storage. I just wish it had stayed there. My eyes didn't linger on the 2-wheeled death machine once Josh stood up on the other side of it, putting his tools on the workbench behind him. One glimpse, and I wasn't just hot because of the temperature. My future husband was incredible. His shirt was off, little beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Every line of his abs was carved, dipping down toward his low-slung board shorts, where the very fuckable V-shaped lines from his stomach disappeared. His tattoos rippled as he lifted his hands above his head, resting them on his backward AV's baseball cap. You get to marry him. Sleep with him the rest of your life, laugh with him, kiss him, make Earth to Ember, he called out, turning off the music, and my eyes snapped from his abs to the grin that told me he knew exactly where my head was. Yeah. Hi, I said, blinking excessively. Good nap. I stepped down onto the concrete floor and walked around the bike until I was toe-to-toe with him. It would have been better with you. My fingers had a mind of their own and pinched his waistband, running just inside, against his skin. It was damp with sweat, and I had the most incredible, overpowering urge to lick it off. You need your sleep, he said, his voice dropping. I ran my hands over his abs, and his grin faded, his eyes darkening. I leaned forward and placed a kiss over the pink line from his splenectomy, then lightly traced the scar with my tongue. Josh's fingers tangled in my hair, then gently pulled me back. His attention darted between my eyes and my lips. What's on your mind? You, I answered, my voice more than a little breathless. I mean, you weren't, but then I came out here looking for you, and you have no shirt on. It's hot, I've noticed. I knew I was supposed to be mad at him for shutting me out. I knew I was supposed to keep up the awkward, private stalemate we'd had since the flight yesterday. But in that moment, I just didn't care. I needed his mouth on mine more than oxygen, and he knew it. He kissed me, lightly at first, as though asking me permission. I opened for him as he licked the seam of my lips and sucked his tongue into my mouth. He groaned, his grip shifting from my hair to my ass, and walked backward until he landed on a stool near the workbench. He gripped and lifted me onto his lap with a smooth motion until I straddled him, my feet braced on the supports of the stool. Your shoulder, I mumbled against his mouth. Shh, it's fine. Even that word didn't fire off my temper. I was too consumed by his skin against mine as my tank top rode up over my stomach. "Josh," I whispered as he ran his tongue down my neck, stopping at the spot he knew triggered my instant need for sex. It may as well have been labeled with a bullseye for how well he knew my body. "You're so fucking sexy," he whispered. "Have you looked in the mirror?" I asked. "No, but we could try it," he answered, his mouth gliding over the neckline of my top. "Could you get into that? Me behind you, watching us." I groaned, his words bringing images into my mind that definitely weren't safe for a garage with the door wide open. That was not what I meant. "Oh, I know," he replied, peeling my top down over one of my breasts and lifting it up from my lacy bra cup. "Damn, I've missed this. How many days has it even been?" "Too many," I gasped when he flicked his tongue over my nipple. The heat of my body, the air around us, his skin, all blended together until I felt like I was a living fire. "I need you," he whispered. I knew what this would do. He was using sex to bandage the gaping wound that festered between us. I needed to care, to stop and make him talk this out, not give in to the primal need to feel him moving inside me, to let our bodies connect us. "Josh, fuck," he growled, popping my breast back into my shirt when the door handle turned. To his credit, he didn't throw me off his lap, but when his mom came down the steps, I wish he had. My head hit his shoulder, and all the blood that had centered between my thighs a moment ago rushed to my cheeks. "Mom," Josh said with a nod. "Uh-huh," she said, a laugh finishing it off. "Mom," I mumbled, tossing up my hand as a wave, but leaving my face firmly hidden. "Well, my date should be here any minute," she said sweetly. "So you two kids play nice, and I'll see you later?" "No lecture?" Josh asked, his arms wrapping around me to keep me from moving. "Well, I did say that I wanted grandbabies," she joked. I groaned my mortification into Josh's neck as a car pulled into the driveway. "No way," he muttered, and I turned to see a nicely dressed man climb down out of the truck. "Sheriff Lane?" Okay, that was it. I pushed back off Josh's chest and slid until my feet touched the floor, pulling down my tank top along the way. "Hi," I said with as much dignity as I could muster. "I'm Dwayne." He introduced himself with a firm handshake. "I'm Ember. Josh's fiancé," Mrs. Walker clarified. "Nice to meet you," he said with a nod, then looked past me to Josh. "Good to see you, Josh. I've heard you've grown into quite a man." Josh stood behind me. "Still working on that one, Sheriff." Dwayne's eyes narrowed at the bike. "Well, it's been a few years since I've seen that." "Well, you kids play nice, and have a good evening," Josh said, using his mother's own words, then took my hand, firmly pulling me into the house and shutting the door behind us. "What was that about?" I asked, basking in the sweet rush of cold air. "I cannot believe she's dating him." "The sheriff? He seems nice enough." "He's the one who kicked me out of Winslow. He was the deputy who caught me." My mouth hung slightly open for a second. Oh. The Josh I knew was more than a little bit of a daredevil. Hell, I even remembered the playboy from high school. But I'd never really met the Arizona version of Josh, who had wound up in the back of cop cars, even when he'd been back on previous trips. He shook his head. "You know what? Never mind. I want to take you somewhere, okay?" He walked back to his bedroom and I followed, backing up while he pulled a giant box out of the bottom of his closet. "I ordered everything you could possibly want." I peered into the box and took in the protective pants, jacket, and helmet. No way am I getting on that organ donation mobile. "You ride the Harley at home," he cajoled. "Josh." "I'll be careful." "You can't even drive," I said, pointing to his aircast. "Speaking of which, how did it even get here from the storage unit?" He wiggled his unencumbered fingers. "I can drive it just fine. That's how I got it here. If anything, it'll keep me from going too fast, right?" "This is insane." He took my hands and kissed my fingers. Please, December, I want to show you this place like I remember it, not just let my mom tour guide you like the last time. I will literally give you anything you want if you ride with me. My teeth worried my lower lip while I debated. It doesn't even have a sissy bar. I'll fall off. His smile was instant and gorgeous. Damn him. First, I'd never let that happen. And second, it's just an excuse to hold on tighter. Anything I want? Maybe this could be good. Maybe we could use this time together to recharge, not forget what had happened in the last month, but to see past it to where it was just us again. Anything you want, he promised. Tonight was going to suck. Fine. I want you to get off my butt about Turkey. For the remainder of the trip, don't bring it up or try to change my mind. The muscle in his jaw ticked, but he nodded. Deal. Anything else? As long as I'm on the back of that bike, you do the speed limit. A wicked grin caressed his lips. Deal. And shower first. Now you're getting picky, he called, already on his way to the bathroom. I picked up the white and pink helmet that matched everything he'd ordered. When in Rome, right? I asked it. Or Arizona. Chapter 26. Ember. I kept my body plastered to Josh's back as the highway flew beneath us at a dizzying speed. It wasn't that I hated motorcycles really, or that I didn't trust Josh. He was one of those guys with a gift for driving, flying, anything where he became part of the machine. My dislike of motorcycles was that I felt like we hovered just an instant away from death. One miscalculation, one shift of weight, one car not paying attention, and we'd be hurled from the bike, our bodies still going 75 miles an hour. Riding a motorcycle reminded me constantly how delicate my life was, how easy it was to die, which made me nervous, anxious for safety. But for Josh, it did the opposite. Feeding his need to walk that delicate line, to push just a little further over the line, 1% over. Our disagreement over this bike stemmed from the simple fact that I saw it as a way to die, and Josh needed it as a way to live. And maybe I hated the bike even more for it, like it was this dirty little mistress lurking in a corner of his mind, ready to steal him away from me at the first opportunity. We rode for entirely too long, until Josh pulled off onto a smaller road, reaching a giant sign that read, Behringer Crater. A small ridgeline loomed before us as we parked the Ducati. I took off my jacket and protective pants, revealing shorts and a pink halter-neck tank. The gear was meant for a hot weather riding, but there was zero chance I was hiking around in pants and long sleeves, not in 100 degrees. Josh did the same, packing it all into my backpack before carrying it himself. Ready? He asked, holding out his hand. Sure, I said, intertwining our fingers perfectly. We hiked the short distance to the top of the ridge, the heat dry but still oppressive. The sun was setting as we crested the incline, casting the desert sky in gorgeous swirls of orange and pink. Wow. The crater was huge, maybe vast was a better word. It makes me feel so small, Josh supplied. Yeah, I answered, trying to get some kind of perspective on the sheer size. Even the little astronaut cutout far at the bottom wasn't helping me get a grasp. It was hard to keep my eyes on the steps as we descended a little ways into the crater. Hey, we're closing soon, one of the attendants told us as we passed by the red brick museum. By the looks of the empty path, we were the last ones there. We don't need much time, Josh promised. The guy nodded with a reluctant sigh and let us pass. At least, running had kept me in fairly good shape. I wasn't too badly winded by the hike. I was, however, a sweaty mess. I forgot all about the heat, even the damn motorcycle ride, with every step onto the metal observation deck. I used to come here when I was having a bad day, Josh said, or if I needed a little jolt, to remind me just how small everything is when you step back and really look at the big picture. And now, I asked. Now it speaks to a different part of me. He stared into the distance with a look I knew all too well, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was really here with me or thinking about the crash. It's huge, I said, hoping to bring him back. About 3/4 of a mile across and over 500 feet deep. He leaned on his elbows, looking over the metal railing. And the meteor that caused it all? He gave me that deer-in-the-headlights expression that told me I'd be better off Googling. I laughed and pulled out my cell phone. No problem. A few swipes later, and I had all the information I'd ever want on the crater. I scanned through it quickly. They think it was 160 feet across. So little compared to all of this. I scanned through the rest of the article. Sometimes the littlest catalysts cause the biggest impacts. He pulled me in front of him and wrapped his arms around me, my back pressed to his chest. Like you. I tilted my head back to look up at him, and his small smile lit my heart with the same colors as the sunset. My love for Josh never ceased. It grew steadily every day, but it never failed to surprise me how quickly he could make me slip right back into teenage infatuation mode. That giddy feeling kept me hooked on him like the most addictive drug. How like me? Because I came crashing into your life? I joked. Yes and no, he answered. You were this tiny girl in high school. I'm not an idiot. I didn't love you then, but I sure loved the idea of you. Someone smart, brave, gorgeous, in a way that didn't need an hour in front of the mirror to go to a game. I'd seen plenty of hot girls by then, but you were the first really beautiful one, inside and out. I pressed a kiss to his bicep. Not sure I made the impact back then. No, you did. Enough that when your dad said your name that day, the first time, in Kandahar, my heart leaped. Because of you, he knew who I was. Because of you, he pushed me to get back onto the ice. Because of you, I went back to college hockey. Before I knew you well enough to honestly love you, you'd already altered my world in ways you couldn't have known. So small, but such a huge impact. I took in the crusted lines of earth around the crater, the sparse vegetation that persevered in the desert heat, the way the earth hadn't softened to heal its wound. A pretty long-lasting impact, by the look of it. He turned me in his arms, bracing me against the railing, and tilted my chin up. A permanent impact, December. But you change me every day, make me want to be a better man for you. He kissed me lightly, sweetly, tasting like promise and mint from his gum. I love you, I whispered. I'm not sure love is strong enough to describe how I feel about you, but I guess it will have to do. I leaned on my tiptoes and kissed him. For that one moment, there was no helicopter crash, no deployment, no fights, no nightmares. In the breath of that kiss, it was just us, and the love that would see us through the worst of this storm. I wanted it to last forever. But the park closed, and a picture later, we were speeding back toward Winslow. No, seriously, they have the best strawberry malts here, ever, Josh said, pointing to the picture on the menu. I turned back and forth on the bar stool at the 50s-themed diner as I debated dinner. As date nights went, Josh was rocking it. They look really good, I said, as I scoped out the huge milkshake handed across the bar to a customer a few seats down. I gave in as we ordered, already drooling over the thought of that ice cream. So you used to hang out here? Josh casually pointed to the corner booth. I did my homework there every day after school. You did homework? I teased. Hey, you made the grades or you didn't get on the ice. Be average or better or you got cut. Thank God for hockey. He gave me a smacking kiss. Hey, it got you to notice me. I laughed as he headed off to the bathroom. Our malts arrived a few minutes later, with a wink and a smile from the older waitress. Thank you, I told her, and then lost myself in strawberry bliss. Heaven, I thought as I sucked the concoction through the long straw, holding on to the stemmed glass like my life depended on it. I bet this is why he loves strawberry ice cream. The bell rang to my right, announcing new customers as I happily ruined my dinner. I glanced over to see 3 guys walk in. The one standing in the center searched the diner for something, rubbing his hand over a shaved head. "I'd know that fucking bike anywhere," he said. "Evan, I highly doubt," the guy on the right started. "Walker!" The center one shouted in excitement, his eyes still scanning the seats. I let the straw fall from my lips, looking to see if Josh was back yet. Nope. Well, maybe they meant a different. "Josh Walker," Evan called again, walking past me. Nope, they definitely were looking for Josh. "He's in the bathroom," I answered. Evan looked me over in a way that made me want to shower. Alone. Then he leaned in way too close, bracing his hand right next to my malt. "And who might you be? Princess?" Logically, I knew I wasn't in danger, but this asshat might be if he got any closer. "My fiancé," Josh called, and I wanted to fist pump. "Now get the fuck away from her, E." "Holy shit! He lives," Evan called, turning from me to launch at Josh with a hug. Josh hugged him back with a laugh. The two were nearly comparable in height and build, Josh having only a couple inches on him. Josh shook the other guy's hands, and then cut through them to take his seat next to me. They flanked us at the counter, the shortest one taking the stool next to mine. "Tom," he introduced himself by shaking my hand. "And you are?" "Ember," I said with a smile. "Nice to meet the girl who nailed him down." He motioned toward Josh, and then leaned across the counter. "Hey, Mrs. White, give me a Coke and a piece of apple pie?" She waved at him with a nod. "Yeah, me too," the other one with the dark hair said from the other side of Evan. "Use your manners, Samuel," the woman called back. "Yes, Mom," Josh laughed, the sound clear and honest. "Good to see some things don't change." "Yeah," Evan said, "but some sure as hell do. What have you been up to? I see your mom from time to time, but she's not exactly in a talkative mood." "That's because she still hates you," Josh answered. "Thanks, Mrs. White," he said as she put our dinners in front of us. "Hey, I never made you do any of that shit. Fuck. You were talking me into it most of the time." "What shit is this?" I asked, leaning around Josh. "Oh, no." Josh leaned forward to block Evan. "No, no, no. There's a reason I haven't told you any of that." It should have been funny, and I faked the appropriate smile, but it stung something deeper. "You're so good at not telling me the inconvenient things." "You don't talk about us? Now I'm hurt. Where's the love?" "Plenty of love," Josh said between bites. "I just have a different life." "Doing what?" Samuel asked, stealing a fry from Josh's plate. I bit into my own, savoring the salt. Josh looked my way and then back to Samuel. "I fly helicopters for the army now." "No shit," Evan remarked. "What? Not getting enough thrills from the bike, you gotta take it to the sky?" "You have no idea." I kept my thoughts to myself as I devoured my burger, hungrier than I'd initially thought. Besides, I wasn't giving Josh an excuse to shut them up. I'd learn way more about this part of his life by being quiet than I would by asking questions. "Something like that," he answered as their pies were delivered. "Is that where you got the hardware?" Tom pointed to Josh's air cast, and I paused, my French fry suspended an inch from my lips. "Something like that," he repeated. "Yeah, okay. Well, do you want to something like that with us for a little ride?" Josh's eyebrows shot sky high. "Tonight?" "No, next week when you inevitably disappear under whatever rock you've been hiding under for the last 8 years. Yes, tonight." I polished off my burger and waited for Josh's answer. "I'm kind of on a date here, guys." Josh's answer was weak, even to my ears. "She gets you the rest of your life. We're just asking for a couple hours. Besides, you should see the bike the Klemensky brothers put together. It's fucking fast." "They're like 12. What the hell are they doing working on bikes? Evan laughed. They were 12 8 years ago, man. Right. Of course. Well, what do you say? You want to see it? Tom pushed. Josh asked me with raised eyebrows. Just a ride? I asked, trying not to sound like a nagging fiancé. Just a ride, he promised. I'll even have you home by curfew. Besides, now you'll get to see what you keep asking about. The naked pleading in his voice was my undoing. Weren't we here for him, to give him a little respite from the hell we'd been living in for the last month? I scoffed. Asking once a year is hardly always. Is that a yes? Excitement lit his eyes in a way I hadn't seen since before he left on the deployment. Okay, just a ride. Just a ride. His smile was breathtaking. Just a ride, the other three said in unison, saluting me. I laughed, unable to keep a serious face. Josh paid the bill, and we headed out to the bike. I put on all my protective gear, thankful that it was designed so I didn't sweat to death. What are you thinking? Josh asked, strapping my helmet. I was more than capable of doing it myself, but I loved how protective the gesture was. Oh, there's a lot going on in here, I answered. He sat sideways on the bike and tugged me between his legs. Enlighten me. I made sure the other guys couldn't hear from where they were parked. You have never once mentioned these guys. His smile faded. There's good reason for it. Good reason that I don't search them out when we're here, and I don't keep in touch. But your friends? They were some of my best friends. They also sat in the back of cop cars with me so often that by 16, we were court-ordered not to be within 50 feet of each other until we turned 18. Josh shrugged. Small town. You trust them? With everything but you, he answered. Why is that? His arms wound around my back. I don't trust anyone with you. Hell, it killed me to ask Will to come over and... The light in his eyes died swiftly as he realized what he'd said. Fix the disposal? I finished for him. He nodded. You can talk about him. It's okay. No, I can't. That's one of our problems, right? We have more than one, I whispered. His mouth snapped shut. Nothing we can't get past once I'm back to normal. It was a roundabout way of admitting that he wasn't okay, so I'd take it. Okay. When you're ready. He swallowed, looking over at his friends and then back to me. What else are you thinking? I glanced at the guys who were currently throwing raunchy remarks at each other. That Jagger has more common sense in his pinky. But he'd like them. And Grayson? I scrunched my nose. Josh let out a half laugh. Yeah, he'd have no tolerance for these guys. Are you coming, or did you grow a vagina in the last 8 years? Evan called out. Josh flipped him the middle finger, then snapped his helmet and swung his leg over the Ducati. Want to snuggle? Very cute, I said, climbing on behind him, and then doing just that. We followed the other three on their motorcycles through the quiet streets of Winslow, more than a few heads turning as we sped by. Josh pushed the speedometer to keep up with the others, and I didn't give him flack, just held on tighter and tucked my head beside his. 10 minutes or so after passing the town's limits, we turned off the highway for a series of smaller roads. Why didn't these things have comms? I had no way of asking Josh if he knew where we were headed. We slowed as we passed through the gate of a chain fence, coming upon a crowd of a couple dozen people, our age or younger. Josh pulled to a stop and killed the engine. I removed my helmet. Okay, where are we? I asked as he helped me off the bike. His friends had already headed over to the crowd. Saturday night in a small town, he answered with a grin, taking off his own helmet. And you know everyone? I took off my jacket, but kept my protective pants on. Josh looked over the crowd. More or less. Same crowd, different year. He cupped my chin. You're not going to want to know what I think they're doing. My conscience warred with my need to know every little part of him, especially the darkest parts he kept hidden. If I couldn't handle this, would he trust me enough to tell me about what had happened to him in Afghanistan? I'll be fine. You sure? I go where you go. Okay. He took my hand and walked through the bikes and the crowd as Evan climbed up onto a wooden box everyone had gathered around. You made it, he called over to Josh. Thought we were going to lose you back there for a while, but we slowed it down for you, Walker. Every head turned in our direction. I looked up to Josh, and my breath stuttered in my chest. His expression had turned hard and more determined than it ever had even while playing hockey. This was not my Josh. Just letting you feel overconfident, he called back. Evan laughed, and the group joined. My hand tightened reflexively on Josh's when more than a few girls raked their eyes up and down his body. That's right, Evan pointed to Josh. I've brought Walker home. Shall we show him what we've built since he's been off flying helicopters? The group cheered and then split down the middle, revealing 2 bikes standing side by side and a long concrete road lit by road flares. What is this? Josh asked. A failed attempt at a new airport from about 6 years ago, Samuel answered. And what are we doing here? I asked. Not that I didn't already know. There was only one reason to light a path like that. They'd moved their street racing out of Winslow to this little strip. Evan pointed to Josh with a sly grin. He's going to let me win back my Ducati. Chapter 27. Ember. You've got to be fucking kidding me, I said under my breath, wishing my heart would start beating again. He's joking, right? The muscle in Josh's jaw flexed, but he didn't take his eyes off Evan. I don't think he is. You're not seriously considering this, are you? He didn't answer. Holy shit, he actually is. Words failed me. Evan hopped off the box and made his way to us. Come on, Walker. You up for it? I don't do this anymore, Josh said. The tiniest bit of relief leaked into me. You too good for us now? Evan asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Fuck, Evan. You know it's not like that, Josh answered, ripping his hand over his hair. I'm not so sure. You don't call, you don't write. Don't even say hi when you're in town. His tone was kidding, but his eyes were anything but. Least you can do is give me a shot at winning her back. Not happening. Evan turned his attention to me and let his eyes openly wander. Come on. It's not like you ride her. I barely suppressed a shudder. Josh pulled me under his arm and glared at Evan, his expression more than a little scary. Don't go there, he said in almost a whisper. Evan shrugged. One ride. You win, you walk. You lose, and I'll pick my bike up from your house in the morning. I don't see any reason to, Josh answered. I wound my arm around his waist, the muscles so tense, he felt like stone. Because you owe me. You got a fresh start and left the rest of us here to rot. Any trace of joking bled from Evan's voice until there was only thinly veiled hatred. Josh shook his head. I had no choice. It was leave, or they'd press charges. Yeah, well, what do you think the rest of us went through? Not everyone's mom was cool with picking up and moving. Josh's arm around me tightened. I didn't know. You didn't look back. So do this one thing, and we'll be even. Show me how many layers of the new and improved Josh Walker I have to strip off to see who you really are. Because you can fool your pretty little red-headed fiancé here, but you can't fool me. I know who you are in the marrow of your bones. Things change. Evan scoffed. People don't. They stared each other down in what was probably the most uncomfortable silence I'd ever witnessed. One race. Evan broke it. Come on. No cops, no danger of getting caught. Just you and me. Like we're 16. Except we're not kids. And we have a hell of a lot more to lose, Josh argued. Ha! Speak for yourself. Josh, I whispered. He couldn't do this. He wouldn't. Not something he'd left behind 8 years ago. There was no chance, right? I knew him better than Evan did. Josh's eyes narrowed, but his concentration stayed on Evan. One race, he agreed. Or maybe you don't know him as well as you think. My blood turned to ice, freezing everything in its path to my heart. For the bike? Evan asked. For the bike, Josh agreed. Josh dropped his arm from around me to shake on their ridiculous deal, and then Evan walked away, announcing that they'd race. Josh turned his back on the group, taking a deep breath and putting his hands on his head. I willed my limbs to move, my mouth to speak, but nothing functioned. Ember, he asked, then touched my shoulder. When I didn't turn, he took my hand and guided me back to the Ducati, far enough to have some space from the crowd. Babe, it's just a stupid race. It'll take maybe 5 minutes. My frozen blood flash-boiled. 5 minutes. That's not so bad. I mean, what? That's about the time it takes to crash a helicopter, right? He stepped back like I'd slapped him. Not fair. Not fair? What's not fair is you almost dying a month ago. What's not fair is burying our friend. You choosing to hurl your body down a concrete strip for the sheer fun of it? That's just fucking stupid. His jaw flexed. I don't expect you to understand. Good, because there's no way that's going to happen. Damn it, Josh. You're 25, not 17. My fingers bit into my palms. He put on his jacket and zipped it up before taking my face in his hands. This is who I am. Hockey, motorcycles, flying. You've always known it. Please don't act like you didn't. Wasn't he right? Josh, at his core, was always going to push the envelope, always going to seek the thrill that lay just past the safe zone. It was what had drawn me to him in the first place. Please don't do this, I begged shamelessly. He flinched. December. I will do anything you want if you just walk away from this right now. An engine revved in the background, and he looked over my shoulder. I have to go. No. You're choosing to go. Make no mistake about that. He sighed, and then brushed a quick kiss on my lips. You know me better than that. I love you. I'll take care of her, a leggy brunette said, rubbing her hand on Josh's shoulder. Josh startled. Simone. She flashed him a smile. Just like old times, huh? That look on her face said their version of old times hadn't just been street racing. My stomach turned over. God, this was college all over. No, it's not. Don't give in to that kind of drama. If you mean Evan pulling me into shit I have no business being in, then yeah, kind of. He looked back to me, his gaze softening. Ember, Simone will take you to watch. I don't want to watch, I said through my teeth. 5 minutes, he pled. I shook my head, stepping out of his hands. Ridiculous. I love you. He buckled his helmet and drove the Ducati over to the starting line, where Evan was already waiting. Let's go, princess, Simone said, leading me to a tall dais. I climbed the ladder, cursing Josh with every rung until I stood on the top, at least 6 feet off the ground. A few bikes took off to watch the finish line, while others lined up along the route. I had half a mind to leave, but what the hell was I going to do? Call an Uber driver to the middle of nowhere, illegal racing strip? I didn't know a single soul other than Josh, or even have the slightest idea of how to get back to Winslow. Uncomfortable? Simone asked, leaning on the metal railing so far that her ass nearly hung out of her short leather skirt. Just a little out of my element, I admitted, resting my elbows on the rounded metal. Josh and Evan waited about 15 feet ahead, both talking to Samuel and nodding at intervals. Yeah, well, I never thought he'd end up with someone like you, she muttered. Hell no. Josh left here 8 years ago. Please don't act like you still know him. She straightened, looking down on me. I know you'll never keep him happy. Josh has always needed the rush, and seeing as he's here right now, that's still true. My muscles locked one by one, as if my body was trying to forcibly contain the anger that was rolling in my stomach. I concentrated on Josh's helmet and sent up a little prayer that he not do anything that would get him hurt even more. That may be true, but you don't know me or us. She laughed, the sound grating on my last nerve. He'll never stay tucked away in some safe little desk job. And I know that's what someone like you would want. Start the damn race already before I throw her off this thing. And what makes you think that? Crap, I'd taken her bait, and her Cheshire Cat smile told me she was all too happy about it. Because he didn't give in when you asked him not to race. I heard you. Okay, that hurt. But I breathed through the crippling pressure in my chest. She didn't know us, didn't know what we'd been through in the last 2.5 years, didn't know the strength of our love, our determination, our commitment. I ran my thumb over the band of my engagement ring. Josh swung his leg over the bike, and my heart stuttered. Maybe he was going to listen. Maybe he wouldn't race. Hope lit my smile as he jogged over to me, and I crouched down. My happiness that he'd decided to see reason squashed the near rebuke at running on his leg. "Thank you," I said as he looked up at me. His forehead puckered as he took off his jacket. No, I wasn't getting enough mobility. The sound of Velcro unfastening nearly paralyzed me. What the hell are you doing? He handed me his air cast. I'll put it back on as soon as we're done. My hands took it, despite my brain ordering them not to, my mouth hanging slightly open as he put his jacket back on and zipped it. I love you. You and me against the world, right? Right, I whispered. But what if it's just me against you and the world? He flashed me a smile and ran back to the bike, sliding on in one smooth motion. I stood slowly, clutching his cast like it was a link to the only piece of him that I recognized. Simone didn't say anything. She didn't have to. Her point had been made loud and clear by the one person I'd needed on my side of an argument he didn't realize we were in. Here we go, princess. You ready to console him? Evan hasn't taken the 8-year break Josh has. I won't need to console him. My chin lifted and my shoulders straightened. They revved their engines, and Samuel backed up a few feet, raising his arms. Why is that? Simone asked, lifting her eyebrow at me. Because I know him better than you do. She might have said something, but I tuned her out, my brain focusing 100% on Josh as Samuel dropped his arms. The noise was deafening as the bikes sprang forward. Nausea tore through me as the engines whirred to a high pitch and then back down as they coursed through the gears. Just let him be safe. Please, let him be safe. They sped down the runway, lit only by the red road flares and their own headlights. I gasped, my fingernails biting into his cast as Evan swerved to the right, knocking Josh off course. Asshole. Josh corrected and then drove even faster. The speed sucked my heart straight out of my body. He'd never survive if he crashed going this fast. I'd lose him. What if that was what he wanted? Was that what this was? Did he feel so guilty about what had happened to Trevette, to Will, that he was testing his own fate? Or was he so numb to it all that he truly couldn't understand what the hell he was doing to me? To himself. Did I even have the right to push the subject? His taillight got smaller the farther he went from me, and I couldn't help but feel like it was more than physical distance growing between us on that strip of concrete. My breath stuttered in my lungs as the lights swerved again, but then stayed steady. The engines died down as they passed the finish line, but the cheers were almost as loud. I can't tell who won from here, Simone said. Josh did. What makes you so sure? I kept my eyes locked on Josh as he sped back toward us, Evan on his heels. He came to a sudden halt at the start line and ripped his helmet off before dismounting. The smile he gave me was blinding. The race had invigorated him, forced life back into his veins, or maybe he had simply siphoned it from me. I gave Simone a smile that Paisley would have been proud of. You might have doubted the Josh that you knew, but my Josh, the one I'm marrying, he doesn't know how to fail. It's not in his vocabulary. Go to hell. He walked toward us, his eyes never straying from me, despite the girls who pushed into his path. The sight took the edge off my razor-sharp anger. He was a flaming, hot mess of a man. But he was mine, and he knew it. He reached up for me, and I handed him his cast. Put it on. I said it all with one arched eyebrow, and his grin only widened as he did. Using the railing, I swung to sit on the edge of the platform, and he pulled me through the opening, holding me tight as I slid down the length of his body. I won. His face looked like a 5-year-old's at Christmas. Yes. What did you think? Pretty badass, right? There's nothing like it. I think there are quicker ways to kill yourself that don't include making me watch. Now take me home. Ember, your 5 minutes are up. You can put me on the back of that bike right now and take me home, or I will start walking, and if that happens, good luck ever getting me on that thing again. We locked eyes. A battle of wills that Josh never had a prayer of winning, not when I was this pissed off. Congrats, Walker, Simone said, leaning up to kiss Josh's cheek. What's the matter? Little lady calling in your curfew? He didn't look away from me, but the muscle in his jaw flexed. That offer is about to expire, I warned softly. He stepped back from me, but held my hand, gently leading me toward the Ducati. Leaving so soon? Evan asked, his helmet off and his arm around Simone's waist. We just got you back. Nah, man. I was just visiting, but thanks for having us. Josh got on the bike and offered his arm for balance as I took my helmet and jacket from Tom and put them on. Then I climbed on behind him and scooted forward until I was flush with his body, my arms wrapping around his rock-hard midsection. I couldn't help but sag a little in relief. We were leaving. He wasn't hurt, well, any more than he'd been when we'd come here. Look me up if you're ever in Tennessee, Josh said. Yeah, well, you always know where to find us. Josh nodded and made sure we were clear of the crowd before he opened the Ducati up. The force tried to pull me away from him, but I held tight, refusing to fall off the bike. A hysterical giggle bubbled up. Wasn't that my life right now? Trying to hold on to Josh while he put the pedal to the metal in every aspect of his life? God, what was I doing? Was this who he was? Or had the crash brought something out in him that had lain dormant? Was it PTSD? Was it just his nature? Was he grieving Will or scared of the permanency of marriage? Was it all of the above? Was I trying to force him into being someone he wasn't? My eyes fluttered shut as the wind roared past us, tears slipping down my cheeks nearly unnoticed. I was so tired. Tired of the fear that hadn't left me since the moment he'd told me of the deployment. Weary to my bones of the eggshells we'd surrounded ourselves with since he'd been back. Exhausted from lack of sleep, lack of understanding, lack of knowledge. I was holding on to Josh so tightly that every inch of me had been scraped raw. We pulled into the driveway, and I slid from the bike before he turned it off, already headed inside with my helmet in hand before he called my name. December. I shook my head. All the fight simply gone. The air conditioning hit my face, chilling the tear tracks, and I wiped them away with the back of my sleeve on my way to the bedroom. I stripped quickly, wanting every piece of that motorcycle gone. What a beautiful start of a night. I'd finally felt like we were connecting again on the level we needed, only to end it worlds apart. Talk to me, Josh said, shutting the bedroom door behind him. No point. He took my face in his hands, tilting it to his. There is always a point. Why? You won't listen. Maybe I'm not enough of a rush for you, or whatever it is you're seeking, whatever it is you need. His eyes, deep brown in the dim lighting, searched my face, widening in a panic. You're everything I need. His mouth crashed to mine, hard and insistent. My cry was muffled against his lips, but he jerked back. Babe. No, I said, shaking my head free of his hands and backing away. No, you're not going to sex your way out of this. It was just a race. It wasn't just a fucking race, I yelled. It's everything. It's the bike, and the speeding, and the sex, and the nightmares. But most of all, it's the I'm fine, and the silence. God, Josh, that's the killer. You act like I don't know you well enough to see that you're not fine. None of this is fine, and you won't let me in. You won't let me help, and that's not a partnership. That's not a marriage. What do you want me to say? He asked, raking his hands through his hair. Something. Anything that's real. You can talk to Paisley, to Jagger, but I'm left wondering what's going on in your head, in your heart. I have always loved you. I will always love you. That will never change. He stepped toward me, and I retreated. Then give me something to hang on to. You don't want inside my head. He moved back until he leaned against the closed door. Yes, I do. I'm not some weak little girl, Josh. Don't treat me like one. The distant look in your eyes, the way you drive, even the way you make love to me. You're not fine. We both know it, and I'm trying. I swear I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to push, where I'm supposed to give you space. But I can't because you won't even tell me if I'm in the ballpark. Am I supposed to just stand here while you self-destruct? I am doing the best I can. Every line in his body was tense, like he was ready for the fight, or to flee. Then talk to me. Let me help you. You can't, he said softly, his eyes dark with a sadness I couldn't seem to touch, to heal. Let me try. Please, don't shut me out. I reached for him, and he stepped to the side, avoiding my touch. Josh, please. Damn it. Has it ever dawned on you that I don't want you to know? That you are the last person I want in my fucking head? It's with me every second, every day. No matter what I do, it's there, waiting, festering. The only time I can escape the thoughts, the memories, the nightmares is when I'm with you, when I'm kissing you, holding you, inside you. You are the last safe place I have in this world, and you're going to have to forgive me if I'm not ready to give that up and trade it for the look in your eyes when you realize what an ugly mess it is in here. He tapped his heart. Forgive me if I'm not ready for you, of all people, to see me as broken. You're breaking me. He sucked in his breath. Every time you keep me in the dark, every story I hear secondhand, every reckless act you pull, every time you reach for me out of need instead of desire, you break off another piece. Pain contorted his face for a second before he swallowed and looked away. I'm sorry for that. You deserve better. Josh. I whispered his name as I moved forward, cupping his cheek in my hand. I deserve you. But I deserve all of you, and not just what you're willing to let me see. He stared at me so long that I finally realized he still wasn't going to say anything. You really can't let me in, can you? I whispered. Let's go to bed. His voice dropped. Just when I thought my heart couldn't hurt anymore, another slice opened me up, bleeding and raw. We readied for bed in a tense silence that didn't dissipate once we'd climbed beneath the sheets. I love you, he whispered to my back. I turned over to face him, the contours of his face lit by moonlight through the window. Then let me in, Josh. His eyes closed as if he was in pain. I can't. I closed the distance between us, putting my palm to his cheek. You know the thing about the crater today? That giant impact? That tiny red-haired meteorite, he added, looking at me as the memory softened both of us. But in my case, it was more like a slow breakdown of everything I'd used to hold myself together the last month. That meteorite wasn't so small to start with. Half of it burned up in the atmosphere, just trying to get to Earth. The rest of it almost all vaporized upon impact. It made that impact, for good or bad. But all that's left of it are tiny, scattered pieces. His lips parted, little lines forming between his eyebrows. December. He said my name like a prayer, a plea. But when nothing else followed, I rolled onto my side, away from him. I slept like crap, and when Mom texted in the morning, I took it as a sign and packed my bag in silence. I was in a cab for the airport before he'd even realized I was gone.
Chapter 28. Josh. The sunlight streamed through the window, hitting me in the face as I opened my eyes. No matter how late I slept, I was still exhausted. Always exhausted. Ember must have beaten me out of bed because her side was empty. I rested my forearm over my eyes after I saw the time on my cell phone. 10 o'clock. Damn, that fight had been brutal. I should have gotten up early, gotten her coffee. I should have done a lot of things. Instead, I'd given in to my pride, my need for that 30-second thrill, my stupid craving for the speed, and I'd let Evan push me into a race, like he even had to push hard. Her eyes, God, they killed me. But how could she understand? She can't when you won't tell her, you asshat. I groaned, wishing I could crush the tiny conscience that hammered away at me. My feet hit the floor and I pulled on shorts and a Pearl Jam t-shirt before going in search of my fiancé. Mom only looked the other way on the tattoos as long as they weren't thrown in her face. The house was quiet in an uncomfortable way. Something was off. The tiles were cold under my feet as I walked into the kitchen where Mom sat at the small table. She gave me a sad smile. "Good, you're up. I poured you some coffee." "Where's Ember?" I asked as I took the seat across from her where a still steaming cup of coffee waited. "She's gone?" Mom said softly, her eyes nearly dripping sympathy. I sat up straight. "What do you mean she's gone?" Mom shrugged. "I caught her on the way out. She said her brother broke his nose at hockey camp and she was headed home for a couple of days to see him." "Gus, what? Why wouldn't she tell me? I would have gone with her." The chair squeaked as I pushed back from the table and stood. I needed to pack and find a flight. "Sit down, Josh." Her tone didn't allow for argument, and I did as ordered. She gave me the look, the one that my 5'3" mother used to send me running for the hills. "Mom?" "We really haven't talked about what happened to you over there." Fuck my life, her too? "Mom, stop. We didn't talk the first time, and I thought maybe that was for the best to let you deal with it in your own way. I figured as long as I didn't get calls from the police department that you'd been racing, you were fine." "I don't race the Harley." "Well, then I should have set that Ducati on fire," she said with a smile. I tapped my fingers on the table, knowing that anything I could have said would have only earned me another foot deeper in the hole I'd apparently dug. I was fine. "If you're so fine, then how did you send your fiancé fleeing first thing in the morning? She didn't even pause for coffee." I shook my head. "I raced the bike last night." "Joshua Walker." "It was stupid. But Evan, we moved away from here for a reason. I know you were hurt in Afghanistan, but I don't think it knocked you back 8 years. I dropped my head to my hands. She wants things I can't give. I'm not capable of. Mom reached across the table until her hands covered mine. "Then figure out how to give them to her." "Maybe she's better off without me. Did you ever think of that? Twice she's had notification teams at her door, Mom. Twice. She's buried her dad. We buried Will, and she almost buried me. How much more do I have a right to ask of her? At what point does me pushing her away become a mercy? She told me I'm breaking her, so how long until I destroy the one thing I love most?" "What you two have is something I've never seen, Never been lucky enough to have. You don't let that just walk out. I'm incredibly proud of the man you are, Josh. Never more so than the way you love December. But I'll kick your ass from here to the Colorado border if you don't pull your shit together. Our eyes locked, and I knew she'd do it. What's inside me? It's ugly. You let her decide what's ugly. You owe her that much. Let her go. My conscience screamed at me, but my heart couldn't contemplate a life without her in it. Not when she was the reason it beat in the first place. Okay, let me find a flight. She tilted her head. You have 15 minutes to pack. You're on the 1 p.m. flight into Eagle County. What? She'll be in Breckenridge at their cabin. That's where her mother is sending her. You talked to her mother and already booked a flight? She peered at me over her coffee. Not all of us sleep in like 17-year-old boys. I let the jibe slip. You're not mad that I'm leaving? I've only been here a few days. She smiled at me. I just needed to see you, Josh. Every time you're hurt, I can't seem to breathe until I lay eyes on you. I've done that now, and don't need to hover or tend you like a nurse. I need you to go be the man I raised so you don't lose me, my daughter, or my future grandbabies. Yes, ma'am. I stood from the table. And Josh? I turned at the doorway. Make arrangements for that damn Ducati or it becomes my bonfire. I gave a single nod. Done. Everything was ready, or at least I hoped it was. I'd gotten to the cabin 2 hours ago, parked my rental in the driveway, located the hide-a-key, and stocked the place with groceries for the next 3 days. That was all the time we had, but damned if I was going to use every minute of it. The sound of tires crunching the gravel in the driveway sent my pulse racing. What if she was pissed that I was here? What if she refused to talk to me? What if I'd already blown it? While my heart was telling me to get a grip, that this was Ember, my head had spun off into the twilight zone of insecurity and was in no hurry to bring its ass back to reality. What if she really was better off and I was just prolonging the inevitable? As hard as I tried, I couldn't get Rizzo's whole stance out of my head. Maybe he was right, and I'd done Ember the biggest injustice simply by falling in love with her. Shut the fuck up, open the door, and fight for your woman. My hand turned the knob before my head was ready, and then I stepped out onto the porch. The dying afternoon light caught in her hair, illuminating the strands of red like a flame as her mouth hung open just a fraction, her eyes wide. Josh? I leaned on the heavy porch railing, my arms aching to hold her, but knowing I needed her to come the rest of the way on her own. Hi. That's the best you have? How did you know where I'd be? Her footsteps were light as she came up the wooden steps. My mom called your mom, and the rest is... I gestured between us with my hands. Ah. She nodded, biting her lip. Her eyes dropped to her toes, and those 4 feet that separated us felt like a giant canyon. Not for long. I'm an asshole, I said, very matter-of-fact, and her head snapped up. Josh, no. Well, maybe a little. How's Gus? He's already given us a list of A-list actors who have broken their noses. He says it's giving him character. She smiled but still held herself away from me. The distance between us, physical and emotional, was killing me. I moved toward her and cradled her face in my hands. Her skin was unbelievably soft as I stroked my thumbs up her cheekbones. Are you mad that I'm here? No, she whispered. Embarrassed, a little, but never mad. What reason do you have to be embarrassed? She rolled her eyes, instantly inflaming my need to kiss her. Ember was too damn cute. I snuck out this morning because I just needed some space, needed to breathe. I ran away like some drama-filled teenager, instead of staying to fight things out with you. We all need a little time to think sometimes, I said, moving my hands through her loose, insanely gorgeous hair to the back of her head. I literally ran home to my mother, Josh. She then told me that she wasn't going to watch my mope fest and to come up here if I wanted to breathe. And now? This is the first full breath I've taken since I left you this morning. She sighed, a look passing between us that said everything words couldn't. Yeah, I get that. You're my oxygen, I admitted. I woke up without you this morning, and realizing I'd driven you to that to leave me. I never want to feel that again. And yet there's still this part of me that says you'd be better off if I just let you go. Josh. Her face fell. No, if you want in, and I mean all the way in, that's where this leads. There are ugly parts of me, December. Parts that think I should have spared you all this pain and walked away years ago. Parts that hate myself for loving my job, loving my mission. Parts of me that won't stop screaming that my choice killed Trevette, that I killed Will and he should be alive, not me. That I'll never live up to earning that sacrifice. That's not true, she whispered. What's true is a very clouded concept in my head. On one hand, I'm shoving you away from this nightmare because you're not a part of it. You are the one place that isn't shadowed to me. On the other hand, I'm holding on to you as tight as possible because the moments I'm kissing you, holding you, it all evaporates, and I'm whole. And you think you'd lose that? She asked. Like I said last night, I've never been willing to risk it. The way you look at me, the way you see me, Ember, I'm not sure that guy exists in me anymore. You said that I'm breaking you, but if you see those broken pieces of me... I shook my head, words failing. She brought her hands up slowly to my arms. Josh, it's all just you. Every tiny piece, whether you like it or not, it all combines to make you who you are, and I am wildly and desperately in love with you. Nothing is ever going to change that. There is nothing you could do or say that could make me stop loving you, so it would be a lot easier if you stopped trying to push me away. I don't need you to lay bare every detail. I'm not pushing you for that. But if you can't lean on me for support, then what are we doing? Why are we getting married? Because even the pieces of me that know I'm in no shape to love you can't stop loving you. I don't exist without you. You're in every fucking beat of my heart. You are my first thought when I open my eyes. You were my last thought as we crashed. I almost ruined you. I could still ruin you. Her eyes didn't leave mine. They were open, honest, and bluer than the Colorado sky above us. I made my choice years ago. I know all of this was a possibility, and I chose you. I still choose every part of you, every day. And when you realize that those parts of me might be too broken to fix, she smiled, so beautiful and accepting. Then I'll fall in love with the broken pieces. You just have to trust me. Okay. My throat closed, emotion welling in my chest so powerfully that I was afraid of exploding from the pressure. I closed my arms around her as she tucked her head under my chin. Holding her was so easy when the world around us got too complicated. Everything else slipped away until I was left with the simple, incorruptible truth that I would always love December Howard. I just prayed my love wouldn't destroy her. The next morning, I had coffee waiting when she stumbled out of the bedroom, her hair a riotous mess that made me want to take her right back to bed. But we weren't doing that. Not yet. She'd accused me of sexing out of conversations, and she'd been right. And maybe last night we'd both been too raw to really talk, too emotionally exhausted to do more than curl around each other and sleep. But today I was coming out with all guns blazing. "Good morning, sleepyhead," I said, passing her a fresh cup of coffee, already creamed and sugared. She mumbled, sipping at the cup. "Sleep okay?" She looked over the cup at me. "Yeah, you only woke up once, right?" "Don't lie. Lay it bare." "Once that you woke for. I got up again around 3 a.m., but fell right back to sleep." "Are the nightmares getting worse?" She hopped onto the counter and déjà vu hit me. It was the same exact place I'd kissed her for the first time. "No, they're actually less frequent, less violent. If they weren't, I'd be worried." I leaned back against the counter, keeping a respectable distance between us, or I'd have those pajama pants around her ankles in 2 seconds. "Good. That's good." "I want to take you somewhere." She gave me a wan smile. "Last time that didn't work out too well for you." "Yeah, well, no bike here, just us." "Can I shower first?" The image of water dripping down her tight little body took over every brain cell. "Josh?" I blinked. "Yeah, shower. All good." A week without touching December, and I was ready to combust. How the hell had I survived 3 months of deployment? She hadn't been standing in front of you. I waited 45 minutes while she showered, dried her hair, and dressed. I didn't go after her, touch her, hell, even so much as peek. It was an incredibly long 45 minutes. "Ready," she said, coming from the hallway in a baby blue sundress. Her hair was up in some kind of messy knot, with soft tendrils that caressed her cheeks. I clenched the arm of the couch to keep from sending my hands up her skirt. If sex had been my drug of choice, I was sure as hell going through withdrawals. "You look edible," I said, getting to my feet. "As do you," she said with a smile, gesturing to my khaki shorts and short-sleeve button-down. Luckily, it was green, so we weren't too matchy-matchy. "Shall we?" I offered my hand, and she took it. A 10-minute drive in my rental car, and we pulled up to the ski lifts in Breckenridge. "What are we doing?" I simply smiled and held open her door. "Trust me." She arched her eyebrow, knowing full well that I'd just used her own words against her. We walked, hand in hand, to the gondola station, waited our turn, and after I slipped the attendant a 50, had a private ride to Peak 8. "This is beautiful," she said, her nose pressed against the glass as we took to the sky over Breckenridge. "Yeah, it is," I said softly. She smiled at me over her shoulder. "I love it here." "Me too. This whole town makes me think of possibilities. Reminds me that the things you want most, sometimes you can actually have." She turned to me and curled up on the seat just under my arm. "Like us." "Like us," I said, then kissed her lightly, lingering just a moment to savor the way her soft lips clung to mine. "I miss you when you're gone." "You're never far from my thoughts. I keep a picture of you on my kneeboard, which currently is spattered with my blood." "Really?" Her eyes lit up. Had I never told her? Never let her know that she was with me on every mission? When we go into a situation where the landing zone isn't clear, where it's hot, there's a moment when we all make sure that we're in. Everyone agrees, and then we go to extract the wounded. Because you know what could happen. She didn't flinch, just spoke as a matter of fact, and it gave me the courage to keep going. "Yes. I always say yes." "I would expect nothing less of you." "Maybe if it means I don't come home to you." She took a deep breath and then laid her legs across mine. "I have faith that you'll come home. It's all that gets me through each day that you're gone. I can't live thinking you won't. That kind of fear is paralyzing, crippling. So I choose to believe that every choice you make will bring you home to me and save others." I always look at your picture before I say yes. I know what I'm choosing in that moment. The possibility of you holding a folded flag, and I do it anyway. I chose to go after Jagger, and I could have left you holding a folded flag. I chose the possibility of saving him over the certainty of coming home to you. How can you love someone who doesn't choose you? How could I not love someone who risks his own life to save others? Josh, you didn't choose Jagger over me. I wasn't lying wounded and bleeding on the ground in Afghanistan. I was hanging out with Paisley in our home. I was never in danger. Stop blaming yourself. You made the right choice. I know the debt you feel you have to pay. I see the war raging just under your skin. What else do you see? Besides the man I love? Yes. She sat up enough to look at me comfortably. I see the struggle, the way you watch the news, the look you get when you're trolling the internet for what's happening over there. Mostly, she searched my eyes for a long moment and let out a stuttered breath. Mostly I see the moments when you're not here. Your body is here, but your mind, it's there. And those moments scare me the most because I'm terrified that I won't ever truly have you home again. Not 100%. Does that make sense? More than you know. I grazed my thumb over the diamond on her hand as we passed through the first station on our way up. Do you want to know the ugliest truth? Yes, I want everything. She forced a half smile. And maybe if you tell me the worst, the rest will be easier. I feel like I left pieces of myself there, and I don't just mean the physical ones. I looped my arm over her thighs, resting my palm on her bare skin, trying to ground myself in her warmth, her light. Our unit is still there, filling in the gaps for me. Trevette, Carter. I'm not sure I'll really be myself until they're all home, everyone we left there. I feel like I'm split between home and Afghanistan, like I don't really belong here. Okay. she said in simple acceptance that meant more than she could ever know. And when I'm with you, that all fades away. You ground me in a different reality, where there's just you and me. I haven't used alcohol or drugs because I've used you. I knew that, she whispered. It's never bothered me. It only got under my skin when you wouldn't talk to me, like sleeping with me would answer all my questions, explain everything I needed to know. Sometimes it felt like you were distracting me from asking. That I despised. No, I was distracting myself. Answering your questions meant examining them because I've never been able to hold back with you. It's always been full measures or nothing. No halfway bullshit. She ran her fingers through my hair and I groaned when she scratched her nails lightly over my scalp. God, it felt so damn good. I've always loved that about us. We're all in, always. Yes. But that's not ugly. Nothing you've told me is ugly. My stomach dropped, and we passed through the station en route to Peak 8. I looked up to the green mountains, their beauty overwhelming, their sheer size distorted because we were too close to accurately gauge their mass. Even knowing everything we have, this incredible love that we share, our beautiful life that we're building, I shook my head and looked down at her knees. Josh, she tipped my chin. I'm here, no matter what you're about to say. Having done that mission, medevaced the wounded, Ember, I've found my purpose. I'll always go when they call. How many deployments can you wait through? How many times can I leave you? Fear streaked through her eyes, but she masked it before I could question her. As many as it takes. I would rather sit home and wait for you than spend a lifetime with anyone else. By the time the next deployment comes along, you'll be healed, and I'll be stronger. That's not the life you wanted. We said I'd get out after my contract, remember? She nodded. Yeah, I know. And I still want that. And this is the life I wanted because I have you. Everything else will fall in place. The gondola stopped, and I helped Ember to her feet. We came out at the base of Peak 8, and I walked us toward the superlift. Okay, now you have me confused, she said, her hand tightly in mine. Everything there is to do is over there. She pointed toward the alpine slide. Oh, you think I'd sign up to hurl myself down a mountain with nothing but a sled and a tube slide? She scoffed. Yeah, it's probably not nearly enough of a rush for you. You wound me. I slapped my hand over my chest as we made our way to the base of the superlift. Mr. Walker? The attendant asked. That's me. Well, us, I said, gesturing to a very confused Ember. Miss Patrick's will meet you at the top. Thank you, I told him as we sat in the middle of the 4-person lift chair. It accelerated at the very edge of the platform and we were airborne, our feet kicking without ground beneath us. Oh my God, Ember muttered, trying to tuck her dress under her thighs. I laughed. No one can see you, babe. Let it fly free. No way in hell, she muttered. There's got to be cameras. Then they can catch this. I captured her face and turned it toward mine, then kissed the breath out of her. She melted into me, her dress long forgotten. I kept the kiss slow, lazy, savoring every gasp from her lips, every time her breath stuttered. There was no distraction here, no phone ringing, no one in the background. The absolute quiet was perfection. She giggled when my hand grazed her thigh. One-track mind? When it comes to you, always. The lift reached the top of the hill and slowed. I helped her dismount and swung her into my arms when she tripped. She looped her arms around my neck and I couldn't ever remember feeling as happy as I did in that moment, carrying the woman I loved. We made our way through the longer strands of grass, the tiny wildflowers that dotted the terrain, until we reached a large wooden platform. Are you going to put me down? She asked. Nope, I answered, climbing the few steps it took to come out onto the stage-like surface. There's room for about 70 people up here. At least that's what they're telling me. Oh? She asked, not really looking at the platform, her eyes focused on the view. Josh, it's gorgeous. The mountains rose before us in stark contrast to the blue of the sky. They were covered in green to the tree line, the town of Breckenridge appearing tiny beneath us. It's perfect. I've never seen a more beautiful view. I set her down, her little sandals plunking against the wood, and then I stood opposite her, taking her hands in mine. I think this view is as good as my life will get. Except maybe in about a year, this is perfect. Perfect for what? She asked, tilting her head. For marrying me? I watched closely as her eyes widened and her lips parted. Her gaze swept over the platform behind us to the view in front of us and then back to my eyes. We can get married here? We can. They don't have an opening until early next summer, so we'd have to wait until June and pray there's no snow, but yeah. You said a mountaintop in Colorado, and I thought, what better place than where this all started, for us? Breckenridge. We can have the ceremony up here, and the reception in the lodge, which I've been told is very sought after. Repeatedly. We can ride the chairlift? Her eyes lit up and I wanted a fist pump, to shout to the world that I was this woman's man. We can, dress and all. She laughed, her smile wide and bright, clear of the shadows that had dragged us both down lately. Mr. Walker, a woman asked, walking over to us with a clipboard. I'm Mrs. Patrick's, the wedding coordinator. What do you two think? Is it what you're looking for? Well, Miss Howard, what do you say? I lifted her hand and kissed her palm. She spun, taking everything in one last time while she deliberated. Then she turned back to me, radiating happiness from every line in her body. I think it's absolutely perfect. Yes! I shouted, scooping her into my arms and lifting her above my head. She braced her hands on my shoulders, and her laugh healed another broken line in me, stitched it together with love and the promise of our future. I slowly lowered her until I could kiss her, and then I didn't give a hot damn if the wedding coordinator was there or not. She tasted like summer and felt like home. We broke apart and I turned to the open Colorado sky and shouted at the top of my lungs, I'm marrying December Howard! She laughed, and damned if it didn't put a little more life into my soul. Louder, babe, I don't think they heard you in Kansas. I took a deeper breath and yelled even louder. Pretty certain the whole world got the message that time.
Chapter 29. Ember. The next month passed in what was my idea of working perfection. We talked, laid everything bare, and accepted each other's fears, doubts, ugly little truths. The nightmares were down to a couple of times a week, and he managed to sit through an entire movie at the theater without leaving because of the crowds. But no matter how much progress we made, I still saw the moments where he wasn't with me. That vacant look came over his face, his eyes focused in the distance, and I knew he was there. The scars faded to a light pink. His air cast came off after 1 week longer than he'd originally been told, and he'd even admitted that he'd screwed up by taking it off for the race. He was getting stronger in physical therapy and, 2.5 months after the crash, had almost full mobility. I took my GREs and was waiting on my scores, waiting to decide if I was really going to Ephesus in a few weeks. I still leaned toward no. After all, we were finally in a great place after surviving a shitstorm, and these last couple of months had been the longest we'd ever lived together. I wasn't exactly in a rush to run off to Turkey, not when it could jeopardize what we'd worked so hard for. But we talked, we loved, we touched. We did easy, simple things like cooking dinner. We lived. We planned our wedding, which may end up being the single biggest reason we'd never divorce. Hell, if I was ever going to go through this crap again. Ugh, who seriously needs that much time to book out? I groaned, nearly throwing my iPad onto the couch as Josh did shirtless push-ups on the living room floor. Good God, that man was a marvel of creation. Who now? Photographer. We need to find a different one. If we want the one that's recommended on the wedding site, he needs 10 months. Well, we're at 10 months. He spoke between reps, just breathless enough to make me want to slide under his body, sweat and all. And he's like, $2,000. He paused. Damn. For a deposit. He hit the floor. Okay, well, I don't plan on getting married more than once, so give the man what he wants and book him. Between this and the reception, yeah, well, I married a girl with good taste. It will be fine. Mom offered. No, he answered, coming to his feet. He stretched his arms above his head, the lines of his abs rippling, and I damn near fell off the couch. Your mom is still paying for April's school and supporting Gus. The answer is no. Maybe I should think twice about grad school, I muttered. The money Dad left me for college is dwindling. You'll get a scholarship. I'm not stressed. He headed for our kitchen, grabbing water from the fridge. And if you don't, we'll pay for it. He came over, kissed my forehead, and walked toward the stairs. Even the man's back was sexy. Want some company in the shower? That's something I could most definitely agree to. There was a knock at the door. Crap. I hopped up and checked the window. Paisley's here, with awful timing. Well, have fun, and don't forget we have that barbecue tonight. He disappeared up the stairs. Hey, I said, opening the door. Mornin', she answered, a small gift bag in her hand. Her eyes were slightly puffy, and her smile forced. Why don't you come in? She nodded, just for a second. I shut the door behind her and turned to see her pacing my living room. Is everything okay? Jagger? The baby? She paused, startled. Oh, yes, they're okay. Paisley ran her hand over her belly, like she could actually caress their son. Everyone is fine. I just got a box from Will's mom. I'd taken all his things down to Alabama for her to sort through, but I must have missed this. She handed over the bag. It's for Josh. I took it by the handle, its weight far heavier than the ounces it felt. Oh, I don't know what's on it, the USB drive, but mine was a video. My heart sank. The videos I'd seen of my father since he died were such a double-edged sword. Oh, Paisley. She shook her head quickly and blinked back tears. No, it was good. Good to see him. I watched it before Jagger got up. She whispered the last. Why? I didn't want him to see me cry. I'm better most days, really I am. And I don't want him to think that my tears mean I love him less. I miss Will. Even after we broke up, and he was such an ass. She laughed. He's always been a part of my life, and that hole he left, that's not something that can be filled, you know? My fingers tightened on the small paper handles of the bag. Yeah, I understand that perfectly. Her lips quirked upward. It's funny how they're the ones that die, but we're the ones who are changed. Irrevocably. A look passed between us, just as it had the first time we met, and understood each other on a level not many people could. We on for Sunday night dinner? Always, I replied. I'd better get back before he tries walking on his own again. 2 months in those casts did a number on him, but he'll get it back. Well, if he starts growling, you're welcome to hide out here and throw food through the window so he's fed. She laughed and hugged me before she left. As soon as the door shut, I took out my laptop and set it up on the coffee table, then put the bag next to it. Josh jogged down the stairs a few minutes later in multicam pants and a t-shirt. What did Paisley need? I can hop over before I go to my appointment. No, she's good, but she brought you something. I picked up the bag. It's from Will. He paused mid-step, then took a breath and walked over to me, gently taking the bag from my hand. He brought out the USB drive first and raised his eyebrows at me. Paisley said it was a video. Do you want to see it? Yeah, he said quietly, and sat next to me on the couch as I booted it up on my computer. Ready? I asked, my finger on the mouse pad. He nodded, and I tapped the play button. Will's face illuminated the screen, and I sucked in my breath. He looks so alive, Josh answered. I took his hand as Will sat in front of the camera and gave us an awkward wave from his old apartment. Hey, so I guess I should start with, if you're watching this, Then things didn't go the way I planned, which definitely, well, sucks. I hope that I went doing something meaningful. And if not, well, let's just pretend I did, okay? He smiled, and my chest tightened like a vice on my heart. But listen, there's something I want you to have. Josh pulled a ring box out of the bag. Oh, shit, he whispered, and then popped the case open. Will's West Point ring stared back at him, and tears instantly welled in my eyes. I know you called me a ring knocker on more than one occasion. You were, Josh muttered. And I was, Will agreed as if he could hear Josh. There was this one time we were on the flight line, remember? When you told me that I knew nothing about loyalty, that I wouldn't last a day in a real platoon. Josh finished in time with Will, then hung his head. Stop kicking yourself, because you were right. I wouldn't have, not back then. But all those times we were studying, when you were catching up on my notes in the advanced course, I don't think you realized that you were really the one teaching me. Will sighed. Once I knew what you'd been through on your first deployment, I watched you. Watched how you took on the world like you'd never been scarred by it. I watched how you loved Ember, how you're protecting her even right now while you're in Afghanistan and I'm just getting home from fixing her disposal. I whimpered, my hand flying to cover my mouth. I'd seen him right before he filmed this. He'd stood in my kitchen, helping me, talking to me, and died a few short weeks later. The unfairness of it was devastating. Being around you taught me the value of friendship, and I know you guys didn't want to let me into your little club, but you did, and I'm thankful. I learned more about loyalty in the last 2 years from being with you guys than I did in 4 years at the academy. He paused and took a deep breath. Okay, so tell Ember to take care of Paisley. I know that's Jagger's job, but I also know that what we do means we're not around as often as we'd like to be. And you should probably marry her, because I'm telling you that you're not going to find a better woman. My teeth sank into my lower lip as tears spilled down my cheeks. So, I guess, thank you for teaching me the things I needed to learn. Thank you for being an asshole and showing me my own assholishness, I guess. You've taught me perseverance and brotherhood, and from the reports we're getting back here of those missions you're flying over there, the rescues you're making, well, I have a lot more to learn from you once I get there. Maybe I can talk you into going soar with me. He grinned. But just in case, live well. Love hard. Try to follow a goddamn rule every once in a while, just to throw people for a loop. Okay? He stood, and I wanted to yell at him not to turn off the video, just to give us another second. But he reached for the camera, and paused, coming back into eyesight. For the record, I should have moved that fucking polar bear with you. Bye, brother. A click later, and the screen was black. Josh snapped the ring box shut and dropped his head over his hands, sucking in long, deep breaths. I killed him. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders and leaned into his arm. You gave him what he desperately needed, friends, a family. Everything else was out of your hands. Logically, I know that, but I close my eyes and see his face above me, taking those shots. I'm so sorry. I pressed a kiss into the fabric of his shirt. Me too, he said quietly. His lips brushed my forehead. Then he stood. I'll be back after my appointment, okay? He was gone a few moments later, and I pressed play again, pausing when Will grinned. I wanted to remember him just like that. It mattered, Will, I told him. Your death, it mattered. It will always matter to me. I was going to fucking kill him. Dead, 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 I muttered as I stood in the garage doorway. What the hell had he been thinking? Jagger whistled low, leaning against the doorframe, crutches braced under his arms and giant boots on his lower legs. "So this is how death by fiancé begins." "Shut up," I snapped. "And are you even supposed to be walking around?" "It's part of my physical therapy," he flat out lied. "Seriously, I'm cleared for weight-bearing casts." "Paisley's going to kill you if you overdo it. What she doesn't know isn't going to hurt her." His eyes shifted to the Ducati. "Well, I sure as hell knew about the motorcycle now. I can't believe he did this." Jagger sucked his breath in through his teeth and shook his head. "You know, Josh is my best friend. But on this? Yeah, I've got nothing." "Speak of the devil," I muttered, as Josh pulled into the driveway behind me. He hopped out of the Jeep, the doors long since removed in the hot weather. "Hey, babe." He walked over and kissed my neck. "Oh, she made it. Damn, I thought she was being delivered tomorrow." "Yeah, well, I hope that bike looks good wearing an engagement ring." Jagger laughed and left us, walking with tiny, excruciating steps back to his own house. "What?" Josh asked. "Do you need me to carry you, old man? It's going to be hard for you to walk once she kicks you in the balls, man." He flipped Josh the bird and kept going. "Why would you do that?" Josh asked, but then caught the look of hell in my eyes. "Whoa. You brought that fucking Ducati here?" I spat the words at him. His mouth opened and closed a few times. "My mom said it couldn't stay there." "So you thought it should come here?" And invade my sanity? Next to Josh's Harley, it looked like the brother no one in the family wanted to talk about, because he was still in jail and somehow knocking up nuns. "Bad idea?" he asked honestly. "Only if you wanted to ever have sex again, because your fiancé is still hugely pissed about the death machine in her garage." We stood there, side by side in relative silence for a moment, while he digested the news that his pretty little baby wasn't welcome, because it's the spawn of Satan. "Okay, well, I love that bike, so we're going to have to come to a compromise. I swear on my life that I will never race it again." I side-eyed him. "A compromise like it not being here?" He cringed. "Like a storage unit nearby?" His tone was pleading. I wanted to kick the damn thing over, but that was about as mature a move as the one I'd pulled running away from him in Arizona. "How about we go to this barbecue and we'll talk about it later, after I find an appropriate junkyard?" His entire posture relaxed. "Thank God. I mean, yes, that sounds like a plan." "Nice. Go get changed. I'll meet you in the car." The barbecue was in full swing by the time we made it to the Trivets' house on the outskirts of Clarksville. It was a beautiful 2-story with a wraparound porch and a giant backyard that was currently full of families. "Walker," Rizzo called out, waving us over. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Josh asked, taking the offered beer. I declined, since someone would have to drive home so we could fight over the silver speedster in our garage. Rizzo lifted his hand, squeezing his fingers. "I'm healed up. Got the all clear and everything. How about you?" Josh lifted the leg of his cargo shorts to expose the long pink scar. "Good to go. I actually got my upslip today." My stomach hit the floor. "You did?" "Yeah," he said with a huge grin. "I'm ready to get back up there. I meant to tell you, but we got distracted." That's a word for it. I shouldn't be worried, right? He needed to get back in the seat for his own well-being. Besides, it wasn't like people were going to shoot at him on Fort Campbell. This was for the best. Then why does it hurt like a bitch? Was I ever going to be able to watch him fly again without remembering the notification? Will's funeral? The scars on his body? "What about you, Mrs. Walker?" Rizzo asked, checking out my ring. I snapped out of my thoughts. "Oh, well, that's not until next year. I'm still Miss Howard." "Well, then how are you, Miss Howard?" "I'm still a work in progress, but I'll let you know." He gave me a knowing nod. "I like a truthful woman." Josh pulled me under his arm. "Well, this one is mine, so find your own." He laughed. "Hey, you know my policy on that one." "Gentlemen, I'm so glad I found you." A deep voice came from behind us. We turned to see Major Trivet walking toward us, his cute 5-year-old daughter on his hip. She had her father's blonde hair and solemn eyes. Way too solemn for a 5-year-old. "Can I steal a few minutes?" "I can take her," I offered. "No, you should stay. Abigail, why don't you run and play with your friends?" he said, lowering her gently to the ground with a kiss. She gave him a small nod and raced off, her sundress bouncing as she ran for the swing set. Major Trivett turned back to us. "I'm sorry I haven't had the chance to check on you guys. I meant to so many times, but just..." He sighed. "Alice would never forgive me for that oversight. Sir, you've been otherwise occupied, and we would never expect that of you," Josh interjected. "Well, nonetheless. How are you?" "We're both cleared for duty, sir," Rizzo answered. Hearing Rizzo say it felt like someone cocked a loaded shotgun and pointed it at my heart. "Good. That's good." He looked to Josh. "She liked you. She said that you showed a great deal of promise. Courageous. I believe that was the word she used." Josh paled. Rash, impetuous, foolish. I think those words might better suit. Major Trivett's eyes narrowed. "You still blame yourself?" "Well, sir, that falls squarely on my shoulders. You've read the report." Josh tensed, and I wanted to reach out and hold him, to assure him again that it wasn't his fault. I just wished I knew how many times I'd have to say it before he believed me. "Yes, she gave the order to fly into that valley, because it was my best friend." "No," Major Trivett snapped. "Don't you dare take that from her. She would have made the call for any soldier. She was the pilot in command, not you, Walker. She knew what was at stake, and she chose to take her crew into battle. She chose to medevac those pilots. I miss her every time I take a breath. But I'm also incredibly proud of her. You can't take that away by acting like she was guilted into going in. You and I both know Alice didn't do a damn thing she didn't want to." Josh picked up the label on his beer. "I am so sorry we lost her," he said once he looked up. Major Trivett reached across us and clasped Josh on the shoulder. "I am too, God knows it. But she'd be proud of how she died. She'd be prouder that you two carried on and saved that other pilot, and I can tell you that she lived for the mission. She'd be the first in the saddle and back on the front line. Don't ever think anything less. She died the way she lived, and it was her honor, not your fault. There's a difference." Josh nodded, his jaw working. He was tightly strung, clinging to the strands of his control with slipping fingers. I added my hand to his, offering a quiet support that he took with a gentle squeeze. "She was a hell of a woman, sir." He looked over to where his children played. "She was." We left the barbecue early, both more than a little raw from the day's events. As Josh sat in our living room that night, turning Will's ring over in his hand, I couldn't help but wonder if we'd just paved the way for closure, or ripped the scabs off anew. One thing I'd learned about grief: it was almost impossible to tell the difference between the two. They both hurt like hell.
Chapter 30. Josh. "Are you certain you want to do this?" Captain Brown asked me from behind his desk. The gravity of my decision made it hard to breathe, to force out the words that I knew needed to be spoken. It wasn't a question of what I wanted. It was a matter of what was right, of what Will would do, what Captain Trivett would do. A matter of being the kind of man Ember deserved, even if she'd hate me for this. "Are you certain there's not another date?" He grimaced. "I am. This is the last one." "Damn it. Then yes, I am." "And you've thought this through?" "Every day since I realized it was a possibility, sir." He fumbled through my file. "You've been cleared medically. Flights have been good. Psych released you." "As long as I keep Dr. Anderson's deal." "Yes." He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the glass topper of his desk. "I'm not going to pretend to know what it was you went through over there, or what kind of mark that leaves on you, but I'd be a shit commander if I didn't ask you one more time. So, are you absolutely certain this is what you want?" Ember's face flashed through my mind. She'd understand. She had to. And if she doesn't, fuck. At least she'd be better off. She deserved to love a whole man, and if I didn't do this, I wouldn't be, ever. I'm sure. He nodded and signed the top paper. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. If you change your mind, Walker, just call me. I stood. My heart tore, suddenly at odds with what I'd been contemplating the last 2 weeks. Stop. Thank you, sir. For the record, I think what you're doing is incredible. It's nothing more than what any other soldier would do, sir. Before he could say anything else about how damn brave or selfless he thought I was, I got the hell out of his office. It was the last thing I wanted to hear, and it sure as hell wasn't true. You tell her yet? Rizzo asked, standing in the hallway as I closed Captain Brown's door. No? He whistled low. Yeah, I know. She's had a ton on her plate, deciding about going on this dig next week. I've even caught her trying to get out of it, and I'll be damned if I let that happen. You can't tell me this is about her going on a dig. I shook my head. No, it's about us both doing what we need to. Ember and I have always been amazing together, but it's because we're both strong enough to stand on our own when we need to. It's a hell of a foundation. Pretty harsh timeline, though, he muttered as we walked into the sunlight. Yeah, well, we had no control over that either. Rizzo laughed. Yeah, let me know when the U.S. Army starts asking when things are convenient for us. Maybe it's when we stop making things so much harder on ourselves. Yeah, like you dropping a sore packet? My steps faltered. It's just a thought. One discussion with one of their recruiters. Yeah, well, thoughts become actions. For what it's worth, you're exactly the kind of pilot they're looking for. Still just a thought. We said goodbye in the parking lot and I drove home, stopping along the way to pick up the last of the things on my list. It had been 2 weeks since I'd been cleared to fly, and they'd gotten me up nearly every day. The first time had been the worst, but I hadn't panicked. I'd pushed past it just like the pain. Maybe I'd vomited once we landed, but I'd gotten through it. I was back at it the next day. I focused all of myself on the controls, the flight, the technical aspects of flying, and did my best to forget that I'd almost been killed in that crash. Not so easy, yet I found that if I compartmentalized, it worked out. I wasn't going to let a little fear fuck over the soldiers who needed help. If they were bleeding, dying on the ground, I could risk bleeding, dying in the air. It was only right. But driving home now, knowing what was about to happen, God, dying and bleeding sounded preferable. That smells so good, Ember said as she walked into the house a few hours later. Don't give me the credit, I cheated. I waved the 2 bags from the local Italian restaurant and savored her laugh. Takeout was all I'd had time to do, considering how I'd spent the hours after telling Brown my decision. She dropped her bag and walked over to me in the kitchen, her legs 3 miles long in those shorts. Hiya, babe. She grinned and looped her arms around my neck. Hey, yourself. I wrapped my arms around her waist and tried to take in everything about her in that moment. Ember's hair trailed down her back, brushing my arms, the shorter layers framing her lightly freckled cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, drawing me in like always. Her mouth, those perfect lips, formed a contagious smile. She felt like a piece of heaven in my arms, the realization of every dream I'd been too scared to even think possible, and she was mine. For now. What? She asked, her trouble radar working perfectly. I just really love you. I swept my hands down her back to her tiny waist. There's nothing about you that I don't love. I love you too, she promised, but the suspicion was still there. I kissed her, melding our mouths together in the sweetest way possible, taking my time. She leaned into me, her grip tightening on my neck as she kissed me back. I let her go just as her breath hitched, memorizing the sound. She pulled back, corking her head to the side. Okay, I know something's off. What is it? Tell me how your day was first. I dished food onto our plates, my appetite suddenly gone. She grabbed a bottle of wine from the fridge. Whoa, that bad? Ha, she said, no amusement in her tone. I told Luke I couldn't go on the dig. I nearly dropped the damn plate. You what? She avoided my eyes, instead concentrating on opening the bottle. I told him it just wasn't the right time. My stomach churned, and it took every ounce of self-control in my body to keep my voice level. No, Not for me, not because of me. What did he say? She popped the cork. That I was making a mistake and he'd hold off until tomorrow to tell Dr. Trimble so I could change my mind overnight. Overnight? You can fix this. You need to go. She poured the wine into 2 glasses. Seriously, we're not having this conversation again. This isn't the time. You're still healing. I'm fine. I lied. Her eyes flew toward mine, widening. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm fine, I said softer. I need you to stop assuming that I'm not. I've flown. I sleep. I eat. The nightmares have stopped. I need you to know that I'm okay. I do know, she replied in a near whisper. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I need you to go. She flinched. Why? Because I need to know that I didn't cost you the future you've worked your ass off for. I can't let your dreams get crushed under mine. Now, more than ever. Her eyes narrowed, her head tilting slightly. Josh, what are you talking about? What did you do? I carried our plates past her to the table, setting them in our places. Let's have dinner, then we'll talk. Let's talk now. December. What is it? She pushed. Why especially now? I hated everything about this, the way her voice pitched higher with worry, the frantic darting of her eyes as if she could find something different about me. I just think you might get pretty pissed at me soon. Pissed enough to run, like you should. Was I really about to do this to her? She'd been through so much, and I just kept heaping it on. She didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve her. Did you bring that bike back? Is the Ducati in there? She stormed past me. Ember, no, I called, but she'd already thrown open the garage door. I leaned over the kitchen counter, my hands gripping the granite so hard I was surprised I didn't bleed. I swear, Josh, if you took that thing out of storage again, She halted mid-sentence, and in that exact moment, I hated myself. I hated the life I'd chosen, the risks I took, the bags that she'd just found packed in our garage. I hated myself for loving her, for going after her in the first place, for putting her through this. Again. Why are your duffels packed? She asked so quietly I barely heard her. I pulled air through my lungs, forcing my heart to beat. Because I'm leaving. She stood across from me, the island separating us, her stare burning a hole through my very soul. Where are you going? I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could block it all out. Skip this, make everything perfect. But nothing was perfect in the world we lived in. It was all broken puzzle pieces slammed together, the edges jagged and tearing while we pretended it clicked, pretended that if we loved each other enough, the rest would fall in line. You know where. You're going to have to say it. I sucked in a breath and looked up. My resolve nearly cracked there, with her eyes begging me not to confirm her worst fears. December. Say it. Afghanistan. Her whimper damn near broke me. She looked away, her face showing so many emotions at once that I wasn't sure even she knew how she felt. God, we were twin souls in that. When? Please don't hate me. Josh, when? She snapped. Tomorrow. Her head whipped toward me, her every muscle going rigid. What? You're going to have to say that again because I think you just told me that, 1, you're going back to war, and 2, you're leaving tomorrow. Yes. She shook her head. That's just not possible. I refuse to believe that's possible. I wasn't officially cleared to deploy until this morning. Tomorrow is the last flight out to bring personnel. We only have 2.5 months left in the rotation. Any later and there's really no point in going. Then don't fucking go! She slammed her hands onto the counter and I cringed. I have to. Were you ordered? Because I can't believe that someone would order you to go back this soon after you almost died in that crash. Here it was. The line I knew she'd never understand me crossing. The wedge I wasn't sure she could get past, or if she even should. This would be her reason to walk away. But she'd go to Turkey. She'd live her dream. I volunteered. Rizzo and I both did. You volunteered. She drew out each syllable, looking for meaning I knew she couldn't find. They're short on pilots. It's the Army, they're never short on pilots. They can take them from whatever other unit has them. Don't use that bullshit excuse on me. You're going because you want to go. That's not it. I stepped toward her, and she skirted around the island, keeping it between us. You've seen it. The times I'm not here. It's because parts of me are still there, Ember. My guys are there, my unit. What the hell kind of man heals up and then stays behind while his unit is at war? The kind who lives. The kind who doesn't promise his fiancée a wedding she might not get to have because he'll die this time around. She choked on the last few words. I wanted to tell her that I wouldn't die, that her worry was unfounded, dramatic even. But how the hell could I do that when I knew what she said was the truth? When part of me felt like coming full circle would end with her holding my flag. Would you want that man? The one who knows he's capable of helping, of being where he's needed, but does nothing? Who stays at home while others die in his place? Her chest heaved as her head hung low. Finally, she looked up at me. When it comes to you, to how much I love you, Josh, I have no morals, no honor. I would lie, cheat, murder, steal, dishonor everything I hold dear if it meant spending my life with you. No measure of duty or God or country could ever make up for losing you. I can't sit home while others risk their lives. This is the right thing to do, and you and I both know that what's right and what's easy are never the same thing. We've always chosen the hard road, but, baby, we've always come out on top. Until we don't. You're playing Russian roulette every time you go, putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger. You've nearly died twice. Lightning has struck you twice. What the hell happens when you go and this time you don't come back? Words failed me. I don't know. I don't know either. But this... How could you just spring this on me? How long have you known it was a possibility? At the barbecue, Major Trevette said something that triggered me about how Alice would have been the first back on the line, and I knew he was right. And that was the honorable thing to do. So Rizzo and I both asked the next day, and Captain Brown told us about the last flight out. But I swear I didn't know for certain I would even be capable of going until they'd gotten me back in the air. I'm current, ready for mission as of this morning. And there was no point in this process where you thought you might want to tell me. I didn't know it was a definite possibility. There was nothing to tell. Don't you dare start lying to me now. She grabbed the glass of wine on the counter and downed it like we were still in college. You made this giant decision without so much as asking my opinion. I already knew what it would be, and if there had been time to discuss it, we would have. They cleared me and needed the manifest all within the same hour. Then go get a phone, Josh. She leaned on her elbows, resting her forehead in her hands, and let out a primal cry. How could you do this? The tears I saw hitting the granite fractured pieces of what was left of my soul and cracked my resolve. God, how could I do this to her? Leave again? After what she'd just been through? But how could she love the guy who didn't go? Because it's what we do. Do not yell. I looked past her to where Will's West Point ring box still sat on the fireplace mantel. It's what Will would have done. Yeah, well, we can't ask Will because he's dead. Because of me. Because of my choices. I have to make up for that somehow. Were you going to use that same argument with my dad? Because I'm not sure if you noticed, but he's dead too, and you had nothing to do with it. That's what happens. War kills the people we love, either in body or soul, but they're both equally devastating. So please don't stand there and talk about what they would have done because they didn't get to make the choice. You are making the choice. How many more people die if I don't go? Trevette? Will? How many more bodies should I add to my tally? She looked away. I know the timing is shit. I know I should have asked you, talked to you. But what if that had changed my mind? What if, while trying to keep your love, I became something you loathed? God, please, December, forgive me. I'm so sorry, but there was no other way. She turned her back on me, but straightened her spine. 2.5 months? That's it. Was there a possibility that she'd accept this? God knows I wouldn't have. Had it been Ember, I'd have tied her to a fucking chair to keep her safe, and I was the worst kind of hypocrite for expecting her to let me go. I could risk my life in a heartbeat, lay everything on the line, but I could never chance her life. In that regard, she was so much stronger than I could ever dream of being. Where I'd give my blood, she gambled something so much more precious, her love. And I was the ungrateful bastard taking it half the way around the world. That's 10 weeks. You typically flew 5 days a week, so that's 50 days of flying. Countless lives you could save. Yes. Countless chances for you to be killed. Her head started to shake. No, I can't. It's too soon. December. Don't do this. Fuck my life. Please don't ask that. She turned toward me, and the sight of her tear-streaked cheeks and reddened eyes destroyed another chink in my armor. Don't say goodbye again, I'm begging you. Her face twisted and she drew her lower lip between her teeth. I can survive almost anything, but not another goodbye. Not now. I wouldn't be the man you loved if I stayed. She crumpled, her shoulders sagging as sobs wrecked her. I don't care. I don't care about any of it as long as you're not dead. I know it's wrong, and I'm supposed to stand by all proud that you're such an incredible man. And you are. God, you really are. You have more integrity than anyone I've ever known. You're strong, courageous, selfless, everything an amazing officer should be. She walked around the island until we stood toe-to-toe. And maybe this makes me a wretched person, or even a coward, but Josh, I'm begging you, choose me. Choose my love over your integrity just this once. I promise I'll be ready when the next deployment comes, just not this one. This one already tried to kill you. I don't know how to hand you over to it again. She shredded my soul with her words, and I reached for her, tunneling my hands through her hair. I can't. A knock at the door interrupted us. Paisley's knock. Come in, Ember called out, wiping her tears away furiously. It could be the baby or something, she whispered, and I nodded. Hey, we were just wondering if y'all wanted to... She stopped mid-step in our living room, seeing us over the half wall. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. Jagger was feeling well enough to stand at the grill for a while and burn some burgers. But why don't we do it tomorrow night instead? Ember laughed, the sound nearly hysterical. Oh, that could prove problematic. Everything okay? She asked. Ember's eyes dropped to the swell of Paisley's stomach, and she forced a sad smile. Yeah, we're okay. Just maybe tell Jagger another time. Jagger. Shit, I had to tell him, too. Yeah, another time. And I need to steal a couple of minutes from him in the morning. Her gaze darted between us, but she nodded. Of course. You two have a lovely evening. Thank you for inviting us, Ember told her just before Paisley shut the door. The silence was deafening, as though we had expended every word we had, and now all that hung between us was the poison they'd left behind, killing us both. Ember turned to me and tucked her hair behind her ears. Okay. What? I asked. I said okay, she snapped, then squeezed her eyes shut. Her lips pursed and her hands fisted in front of her on the counter. Seeing Paisley, she shook her head and drew a choppy breath. Jagger, he'd be dead if you hadn't been there. Paisley would be raising their baby alone, and I can't imagine... I get it. Anger vibrated from every line of her body like she was at war with her words, but still got them out. My breath stuttered, and my heart split. One side elated that she understood, that I'd fallen in love with a woman so supportive that she was willing to shove her feelings aside for mine. The other part of me hated that I'd brought this incredible woman so low that she was sacrificing her very nature for what she thought was my best interest. What the fuck had I done to her? What time do you need to report in the morning? She asked, still focused on the counter in front of her. Early, I whispered, walking toward her. She nodded. Okay. Each repetition got softer until it was barely a murmur. Her hands opened and closed like she was trying to grasp something she couldn't catch, couldn't hold on to, until her fingers started to shake. December. I whispered her name like the prayer it was and took her face in my hands, overwhelmed by her, by everything she was willing to sacrifice in the name of our love. I was the ultimate selfish asshat, demanding things I had no right to. She was my everything, my reason for existence, and I was her number one source of misery. God, I love you. Don't talk about loving me in the same breath you want to say goodbye. I may understand why you're doing this, but it doesn't mean that I agree or that I'm happy about it. It doesn't change how much I love you, I promised. Love has never been the issue between us, Josh. Loving you is second nature to me. But as proud as I am that you're the kind of man to do this, to be the hero and volunteer to go back. Something rare and precious died in her eyes. I saw the change happen the moment my choice changed her. A part of me hates. Her eyes drifted shut. Hates what you're doing to me. To us. Hates me. That's what she meant. Her words reverberated in my head as if she'd shot me with them. She had every right to. She'd never wanted this life, but I'd forced my way into hers, past her defenses, her protests. My chest tightened with an unbelievable pressure, like my heart took her side and was ready to claw its way out of my chest, abandon me to be with her. Of course a part of her hated me. Hell, I hated myself. Is your hate deeper than your love? Her eyes narrowed. I hate that you made this choice without me. I hate that this is what you need, like I'm not enough to make you whole. I hate that I change everything about my life to accommodate yours because there's not a lot of room for an ours right now. I hate that the minute you walk out that door, I'll just be waiting for someone to knock on it again, and I hate how much I love you, because never in a million years could I hate you, and I almost wish I could. She didn't pause, didn't really end the argument. 1 minute she was yelling at me, and the next second she was in my arms, her fingers in my hair, her mouth pressed against mine. What the hell? She caught me completely off guard for maybe 2 seconds, but the feel of her lips was all I needed, and we were on the same page. She's using this to vent, hiding behind it just like you used to. Fuck, but I didn't care. I swept one arm under her ass and lifted her into my arms where she belonged. If I only had one last night with her before I ripped our hearts apart, I was going to make every second count, every kiss, every touch, every time she cried out my name. I was going to love her like I'd never get the chance to again.
Chapter 31. Ember. I quelled the rage rolling through my veins with a different kind of fire that burned hot enough to incinerate anything in its path. I was done thinking, crying, begging. If this was our last night, then I just wanted to feel. I'd be angry tomorrow. Josh lifted me as our mouths fed off each other in a kiss, so carnal, I thought we might combust. My back hit the refrigerator, magnets crashing to the floor. I wound my legs around his waist, locking my ankles at his back, and arched into him, craving the friction of his chest against my breasts. When I reached for the buttons on his shirt, he grasped both of my hands by the wrists and pinned them to the cool stainless steel above my head. December. My name was rough on his lips, fought for, just like every inch of this relationship. Is this what you... I cut him off mid-sentence, setting my mouth to his and rocking my hips against his. At the touch of our tongues, he groaned and stopped trying to make sense of what was happening. I want your hands on my body. Is that something you can give me? Because I'm losing in every other department. His breaths were sweet on my face, coming in erratic bursts as he focused on me, his eyes darkening. Damn, that stare was hot. Everything about him was an aphrodisiac to me, from the sensuous curve of his lips to the incredible way he smelled, like he'd been dipped in pheromones specifically designed to get me wet. What's the verdict? I asked. Like there was ever a question, he answered, his gaze dropping to my lips a second before he kissed me deeply. He let go of my hands, trailing his fingers down my upstretched arms until he reached my shoulders. Then he tilted my head and assaulted my neck with his lips, teeth, and tongue. White-hot desire drummed through me in a steady beat. He shifted his hands to under my thighs and held me tight, backing us up through the kitchen. I buried my hands in his hair, putting my entire focus into kissing him, pulling his lower lip with a gentle bite. he hissed, and I found a wall at my back, my ass sliding over something, the railing on the staircase. He devoured my mouth with small nips, slow kisses, and deep, rhythmic slides of his tongue. I was going to be a puddle on the floor if he kept it up much longer. My hands found the material of his shirt and yanked it free from where my thighs held it prisoner. He took it from there, unbuttoning the first few holes and then pulling it over his head in one smooth motion that I never tired of seeing, not when it revealed the cut lines of what lay beneath. I placed my hand over the tattoo above his heart, the one he'd gotten for me, fire and ice. "You're incredible. I never get tired of touching you." A cocky grin appeared on his face. Feelings mutual. He took my mouth again and finished carrying me up the stairs, not bothering to shut our bedroom door behind him. I landed in the middle of our bed, and he turned on our bedside lamp. The pure want screaming from his eyes had my thighs restless as he took off my shoes. He ran his hands up my legs, pulling them apart, and rose above me, stealing my breath. Josh settled between my thighs, then stripped my top off with a fluid move. God, December, every line of you is fucking perfect. To you, I smiled as his fingers traced the lacy cups of my pink bra. For me, you're mine. Don't you dare forget it. His kiss was as hot as a branding iron, and just as effective. He made quick work of my shorts and thong, tossing them haphazardly across the room. My bra was next, leaving me naked. I leaned up on my elbows as his shorts and boxers hit the floor, and then he was as gloriously bare as I was. My core clenched, and my breath quickened as he lowered himself over me, skin against delicious skin. "Are you mine?" I asked, as he skimmed kisses over my collarbone. "In every way. You own me, December." "Except where the army does." The thought snuck into my head, and a tidal wave of anger swept over me, wiping everything else away for that second. My fingers gripped his hair as he covered my nipple with his lips, transforming the anger back into lust in a way only Josh was capable of. The mix was overwhelming, both emotions raw, passionate, all-encompassing. I pushed on his shoulder and he complied, rolling so he sat with me straddling him. I knew I only had as much control in bed as he was willing to let go, which made these moments all the sweeter. But sweet wasn't exactly what I wanted. I poured every emotion I couldn't contain into my kiss, my love, frustration, desire, and red-hot fury. He palmed my breasts as I rolled my hips against his erection, and I caught his moan in my mouth. "Baby, you're killing me." "Good," I whispered, rising up on my knees to let him slide between my folds. He sucked in his breath, resting his forehead on my collarbone, and then he had me gasping as he swirled his thumbs over my nipples. "Oh no, not yet," he said, as he ran his mouth along my jawline, the stubble from his cheek leaving a slight burn in his wake. "Josh," I begged, but he caught my hips before I could sink down over him. "Not yet," he repeated. One hand slid between us, and my hips bucked as he brushed over my clit, a shock of need radiating through my limbs to my toes and bringing a gasp to my lips. "I'll never get enough of this," he said, as his fingers slid along me, and he slipped one inside. I groaned his name, my head crashing to his shoulder as all my thoughts centered on the magic his hands created. He added another finger and pressed his palm against my clit as I rocked against him. Damn, that felt amazing. He knew exactly how fast to move, where to press, where to stroke. My body was as familiar to him as his own, and he played it expertly. "There," he whispered, as his fingers curled with each withdrawal. I whimpered, riding his hand as tension built in my muscles, needs spiraling tighter and tighter with each movement of his hands, each kiss he placed to the nape of my neck. "Josh!" His name was a plea, a prayer, a lamentation. I wanted him inside me. Now, I needed the blissful surrender I only had with him. The moments when we were both lost to the other, where nothing else could intrude. Not yet. His voice was gravelly, his breath uneven, but his hands steady as he worked me with one and led my hips with the other. Don't make me beg. Anger bled into my tone, and he heard it, lifting his face to mine. Why would you ever beg? He whispered against my lips as his fingers thrust faster, deeper. My core tightened, my moves becoming erratic, frantic. You're the one with all the power. He pressed harder on my clit and rubbed in just the right spot. Every muscle in my body locked, the tension at the point where I thought I might break. You're so close. I can feel you squeeze my fingers, so damn tight. Now, come, he ordered. God help me? I did, crying his name as he pressed where I needed him. An orgasm took me, so powerful that I saw lights behind my eyelids. He held on to me as I shuddered over him, my body rippling with the small aftershocks he brought with simple motions of his hand. We locked eyes as his fingers slipped free, dragging my wetness up my stomach until he gripped my waist. I rose to my knees until we were lined up, and then sank down without waiting, so wet that he slid in with little resistance and the perfect amount of friction. December. He hissed my name as I paused, letting my body adjust for a moment. His eyes were wild as I began to ride him, watching every nuance of his reaction to the motion of my hips, the angle and roll. I concentrated for as long as possible, until the pleasure became all-encompassing. Then I simply obeyed my body and enjoyed. It wasn't long before he flipped us with a groan, settling me under him. I almost pushed him back, but he raised one of my knees and lifted my leg over his arm so he could slide deeper. Holy shit. Josh started a pounding rhythm, pulling out slowly only to slam home so perfectly that I couldn't stop the small, keening cries that escaped. He kissed me in time with his thrusts, our breathing mingling. My hands reached for his back, my nails scoring lines down his skin, desperate to hold him, keep him closer to me. He stayed in perfect rhythm until sweat beaded on both of us, and that same tension built again within me, demanding release. Josh, I cried as I spiraled. He adjusted my leg, changed the angle so he rubbed against my clit with every thrust, and sent me straight over the edge into an orgasm even more powerful than the first. He met me a few moments later, looking at me as if I was some kind of miracle to him, and calling out my name. I would never tire of this. My hunger for him, the need that made my body sing the minute I walked into the room, only grew. I stroked his hair as our breathing slowed, our heart rates calmed, until he rolled onto his side, kissing my shoulder. Then he sat up, resting his forehead in his hands. Red, angry lines crossed his skin. Shit. Josh, you're back, I whispered. He stood, looking over his shoulder in the mirror. Well worth it. It's actually hot as hell. I'm sorry. I apologized anyway. He slid next to me, bringing me onto my side to face him. My body was limp, still vibrating with residual energy. It's not like you were trying to, he said with a little smirk. Maybe I was, I answered honestly, knowing that hadn't been all about love. There had been too much anger in me for that. He took my hands and pressed kisses to my fingers. You don't need your nails for that. One of your tears draws far more blood. The air shifted between us, everything spoken downstairs having finally caught up with us. What are we going to do? I don't know how to say goodbye to you again. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before refocusing on me. I think we have two options for right now. The first is we go downstairs and finish this talk over a dinner that is way cold by now. And the second, I asked, in no hurry to get back down to the angry discussion that wouldn't change a damn thing. He shrugged. We get in the bathtub and start this all over again. His tongue swirled over my index finger. I had no idea what tomorrow was going to bring. Would he change his mind? No. You know better than that. Would I have to take him to the hangar again? Relive that goodbye? Panic rose in my chest until it crept up my throat. Shut it down, now. If I had one night to spend with him, what would I rather do? I have been wanting to try out that tub. His grin was enough to know I'd chosen the right option. Morning light filtered in through our window. I blinked the sleep out of my eyes and reached across the sheets for Josh, but he wasn't there. Come to think, the sun was really bright. We'd been up until at least 3 a.m., barely breaking away from making love for food, and even that had been hand-fed between kisses. No wonder I was still exhausted. I rolled over, grabbing my cell from the nightstand. 9:30 a.m. Josh, I called out, then flew from the bed. What time do you have to be there? I asked again, this time louder. I threw on clothes and grabbed a pair of flip-flops, racing down the stairs as I pulled my hair into a makeshift knot. Josh? The living room was empty, and he wasn't in the kitchen either. A sick feeling settled in my stomach, and my mouth watered like I was about to vomit. He wouldn't. There was no way. The dishes had been done. The dining room table was bare but for a few papers. I raced past them and flung open the door to the garage. His bags were gone. He'd left. A buzzing sound filled my head, and the world seemed to slow as I spun, looking for any sign that I was wrong, that he might still be here. I dialed his phone number, but the voicemail picked up on the first ring. Jagger would know. I ran back into the house, through the kitchen and into the dining room, but stopped when I saw the papers again. My legs felt like they were dragging concrete as I took the last few steps. Oh God, there was an envelope with my name on it. Josh, what did you do? I cracked the seal and pulled out the lined paper with shaking hands. My December. I couldn't make you say goodbye again. This one's on me, on my own cowardice. I'm not sure I would have had the strength to leave you. You are everything that is good and right in my world, and the only woman I have ever or will ever love. You've been right about so many things, especially that it's my career that's dominating our life, our future. So go to Turkey. Live your dream. I called Luke, and he'll be waiting at the airport for you next week. Maybe we both need these next couple of months, you to prepare your future, me to heal my past. So take this time. Figure out what your life can look like if you're not limited by my career, by me. You deserve everything this world has to offer, and the chance to make a choice once you actually see that your only option isn't just the next-door neighbor you fell in love with at 20. The whole world is open to you, just as my heart always will be. Just don't forget that you own me. All my love, Josh. I stifled a sob with my fist and sank into a chair. There, underneath the letter, was a plane ticket to Turkey with the printed itinerary and underneath, our lease. But it wasn't our lease anymore. It showed that our rent had been paid through the end of this year, but it was only in my name. I glanced around the room. His things were still here. Everything but Will's ring. He hadn't moved out, but he sure as hell had made it easier to walk out if he needed to. Or maybe just easier for me if something happened to him over there. Damn you, Joshua Walker, I whispered as a new fear gripped me. He'd left, deployed, and hadn't even given me the chance to kiss him one last time, or tell him how much I loved him. But maybe that's what last night had been. Instead of a tearful mess at the hangar, he'd made love to me until we were both too exhausted to keep our eyes open any longer. Maybe that was his goodbye. A knock sounded, and I dropped the lease onto the table and sprinted for the door. I flung it open, stupidly hoping, even though I logically knew he wouldn't knock at his own house. Paisley stood in front of me, her eyebrows drawn together, biting her lower lip. "Oh, Ember." "He's gone," I whispered. She nodded. "Jagger took him about a half hour ago, while I was out. I didn't know, I swear. I would have gotten you. I can't believe he did that." "He's gone," I said again, unable to say anything else. My vision blurred, and my throat clogged until a sob tore through, hot tears spilling down my cheeks. "He's gone." Paisley caught me as I collapsed to the floor, a puddle of tears and anger. "I know," she whispered. "It's going to be okay. You're going to be okay." But it didn't feel okay. No, this was an excruciating ache that threatened to separate my heart from my body. Hell, I almost wished it would. My breaths came in heaping spurts that bordered hyperventilation, my entire being focused on the simple, unchangeable fact that he'd left, gone back to Afghanistan. I wanted to hold him, kiss him, and promise that as angry as I was, this didn't change a thing. I was his, and he was mine, just as it always would be. There wasn't any other way for us to exist. I didn't need 2 months away from him to know that he was the only future for me. Paisley's arms tightened and held me against her shoulder until I cried myself out, and my sobs quieted. "What are you going to do?" she asked, stroking my hair back from my forehead like I was a child. I thought about the lease, the house, the plane ticket. Pack.
Chapter 32. Josh. For the record, I think this may, in fact, be the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen you do, Jaggers said as I took my duffel out of the back of my Jeep. Volunteering? I clarified, as I shifted it over my shoulder painlessly. Part of me wished it hurt, wished I hadn't been cleared that this had never been an option. No, going back is the definition of badass, heroic, courageous. We're talking movie-worthy shit. I only wish I was healed enough to go with you. But sneaking out on Ember? That's bullshit. The parts of my heart that still functioned ceased for a few beats as I thought of her sleeping next to me. Her hair spilled around her like flames, her lips swollen from my kisses. She knew I didn't sneak out. She told me she couldn't do another goodbye, and she shouldn't have to. And that shit with the lease? Are you just burning your relationship to the ground or what? I swallowed, my throat tight. She deserves a choice, and I keep taking them. This, leaving, it's what I'll always do, and it's not fair to her. I love her too much to destroy her, so if over these next couple of months that we're apart, she discovers that she's... My shoulders dropped. That she's worth more than this, then it's easier. She should be home from Turkey just before I redeploy, and she has options. I fucking owe her that much. You want her to leave you. My eyes slid shut as I thought about a life without her. She deserves so much more than this. She deserves everything she's ever dreamed of, and... I took a breath to steady my next words, but it didn't help. She deserves a man who can put her first, who isn't obligated to anything else in this world besides her. Blood boiled in my veins when I thought of another man touching her, kissing her lips, holding her love. God knows I don't deserve her. I never did, and we both know I'll never be able to leave her. She's the only woman I'll ever love. You're being stupid. He leaned against the Jeep, his walking casts almost reaching the bottom of his cargo shorts, and crossed his arms. That girl loves you more than anything. She chooses you every day, and I bet if you went home right now, she'd forgive this idiot move you're making. But I can't say the same in 2 months. God, I wanted to see her, to wrap my arms around her and promise that I'd be home soon. I wanted to tell her have a good time in Turkey, to soak up every second that she could. She'd worked so hard for it. If I go back there now, she won't go to Turkey. Everything she worked for will be flushed down the drain because of me. There's zero fucking chance I'm going to let that happen. If it takes me... Losing her, agony ripped through me, making me almost physically ill. For her to have her dream, then I'm going to have to risk it. I love you like a brother, Josh, but I want to smack some sense into you. Ember will always choose you. She's proven that time and again. But you have to be an option. We'll see what happens in a couple of months. You're Josh and Ember. If you guys don't make it, there's zero hope for the human race. He pushed off the Jeep and grabbed me into a hug. Be safe. Save lives. Don't fucking die. I hugged him and let him go. Take care of her for me, and hopefully I'll see you before Minnie Bateman is here. Jagger grinned. You'd better, since you'll be the godfather. Really? Godfather. Kick ass. That's amazing. I'm kind of speechless. Just get your ass home, because something tells me you're going to have a mess to clean up. Yeah, I know it. If she's even still interested, chances are she'll realize that I'm holding her back and our futures aren't exactly compatible. Love makes everything compatible. You'll find a way, but if you're so hell-bent on this stupid fucking break... We're not on a break, I snapped. She was mine, and I was hers until she decided otherwise. No bullshit breaks. Wait, were we? Had I inadvertently implied that we were? And I'd just shoved her straight at Luke. Shit. Fuck. Damn it. I rubbed my hand over my eyes and shifted my bag. It was time to go. Right. Well, whatever. Just use this time to figure out how the hell you can compromise too, because it seems to me like Ember's the one doing the majority of the bending. Figure out where the hell you can bend too, or you just might lose her. Walker! Rizzo called from the hangar door. Gotta go, I said to Jagger. You sure you can get my Jeep home? Yeah, I'll have Private Newbie and his friend over there drive me. Take care. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. I tried to joke. You've cornered the market on stupidity for both of us, Walker. He pulled me into a hug. Godspeed, brother. Welcome back. Lieutenant Colonel Dolan greeted me as I hauled my bag into the barracks. How the hell did I get here? What the fuck am I doing? Thank you, sir, I answered. I was pretty surprised to hear you were coming. I'm healed, and we have a mission, sir. He assessed me with knowing eyes. That we do. Well, get settled, and let me know if you need anything. Thank you, sir. I lifted my bag over my shoulder and walked down the hall until I reached my room, where I knocked. Come in, I heard a voice say. The door opened to a brand new kid, straight out of flight school, who'd been on the flight before ours. I'd seen him a few times at Campbell. Can I help you? You can get the hell out of my room, I answered. The kid's eyes widened. This is mine? I've been here 2 weeks. There were only 8 months between our graduation dates at Fort Rucker, but somehow I felt older, weathered. This is my room. I got my ass blown up and now I'm back. Once you do the same, you can have it. But for now, the room on the end is empty. Now move. The kid scurried, packing up his few belongings. I packed up some stuff when I got here. It's in tough boxes in the storage locker. Thanks, I muttered. At least I knew where my shit was. 15 minutes later, he'd vacated, and I stared at the room I'd spent 3 months in. I had an instant, overwhelming need to burn it to the ground. Why not? You just fucked your entire life. After I retrieved my footlocker of stuff and unpacked, I crawled up onto my bunk and lay down. I needed to catch a couple of hours of sleep and try to get myself on the right time schedule. I stared up at the ceiling. 3 days of traveling had left me exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. I ran my hand above my head into the small opening construction had left in the wall and sighed. They were still there. I pulled out the 2 worn pictures of Ember and shone my small flashlight on them. Her smile warmed me in one, her eyes bright with love. The other, she hadn't known that I'd taken while we were in Breckenridge a year or so ago. But the wistful look on her face as she'd looked out over the mountains was too breathtaking not to capture. I'm so sorry, I told her. My thumb stroked her printed cheek, and I wished I was still close enough to really touch her, to pull us from the brink of disaster I'd brought us to undo the last 3 years and make all the right choices from the start, the ones that would protect her instead of putting her through another hell. I had nightmares that night, but they weren't about the crash or even Will's death. No, They were of the look on her face when she realized I was leaving, and my brain's prediction that she wouldn't be there when I returned. I would have rather had the other ones. My alarm went off after a shit-filled 5-hour attempt at sleep, and I climbed off the bed. I got dressed as Skype fired up, wishing there would be a certain redhead on the other end. Instead, a middle-aged psychiatrist with glasses answered. "Ah, Josh, good to see you." "Hey, Dr. Henderson." "Well, how does it feel to be back?" I glanced around at the walls, my pinned pictures of Ember, and the smell of deployment. Like I never left. My fingers traced over the map on my iPad. There were 4,500 miles between Kandahar and Ephesus. Hell, I could even drive. If I wanted to see the inside of an Iranian prison. Ember had been in Turkey for a week now. I'd checked in with Jagger, made sure she'd gotten on the plane. He'd assured me that she had and reminded me yet again that I was a fucking moron. Maybe, but she was in Turkey. That's what mattered. She was the closest she'd ever be during a deployment, but I'd never felt farther away from her. Was she set up there okay? Did she have everything she needed? I knew her internet was limited, so it wasn't like I could even really check, but the worry was a killer. Was there someone there she'd rather be with? Someone who didn't go to war or leave her alone for a year at a time. Someone who came home at 5 p.m. and didn't force her to choose between the career she wanted and the one he already had. Someone who deserved her a hell of a lot more than I did. I logged onto Facebook in a moment of supreme weakness and clicked her profile. Hell, at least it said we were still engaged. Her latest picture filled my screen. Her hair in a knot on her head, her tank top and shorts dust-covered, and her smile wider than I'd seen in way too long, glowing. She was happy in Turkey. Happier than she'd been with me since the deployment started. I flipped to the next picture and saw her standing in front of a huge ruin, another man's arm wrapped protectively around her waist, and my pulse pounded. Luke. "They're just friends. Shut the fuck up or you'll drive yourself mad," I whispered to myself, shutting off the iPad. She looked so damn ecstatic. I wanted that for her, to live her dream, that kind of happiness filling every day of her life. She'd never have that if she stayed with me. Marriage for us would have way too many days with goodbyes and tears that tasted like fear and missed holidays. Life with me meant struggling to get her PhD at one duty station, years of time we'd missed together, and burying our friends along the way. The friends I'd killed. Every tear she'd cried when Will had been killed was there because of my choice, my decision, because I'd played God and inadvertently chosen Jagger's life over his. It should have been me, but then Ember would have been alone. Where the hell was the right choice? God, she deserved that life she'd dreamed of, and I could never give it to her. But I could give her the freedom to choose it, if I could only kill my heart and give her up. The threads of my soul were pulling apart under the strain, one half wanting to give Ember the freedom she deserved, the life she deserved with someone a hell of a lot better for her than I was. But the selfish half of me was screaming to hold on to her, to the love that had carried me through, because the thought of living without her was unimaginable. But if I didn't find a way to let her go, I'd end up breaking my promise to her father and crushing her dreams under my obligations. I slipped Will's ring from its home in my pocket and rolled it between my fingers like I could somehow channel him. "You're on today too?" Rizzo asked, interrupting my thoughts as he kicked his heels up onto the table next to me in the office. "Yep," I answered, trying to shut off my brain. "Well, I guess it's only fitting. I mean, you were my last flight too." He cracked a smile and I couldn't help but give a little laugh. "Yeah, let's just keep it in the sky this time, shall we?" "Nervous?" he asked. "A little," I admitted. We'd been here almost 2 weeks and had finally come up on the actual flight rotation. I'd been okay with the break. It wasn't even the fear of flying. I'd gotten over that back at Campbell, but I was a little anxious to see how I'd react in the field. "Good. It keeps you humble." He punched my shoulder. "You submit that SOAR packet yet?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "Is that what you really want?" I shrugged. "It isn't really for me. It's a hell of a life to live for someone else. It's a hell of a debt to pay. Whether or not I wanted to, it was the most I could do to earn the life Will had given me. It wasn't fair to Ember, and she would never understand what I'd done. Hell, I barely understood. Besides, if they invited me, it's not like I had to assess. I'd see where Ember stood on the subject and go from there. "And how's Mrs. Walker? I've missed cookie days." Like he'd ripped a scab off my heart, I weakened, emotionally bleeding out. At least it was internal and no one could see. "Not sure. She's working in Turkey for a couple months." "Ah, the international traveler. She's a good woman. You should definitely lock that down." Unfortunately, I'd done the fucking opposite. "What happened to no women until you're out?" He scoffed. "Ah, man, that was my personal philosophy. I'm not hunting them down. You already found the right one, and given the level of shit you've put her through, and she's still standing, yeah, keep her." Any response I might have made was cut off by the radio call. It was go time. Adrenaline flooded my system as we ran for the bird. The gravel flew under our feet and my leg held steady, just as it had over the miles I'd been running the last month. My co-pilot started the run-up and I did a double take. Logically, I'd known Trevette wouldn't be sitting there, but CW3 Stiver's bulky frame still caught me off guard. He was efficient as we finished the checklist and waited for the official request to come in. 6 minutes after the initial call, we were airborne. The sky was crystal clear and perfect for flying as we headed toward the coordinates. I handled the controls while CW3 Stiver took the radio, coordinating the extraction. "How's our LZ?" he asked. "We're red," the voice answered. Fuck. There were 2 alphas down there who needed immediate surgery. "What do you say, boys?" Stiver asked over the comms. "Let's do it," one of the medics answered. I glanced over my shoulder at Rizzo. He gave a sardonic head shake and then sighed. "I'm in." Stiver took the controls and looked at me. For the first time in my career, I hesitated. I brushed my hand over the picture of Ember on my kneeboard. I'd replaced the blood-stained one. This wasn't about the rush. It was about those lives on the ground that I could save or die trying. Let's go. It's a good day to die. I couldn't say it. Couldn't bring myself to form the words, but that didn't mean they didn't race through my brain. Everything but the mission fell away, and my focus sharpened on exactly what mattered at the moment, saving those soldiers. I didn't flinch or hesitate again. We completed our mission, and in the process of rescuing those soldiers, I saved a little bit of myself as well. Maybe if I did this enough times, I'd be almost whole, almost enough to fight for Ember. Or maybe she was right, and each mission was an amped-up game of Russian roulette. Maybe I was ushering in my own demise. At least, it wouldn't be hers.
Chapter 33. Ember. I zipped up my Vanderbilt hoodie and headed out into the morning chill. My coffee hot in my travel mug. I took a sip and cringed. The only creamer Luke had been able to find had been all the way in Izmir, powdered and unflavored. I'd hoped I'd get used to it after a month, but apparently my taste buds were more homesick than I was. I didn't miss the States yet, or even the internet, but every molecule in my body screamed with missing Josh. I looked to the east, where I knew 4,500 miles away, he was probably on shift. Please be safe. Just be okay. A deep breath later, I forced him to the back of my mind. Well, tried to, at least. The sun was already bright, the temperature mild for September. I skipped down the steps of our little setup of road trailers and crossed the cypress tree-lined dirt road into the ruins. At 7:30 a.m., I had about a half hour before the busloads of tourists began arriving. Morning was my favorite time in Ephesus, except for the few other dig members who got up early. The ruins were vacant, hauntingly beautiful. I made my way down the rough cobblestone street, keeping to the left so I could look at the uncovered mosaic tile walkway that the ancient Romans had used in front of their shops. It was hard to believe that something so beautiful, so intricate, was made to be walked on, or that it had survived thousands of years before being uncovered. Maybe that was the trick, keeping the valued things covered, tucked away. It seemed that when we exposed what we treasured to the elements, that's when things got pretty fucked up. "Hey, Red," Luke said, catching up to me, jumping over a broken cobblestone. Morning, Sleepy, I answered, and took another god-awful sip. You moving into the terrace houses today? He asked, motioning to the newly constructed cover that housed the latest dig site. Yep, I get the pleasure of working with Reed. My voice dripped sarcasm. It's all in the name of discovery. He lunged forward dramatically and I laughed. We paused as the library came into view, its tall, massive pillars standing in defiance of the passage of time. There are moments I realize how lucky we are to be here, he said quietly. Yeah, it's been surreal. Did you hear Charlotte found an entire antechamber at her site yesterday? No way. I want to be on that team. Finish your doctorate, I teased him. Until then, we get the honor of sweeping dirt away with toothbrushes. While supervised, he joked. He sighed as we reached the fork in the path. Amazing, isn't it, that we could reconstruct something that fell so long ago? I looked toward the library. It's gorgeous. Let's hope we got it right, Reed said, coming up from behind us and passing on the left. Let's get going, Howard, he ordered, pulling his cap down over his short blonde hair. Those mosaics aren't going to uncover themselves. I somehow doubt they're in danger of going anywhere, Luke shouted back. I wonder if he's right. Maybe we fucked it up. He tilted his head as he looked back at the ruins. I shrugged. It's better to have tried, right? How can we ever know just how beautiful something was, how important, how epic, if we don't at least try to put it back together when it breaks? Even if some of the pieces are in the wrong place, at least it's standing. He shot me a little side-eye. And how exactly is Flyboy? My grip tightened on my coffee mug. Don't. You could come with me to Izmir tomorrow. Internet's shitty in places and shittier in others, but you could at least try an email, or at least upload pictures to your own Facebook instead of having me log in for you. My mom wanted to see them. Then give her some more to see. Reach out to Flyboy. Come on. I said no the previous 4 times he'd asked, knowing there was nothing I could say that would erase the way we'd left things. The way he'd left things, since I hadn't had much to do with it. But just the thought of being able to reach out and connect with him had me tempted. I'll think about it. He fist-pumped, and I rolled my eyes. You guys will pull through. Howard, Reed yelled, the sound echoing down the stone steps. Coming, I answered. Napoleon needs me. All in the name of conquest, he joked, and we split at the path, Luke to his dig site, and me to mine. I passed the already unearthed terrace houses and continued to climb, wondering, as always, what women had come here before me. Who had they been? What had they wanted for their lives? Which of our assumptions about their way of life were completely wrong? I opened the door to the enclosed dig site and started the climb over the see-through walkways above the uncovered rooms. Where do you want me today? I asked Reed, who was waiting midway. This way. He led me down the next set of steps into a room where a Turkish boy, maybe 17, waited with a smile. This is Ilyas. He'll be assisting you. Ilyas, this is Miss Howard. I waved. Hi, Ilyas, and it's just Ember. He grinned. Hi, just Ember. Reed rolled his eyes and pointed to the tools. We're uncovering this one. You've been trained in all these tools? I've been with Dr. Trimble for the last month, so yeah, I've got this. He blinked. Of course, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I smiled, surprised that he'd actually apologized. No problem. I waved it off. His eyes widened. You're going to take off that rock, right? I glanced at my engagement ring. Yeah, of course. I needed to stop taking it off the chain around my neck, but I loved seeing it on my hand when I woke in the morning. Good. Okay, it's almost 8. I nodded. 9:30 in Kandahar. That half hour in the time difference always got me, Like time itself was either trying to lean forward to connect us sooner or lean farther away to make it harder. "Well, let's try to get a few good hours in. Call me if you need me. I'll be a couple of rooms over." He climbed out, leaving me in what would be my workspace for the next month. I took off my ring and hung it on the chain around my neck. A cynical laugh bubbled up. Talk about metaphors for my life. I had to tuck everything I loved about Josh away so I could work, and he had to do the same. So where was the happy compromise? Was there such a thing? Who had to give more? I grabbed my tools and got to work. At least, this was a mess I could clean up. Everything else would simply have to wait another month. Izmir was crazy busy, especially when there were 2 cruise ships in port. Luke led me to the hotel he'd found that charged for internet and hooked me up. I half expected to hear a dial-up tone. My email booted up, and I answered a note from Mom with a few quick lines, then a joint one to Sam and Paisley, letting them know I'd call when I could. I answered 2 questions from the wedding coordinator in Breckenridge, like nothing had changed. Then I opened a blank email and addressed it to Josh. What the hell was I going to say? I love you? Why did you do that to me? Are you safe? Should I lie, hide everything about my feelings until we saw each other again? The last thing I wanted to do was stress him out during a deployment. He had enough on his mind already, and God knew how he was flying missions. Were his nightmares back? I hated not knowing the answers. Hey, Josh. I've settled in here. It's gorgeous and surpassing every expectation I've ever had. So far, I've helped uncover one room and catalog its contents, and now I've moved on to uncovering and preserving a beautiful mosaic. Holy shit, you'll bore him to death if you continue like this. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, staying safe when you can. Everything here reminds me of you. Delete that. I took out the last sentence with slight aggressive keystrokes. Since when had I started censoring myself with Josh? Since he decided to give you a couple of months. I miss you. Yeah, that's safer. All my love. December. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it, and for that tiny second, felt connected to him. It was like the second you accidentally touched scalding water, how there was always the tiniest breath before it hurt like hell. I stared at the screen for a couple of minutes and hit refresh, hoping that maybe he was online right now, that I'd hear back. Then I opened my Facebook and uploaded a few more pictures for Mom. Hey, Van's leaving, Luke said, tapping me on the shoulder. Yeah, I nodded. I closed out my email, a pang of longing sucking the breath from my chest. The first 3 months of the deployment had hurt, no doubt. But this disconnect was excruciating. What if it became permanent? If he didn't pull his head out of his ass? God, is this how he'd felt those months after Dad died? When I hadn't known what to do with myself? It would take a hell of a lot more than his idiocy last month to stop me from loving him. But if he didn't love me anymore, what was I supposed to do with that? We can come back in a few days, Luke offered. It's a 45-minute drive, I muttered. Yeah, well, we'll grab some supplies while we're here. Make it a legitimate run. He leaned against the computer table. I miss him, I whispered, like those 3 words could even slightly define the gut-wrenching sensation of having my heart ripped from my body. He stood and looped his arm around my shoulders. I know. What you guys have is the real thing. The legendary stuff they write songs about. Just hold on to that. Right, but what kinds of songs? The ones with the happy endings and sappy melodies, or the morose country ones that ended with sobbing into a bottle of liquor? I held myself together as we filed into the van, Luke and I taking the back row, when 4 other dig students grabbed the middle ones. My mind wandered as we left the city limits and headed back to the ruins. I loved Josh. That was never going to change. What we had couldn't be diminished by a couple of months apart. We'd made it through just about everything, and we'd come through this. Even if I had to pull him kicking and screaming, I wasn't giving up, wasn't backing down. He'd waited months for me to get my shit together when Dad died. He hadn't given up. He hadn't lost faith. And even when all hope had been stripped from him, from both of us, he'd held on to the love we could never deny, no matter what the consequences. It was simply my turn to grit my teeth and hold on tight. I'd never taken pleasure in soaping up a floor before. Then again, I'd never been uncovering something as beautiful or unique. Each inch I uncovered revealed something new yet ancient, the faces in the mosaic, knowing secrets I could only guess at. It was incredible to think I was the first person to see it since the city had been evacuated thousands of years ago. I'd spent the last 4 weeks discovering the floor of this room, and I'd never felt so in awe of something. Except the first time Josh kissed you. And every kiss after that, if I was being honest. "Knock, knock," Luke said from the top of the ladder. "Feel like a break? You've been down here for hours." I pulled a sweaty strand of hair from my face and tucked it back under my bandana. "Sounds good. Ilyas, break time?" "Absolutely. I'll take one too, and see you in a bit." Ilyas had been fun to be around, and he taught me bits and pieces of Turkish while we'd uncovered the mosaic. Luke took the bucket of dirty water I handed to him, and then I ascended the ladder onto the walkway. "We're tourist-heavy at the front. Do you want to sneak out the back?" "Heck yes." We dumped the water, left the bucket at the filling station, and then walked out at the top of the enclosure to sit on the hill where we'd stashed a couple of lawn chairs. The October breeze cooled my skin, and I lifted my face to the sunshine. "Gorgeous day." I peeked at the crowd below. "I think they agree." "Why do you think they all come?" Luke motioned to the flocks of tourists hiking on the pathways. "The same reason we do? To touch history? To try to understand what we have in common with people who lived thousands of years ago?" "How's Flyboy?" I cut my gaze toward him. "Real subtle, Luke." He shrugged. "You went into town without me yesterday. I have to live vicariously." "He's good, I guess. His emails are short and mostly just updates on what he's doing. But he signs them Love Josh, so that's got to be good." I pulled my engagement ring from between my breasts and slid it along the chain absent-mindedly, as had become my worst habit of late. Luke sighed. "You'll be home next week, and he should be home soon after?" Next week. It was hard to believe time had gone so fast here, but it seemed like forever since I'd seen Josh, or heard his voice. "Right. I'm not exactly sure when he's due home, actually." Luke reached over and squeezed my hand. "It's going to be okay. You know that, right? No matter which way things go, you will be okay." "There's only one way it can go," I said, my voice stronger than my heart felt. I know why he did it. Logically, I know that he never would have really healed if he hadn't gone back. It was the final stage for him, and God help me, the right thing to do. He'll eventually reconcile himself with what happened, and I hope that's what he's doing there. But he never could have forgiven himself if he hadn't finished his mission. It's not in his nature to sit on the sidelines. It never has been. "You're a damn fine woman, Ember. I hope he realizes it." The corners of my mouth lifted. "I have the love of a damn fine man. I hope he realizes that." A safari hat peeked above the hill to our left as Dr. Trimble sidestepped down the path toward us. "Miss Howard," he called, "if I could have a word." Luke gave a low whistle. "Good luck with that one," he said with a little hand pat. "Catch me up later?" "You bet," I agreed, and then started up the path toward Dr. Trimble. He waved me on, and I followed just over the ridge where his trailer sat out of the sight of tourists. "Have a seat," he said with a smile, and pulled a bottle of water out of his cooler. "You've been working very hard." I took the bottle and opened it. "Thank you. I love the work I'm doing." "Well, it shows." He leaned back in his chair, studying me as I sipped the water. You applied to the doctoral program for anthropology? I swallowed carefully, immediately nauseous. Yes, sir, I did. You were accepted. He handed over a sealed envelope. A shaky laugh stuttered my breath as I opened the envelope. Dear Ms. Howard, we are delighted to inform you. I'd gotten in. I closed my eyes and clutched the letter to my chest. I made it, Josh. I'll be a Ph.D., Dr. Walker. A small shred of happiness flew my way. The only person I wanted to tell was anything but accessible. Thank you, I said to Dr. Trimble, knowing full well it was his letter of recommendation and this program that had secured my acceptance. You did the work, Ms. Howard. I've never been happier to recommend a student. Your efforts here have been excellent, and I think you'll make a fantastic anthropologist. This trip has been a dream, and I can't thank you enough for inviting me. Are you ready to go home? He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the desk. Yes and no. I'll miss everything about this place, especially the work. But I'm happy to get home to see my fiancé. He should be redeploying right about now when I get there. He sighed. Did you know that we were able to secure permission to continue the dig on a smaller scale for another 2 months? My eyes widened. No, I thought the setup was on pause until next year. It was until a couple of days ago. I've also been given permission to keep a percentage of my staff. Luke would be thrilled if he got to stay. Good. That will give you time to finish the terrace house excavation. Yes, of course it would go faster if you were the one to head that part of the dig. I swallowed. Sir? Reed has to go home. You're young, and it's not like I'd let you just run roughshod. I'd officially be the lead, but you'd be leading point. No one knows that excavation site better than you, and I'm not just talking about the room you've been uncovering. I know it exceptionally well, I admitted. While the other dig members had taken their free time in Izmir or visited the leather markets, I'd spend every second exploring, making sure this trip was etched into every crevice of my memory. Yes, so I understand that you probably need to go home next week. I nodded, my eyes focused out his window, toward Josh. Yes. What would he say? He'd probably tell me to take it, and then for an extra rush, volunteer to go join some special ops team while I was gone. You know he needs a few more years under his belt for that. Chill out. I do need to go home and see him, and my friend's baby is due tomorrow. Why don't you see if you can take off a few days early? Really think it over. Since you'd be listed as a team head, we can compensate you not only for the job itself, but for the return flight as well. I'd love to have you back, but of course it wouldn't affect your position in the program come January. There's always next summer, right? I blinked. Next summer. This could be what my future looked like, spending the school year teaching, writing, and the summers on archaeological digs. It's everything you've wanted. But Josh, what was it worth without Josh? Nothing. I at least needed to see him before I said yes, to make sure we'd be okay for another couple of months. Because saying no was insane, right? It was a hell of a line from my resume, and I'd be home before Christmas. I'll think about it, I promised. I cringed over the change fee to my airline ticket, but made it. One packed bag, and 2 days later, Luke took me to the airport, already having agreed to stay for the remainder of the dig. You sure you only want to take one bag? He asked as we walked toward the terminal. I nodded. I'll be back for the rest. His grin was instant. I knew this place would get into your blood. I'm glad you're staying with me. Yeah. I'll see you in a few weeks. He hugged me tight. Please, for the love of all that is holy and good, bring real coffee creamer. I laughed and promised to do so, then boarded my flight. Frankfurt, Philadelphia, and finally, Nashville. 14 hours later, I was stateside, exhausted, but stateside. I fired up my cell phone as soon as we taxied. It's nice to be home, I whispered as my signal picked up. I skipped the 1,000 Facebook notifications, the Twitter updates, and the Instagram feed, going straight for Paisley's number. "Ember?" she answered, out of breath. "Do you have service over there now?" "I'm actually in Nashville," I exclaimed, something in my soul riding at the sound of her voice. We'd docked the plane, and now people were milling about the cabin, waiting their turn to disembark. "You are? Jagger! She's in Nashville!" "What?" His voice was muffled in the background. "How?" she asked. "I came home a few days early. I was offered the chance to run my portion of the dig site for the next couple of months, but I wanted to come home first and think it over." "That's amazing! I can't wait to see you. Do you think you can get here pretty soon?" she asked. "As soon as I get off the plane. I'll rent a car and head home." Finally, my turn. I grabbed my backpack from the overhead bin and walked toward the front of the plane. Excitement lit my nerve endings. I'd get to sleep in my own bed tonight, make dinner in a full kitchen. Yes, you can get Starbucks. I meant the hospital, if you're not too busy. I'm kind of in labor. My jaw dropped. "Oh my God, yes, I'll be there as soon as I can." I broke into a run as soon as my feet hit the jetway. I heard Jagger mutter something in the background. "I absolutely will not ask her that, Jagger Bateman." Another muffled response. "What's up?" I asked. "There's something else," she said before I heard the phone change hands. "Ember?" Jagger's voice filled the line. "Congrats, Daddy," I said, my voice uneven as I sprinted through the terminal. "Yeah, this is amazing, but listen, I need a favor. Anything." I bypassed the Starbucks by the security entrance and headed for the rental car desk. "Yeah, I was kind of supposed to be somewhere in about an hour and 45 minutes. I need you to fill in." "Done." "Where am I going?" I asked as I slid past people on the escalator. "Josh is coming home today. I need you to pick him up." My feet failed me, and I tripped over the end of the escalator, sprawled on the floor in a graceless heap that was more metaphor than painful. "Ember!" I stumbled, maintaining my hold on the phone. Yeah, I got this." "You sure?" "Absolutely." Hell no. Not even close. Chapter 34. Ember. My hands shook as I killed the car engine in the hangar parking lot. 8:25. Thank you, God, I made it in time. 20 minutes until the ceremony was scheduled to start, and I was a hot mess. I shoved a few bobby pins in my hair, trying to put it into some kind of style that didn't immediately say I'd been traveling for 16 hours. Of course, this is the way it would happen. I lifted my neckline to my nose and sniffed. Oh my God. I twisted and pulled my bag through the gap in the front seats. I looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then risked an indecent exposure, changing into a clean tank top and semi-wrinkled button-down. The shorts would have to stay. There was zero chance of me stripping down to that level in the parking lot. Unless Josh wants... Nope, not going there. I gave myself a once-over in the mirror, popped on a coat of mascara and some lip gloss, and declared myself done. Without a shower and a straight iron, this was as good as I was getting. The stands were full as I walked into the hangar. I passed the little girls in red, white, and blue tutus and the little boys in camo outfits as they danced to the band, making my way up the bleachers until I found an empty seat near the top. My phone buzzed in my back pocket, and I swiped it to answer when I saw Mom's picture. "Mom? Hey, honey. I'm so sorry I didn't answer earlier. I was in my yoga class. Where are you?" There was something about hearing her voice that crumbled my composure. "I'm at Fort Campbell. I came home a couple of days early and now Paisley is in labor, and I'm here picking up Josh." "Well, that sounds like quite the homecoming for both of you," she said. I plugged my other ear, trying to hear her better. I looked around at all the other women in their carefully chosen outfits, their glittery signs, and perfectly done hair. "Mom, I don't have anything for him." "What do you mean?" "I came straight from the airport. I don't have a sign or my hair done, and I've been in the same panties since Turkey." A few heads snapped in my direction, and I glared them down. Ember, this isn't how it was supposed to be. I was going to have the house perfect, and his Jeep detailed, and a big sparkly fun sign. My makeup was going to be done, and my legs definitely shaved, and a cute outfit, too. Instead, I've been traveling for almost 16 hours. I don't really know where our relationship stands, and I don't have anything. Oh, God, I was going to be sick. Do you have arms? What? I damn near shouted. Yes, I have arms. Then open them. That's all he needs. Mom, it's so much more complicated than that. It's not. December, nothing in the army is perfect. No amount of planning can make a homecoming perfect, and nothing will go as planned. He's not going to care about any of those details you're stressed over. He's only going to care that you're sitting in those bleachers, ready to welcome him home. You are his perfect homecoming. What if he doesn't want me here? Giving voice to my worst fear zapped some of my last caffeine-generated energy, and my shoulders drooped. He does. How can you be sure? Because that boy, that man, he loves you in a way that a deployment doesn't kill. I know you have a lot to discuss, and I'm not suggesting you forget the way he left. But don't give up either, Ember. You and I have the same taste in hard-headed men. So you hold on tight with both hands and fight like hell. And Ember, yeah, remember every single thing about this moment. There's nothing like it. The crowd came to their feet with a deafening roar as the hangar doors opened. I love you, Mom, I yelled into the phone above the noise. I love you, baby. Go get your man. We hung up as more than 200 soldiers marched in through both open hangar doors. The air electrified. My heart slammed against my ribs and my head started to spin. There were too many emotions fighting for supremacy. My excitement at seeing him, my anger over the way he'd left, my confusion over where we stood. But they were all eclipsed by the stark relief of knowing he'd made it home alive. Tears stung my eyes, as if my body simply couldn't contain my feelings and needed the outlet. They came to a stop, and my eyes raked over the lines of soldiers as the commanding general welcomed the troops home. I didn't have to look far. Josh stood at attention in the first row, face forward. Butterflies attacked my stomach, and everything lower clenched. He was gorgeous. My soul screamed out for his, as if it were an actual physical being, desperate to fly forward and get him into my arms. He looked tired and worn, but accomplished, haggard, but whole, yet empty all at the same time. I kept locked onto him as the general dismissed the troops and the stands emptied in a rush to the hangar floor. Then I carefully walked down, telling my rebellious body that I couldn't simply fling myself into his arms. He looked side to side as he walked forward, no doubt searching for Jagger, until he'd reached the bottom of the stands just before I did. Josh. His name came out in a breathless whisper. His eyes met mine, his jaw dropping slightly. Ember. I took the final step until I was on the first bleacher, just at his eye height. Hi. How? You're not supposed to be back for a few more days. There was no regret in that tone, right? Damn it, I wanted to throw my arms around his neck. I wanted to kiss him stupid and then smack him hard for what he'd done to me. I wanted us. Complicated futures and all. I came home early. Like you, I guess. Moron. He knows that. Are you mad? Hell no, he said, his gaze darting to my lips. He still wants you. Unable to control my hand, I cupped the side of his cheek, thrilling at the scratch of his stubble against my palm. A giant sigh of relief escaped me, and my eyes slid shut. When I opened them, he was staring at me with a cross between want and trepidation. Can I hug you? I mean, I don't know what we're... My words were muffled into his shoulder as he pulled me off the bleachers and into his arms. One of his hands wrapped around my back, while the other tangled into my hair, pulling my pins loose. His scent enveloped me, and I tilted my head to nudge my nose against his neck, breathing in home. Nothing ever felt as good, as right, as when he held me. "I'm glad you're here," he muttered against my hair. That reminded me. Jagger. I shook my head and pulled back from the safety of Josh's warmth, trying to remember the important stuff. Paisley is in labor. He sent me. Josh straightened immediately. "I'll get my bag, and let's go." He took my hand and led me through the crowd to where their bags had been lined up. 2 heavy bags later, we were marching to the car. I clicked the unlock button, and the taillights on the SUV I'd rented flashed. New car?" he asked, loading his bags into the back after the hatch raised. "No," I said. "I rented it at the airport."
"When?"
"Oh, a couple of hours ago when I landed." I scrunched my nose. "I'm sorry I'm not more dressed up. I kind of traveled halfway around the world today." He laughed. "Yeah, I'd be a hypocrite if I minded, since we're in the same situation." "Right," I said with an awkward head nod. We stared at each other for a few seconds, our eyes speaking volumes that our lips couldn't yet say. Then I thrust the keys in his direction. "Think you can keep it at the speed limit?" He gave me a cocky grin that sent heat spiraling through me. As if my body had sensed his nearness, my sex drive clicked on, more than ready to make up for lost time and pretty damn uncaring that our relationship was in a gray area. Down, girl. "Let's go meet Minnie Bateman," he said, and walked me around to my side. He opened the door for me, and I climbed in. But before I could pull on the seatbelt, he reached across and clicked it in himself, like I was 20 again. "I like you safe," he murmured against my forehead as he slid out of the car to get behind the wheel. My chest tightened and fought my need to kiss the hell out of him. He was true to his word and kept it at the speed limit as we made our way to the hospital. My hand felt naked without being able to take his, so I gripped the edge of my seat instead. We exchanged sideways glances until the heavy awkwardness was too much for me. Since when did we ever act like this around each other? "How are you?" I asked. His grip shifted on the wheel, his knuckles whitening. "Okay, better, I guess, in some areas." His eyes cut toward me, worse in others. "What about you?" "You hit the nail on the head," I said softly. We pulled into the hospital parking lot, and Josh parked the car. Neither of us said a word as we walked inside the massive building and headed for the maternity ward. The magnetic pull between us was almost too much for me to take as we rode the elevator. Each floor that lit on the display seemed to metaphor my level of need for him. "We're at 4. Nope, make that a 5, edging toward 6. 7. God, I was about to become a movie cliche and jump him against the wall. Would that be so bad? The doors dinged open, saving me from the potential embarrassment of a rejection. This was definitely new territory. Even when we'd started dating, I'd never really been afraid of Josh rejecting me. He'd always been so open, honest with his feelings, and his intent when it came to me. "Paisley Bateman?" I asked the desk nurse. "Room 804, she said, after checking the board behind her. "But she's pushing. So there's a waiting room at the end of the hall there." Holy cow. Any minute now, they would be parents. Josh and I walked, nearly touching but not quite. Our steps evenly matched. "I still can't believe they're having a baby," I said. "Yeah, most days I feel like we're still in college, arguing over who's ordering the keg. And now he's a dad." I couldn't help but smile at the grin on Josh's face. His smile lit him up in a way that had always drawn me to him. "True," I said, "and I honestly never thought Jagger would be first. You know?" He looked over at me, radiating an intensity that stole my breath. I always figured we would be. Me too, I confessed in a whisper as we came to a standstill in the middle of the hallway. The moment we stood there, held together by nothing more than our eyes, seemed like an eternity. The long nights I'd spent in Ephesus, staring up at the brilliant stars, wondering if he was looking too, or if he was safe, all came rushing back with a feeling of such longing that my heart leaped into my throat. December, he asked softly, concern softening his face. This is hard, I admitted. What is? His voice dropped as he stepped forward slightly, until I had to crane my neck to keep eye contact. Standing here, within inches of you, aching to kiss you, and not knowing if I'm even allowed to. Not knowing what we are. His jaw flexed and he looked away, fighting a battle I couldn't see. Then he glanced over my shoulder, sidestepped, and walked right past me, grabbing my hand to pull me behind him. He opened the door to the stairwell, and I stumbled through after him. Josh, what are we doing? He pushed my back against the brick wall, cradling my head in his hand, and then took my mouth. Yes, yes, yes. He felt like heaven and tasted like... Josh. Home. I rose up on my toes, kissing him back with 2 months of pent-up want, anger, and love. His lips moved perfectly against mine, our tongues intertwined, my body arching naturally toward his. This was Josh, the man I loved, the only person I wanted to spend my life kissing. His hand moved from my waist to my ass, lifting me against the wall. I wrapped my legs around his waist, locking my ankles behind him, and rolled my hips into him. God, I fucking missed you. Every second of every day. His voice was low, gravelly, and so incredibly sexy. He trailed kisses down my neck until I gasped. Then I lifted his head back to mine so I could kiss him again. I sucked on his lower lip, gently tugging it between my teeth, and he groaned. I didn't care that we were in the stairwell of a hospital. My body was screaming for him, need vibrating through every one of my nerve endings. Josh, I moaned softly when his hand rose to cup my breast over my shirt. The door beside us opened. He dropped his hand and rested his forehead against my shoulder, sucking in deep breaths as 2 nurses walked past, the door shielding us from their vision as they headed down the stairs. I tried to calm my racing pulse, but Josh slowly lowered my feet to the floor, rubbing that delicious body against mine, and my breath hitched again. He stepped back, running a hand over his hair, his eyes darting back to my mouth. My tongue skimmed my lower lip, and he closed his eyes with a low rumble from his throat. We should go sit in the waiting room and, you know. Wait, I supplied. He nodded and took my hand in his without another word, walking us back into the hall and down to the waiting room. We were the only ones there, and he took the love seat, tugging me down next to him. He wrapped his arm around me, and my head settled in the pocket of his shoulder, where it fit perfectly, because we fit perfectly. We always had. I nearly dislocated my jaw with a yawn. I'm sorry, I'm just so tired. Sleep, he ordered, pressing a kiss to my forehead. And December? I asked, his heartbeat already lulling me to give in to the bone-deep exhaustion that traveling and jet lag was wreaking on me. You can always kiss me. I don't care if we're in the middle of an insane fight or in a house full of priests. There is never a moment I don't want you. With another kiss on my forehead, I drifted off, only to be awoken what felt like moments later. Wake up, welcome home, and come meet my son, Jagger beamed, standing above us with the biggest grin I'd ever seen. I blinked the sleep from my eyes and willed my brain to focus. He's here? Jagger nodded. He is 7 pounds 9 ounces and utterly perfect. Congratulations, Josh said, his voice husky from sleep. We untangled from each other and stood, Jagger hugging both of us. I'm so glad you guys made it. Seriously. He turned to Josh. And look at you. Not dead or blown up or anything. Nice, Josh said with a sarcastic smile. Take us to this son of yours, who no doubt inherited his perfection from his mother. Jagger's grin didn't diminish. Damn straight. I glanced down at my phone and noted that I'd slept a little over an hour. Josh was still stretching his neck as we walked. We opened the door gently to see Paisley, her hair in a messy bun, holding a tiny bundle, and my heart flew. Oh, my, perfect, I squealed softly as I tiptoed to the bed where she sat. He took his sweet time, she drawled, her smile radiant. She looked up at me, her eyes bright despite the ungodly hour. It's so good to see you. I'm glad I made it. How are you feeling? She winced. Like I just had a baby. She laughed. Do you want to hold him? Oh no, you enjoy him, I said, trying to be sensitive. Hell yes, I wanted to hold him and snuggle him and bask in everything that was new and glorious about the world. She lifted the tiny baby to me, his face peeking out of the blankets. Oh, we've had about an hour, and now might be the only time you get. My mother arrives tomorrow. Well, in that case, I ran to wash my hands and then held them out. His weight was slight as he slid into my arms, his tiny head cushioned at my elbow. I moved over to the rocking chair and sat carefully. I heard them talking in the background, but they faded into a blur of noise as I studied the tiny life I held. He was just as Jagger had said, utterly perfect. Paisley's button nose and Jagger's eyes looked back at me. I lifted his exposed hand, marveling at the tiny fingers, his exquisite little nails. What's his name? I asked, without looking up. Peyton, she answered, her voice catching. I looked over to where she sat, her eyes sparkling. That's beautiful. Peyton Carter Bateman, Jagger finished for her, sitting on the edge of her bed. Tears pricked at my eyes as I looked at Peyton. It's a big name to live up to, little man, but I think you'll be up to the task. You're a good one, I can tell. I brushed my thumb gently over his soft little cheek. He was the culmination of everything Jagger and Paisley had fought for. A family. Can I? Josh asked, wiping his hands dry. Of course, I said, and transferred Peyton over. He cradled the baby tenderly, tucking the blanket to cover any rough parts of his uniform. His face was wrapped with wonder as he took in everything about Peyton. A low ache settled in my stomach. This was what I wanted. I wanted to see Josh holding our baby, marveling over what our love had created, what our family would become. I wanted our children to have his protection, his love, his sense of duty and honor, and just enough of his recklessness to be fierce. My hands covered my mouth as I tried to contain the tears of absolute joy that threatened to spill. Yeah, I was right. He's gorgeous like his mom, Josh said with a grin toward Paisley. No arguments here, Jagger answered, wrapping his arms around his very exhausted wife. Josh looked up at me, and time stood still. I saw it there in his eyes, our future, our possibilities, our family. I saw little boys at hockey practice and little girls with their noses in books. Then I pictured pink skates and brainy boys. Every which way I imagined our life, it was perfect, because we had a love that was rare, precious, and worth fighting for, worth sacrificing for. There was no way I was going back to Turkey, not when we were so close to having everything we wanted together. I needed to be here, at least until we had our issues worked out. There would be other opportunities, other digs. There was only one Josh. He echoed my smile, but as he glanced down where my fingers traced Peyton's arm under the blanket, his expression fell, first hurt, then hardened the longer he looked at my hand. When he looked back up at me, there was a distance I couldn't explain and instantly feared. What the hell had just happened? Paisley cleared her throat. "So, have you decided if you're going to take the job running the dig?" she asked. Josh's eyes widened. "They offered you a job?" "Yeah. It's only 2 months, and I'd be home in time to start the semester." "That's amazing," he said, his voice full of pride, but laced with that same hurt in his eyes. "And it explains a lot," he murmured. Before I could ask him what he meant, he leaned away from me, stood slowly, and walked over to Jagger, going around the bassinet to avoid me, and handing over the baby like he was deathly afraid of dropping him. "Congratulations. He's beautiful. I think we're going to head back and get some sleep. Are you staying here?" "Yeah," Jagger answered, pointing toward the little couch. "That's where I await diaper-changing time." "Sweet. Then do you mind if I crash in your guest room?" Every sweet feeling I'd had crumbled, burned, and then left acidic ashes, scorching me from the inside out. He didn't even want to sleep in our house, let alone in the bed next to me. Fuck. The pain was unbearable. Paisley's eyes flickered to me, but Jagger didn't miss a beat. God bless him. "Sure, if that's what you want," he said slowly. "It is." Josh's tone was final, the same timbre as when he'd told me he was going back to Afghanistan. He'd made his decision, and there was no way to sway him. Jagger handed Peyton to Paisley, and then retrieved his keys from his pocket. Breathe in, breathe out, focus on that. Sucking oxygen through my lungs became my only thought. Everything else was too horrible to manage. Josh thanked Jagger, took the house key, and we headed for the parking lot in silence. There was none of the confusion or anticipation of the drive here. Now there was simply a lingering sadness between us. But hadn't he just said there would never be a time he didn't want me? What was this bullshit? What set him off? The job offer? At least I hadn't snuck off in the middle of the night to take it without telling him. Anger blossomed, and I welcomed the way it masked the hurt. Maybe I needed to change my flight, get back to Turkey tomorrow, and take the damn job. Maybe he'd screw his head on straight while I was gone. Or maybe it would kill off whatever was left of us. Why was there never a right answer lately? 20 minutes of pregnant silence later, we pulled into the driveway. I opened the hatch before he could and brought my bag to the ground. "Do you want me to carry it in for you?" he offered. "No," I snapped. "I want you to pull your head out of your ass." "December." I tossed my backpack over my shoulder and tugged on my suitcase, pulling it behind me up the stairs. I shoved the key in our door and let out a relieved sigh when it turned without sticking. The door opened soundlessly, and I walked through. "December!" he nearly shouted as he followed me in. "Oh, is this what it takes to get you in our house?" I asked, dropping my purse on the couch. "It's for the best." We squared off a coffee table apart. "Please, do explain how you know what's best for us." "You have a job in Turkey waiting for you." I shrugged. "So? I never said I was taking it. I said it had been offered. I don't make those kinds of decisions, the kind that alter our life, without talking to you. I wish I could say the same for you." "Are we still having this argument?" He rubbed his hands over his hair. "You leaving in the middle of the night didn't void the fight, Josh. It just pressed pause. You made that decision, and now you get to reap the consequences. I had to go back. I know that!" The shout took some of the fight out of me, and my shoulders sagged. "Don't you think I figured it out? I get it. You came home a different person, and you told me you felt like you'd left bits of yourself there. I listened. So yes, I get it. You went to put yourself back together, to finish your mission, but you didn't discuss it with me. You just chose and left. I'm sorry that I hurt you. It was never my intention." His eyes were soft with regret, but everything else about his posture, from his crossed arms to how far he was away from me, screamed his resolution. "I wish apologizing was enough. Do you feel like you succeeded? Are you all whole now?" "Yes. It was exactly what I needed. I could have never looked at myself in the mirror knowing I stayed home when I should have been there. I couldn't be the man you deserve unless I did it." "What I deserve? What I deserve is you, and I'll take you in any way you come to me. Whole, damaged, ripped the fuck apart. You're still mine." "Oh, is that so?" he spat back, his tone utterly ironic. "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means that I'm not the only one making choices by myself, am I?" He gestured at me with a tight jerk of his hand before momentarily covering his eyes with it. "Maybe this is what I deserve. I left you when you asked me not to. I put you through hell constantly, and I hate myself for it. But I can honestly tell you that every single minute I was gone, you were in my head, in my heart. I may have doubted myself, maybe even our future, but I never once doubted you." My mouth dropped. "Me? Our future? All I've done is fight for us, Josh. Since the moment you deployed, I've been holding on to you by my fingernails. But I don't let go. I don't run away. I have faith." "Is that why you took your ring off? Because you still have all this faith in us?" "What?" My gaze flicked to my bare left hand. "Is that why you got pissed at the hospital? Why you're sleeping at Jagger's?" I yanked the chain around my neck until my ring popped free of my neckline. "I never took it off. I wear it on a chain when I'm on the dig so I don't hurt it or the artwork. But I never changed my mind. I never changed the vision of our future. Unlike you, apparently." He doubted us. That admission shook my foundation, and suddenly that crack dividing us felt like the Grand Canyon, with him standing on one side in that uniform, while I wore myself thin trying to stretch across it to him. His whole frame sagged, and his gaze dropped to the floor before coming back to meet mine. I saw the relief I needed, but also a lingering sadness in those brown eyes that cut through my anger. "You didn't take it off." I shook my head. "I'm an asshole." "It appears that way," I answered. You doubt us?" "Not us," he said, "but maybe where we're headed. Do you want to take it? Do you want to run that dig?" He searched my eyes, as if his very future hung on my next words. "Yes, of course I do. It would be absolutely amazing. But nothing is more important to me than you. I don't want to leave you." His eyes slid shut momentarily. "You need to take it. It would be huge for you." "Yeah, it would. But our relationship is more important. I'm putting us first, because that's what you do in a relationship. You compromise for the sake of the person you love. You put aside your selfish goals so you can build one future. You're staying because of me." His head hung, as if there was some kind of blame to be placed here, like being together was a bad thing. Not because of you. For us. "It's the same difference." Why was he so angry? "So what? You'd wanted to be stationed in Texas, right? Closer to your mom? What does that have to do with it?" He still wouldn't meet my eyes, so I stepped around the table. "You chose Fort Campbell instead, so I could finish college. So we'd be together. This isn't the same. You're right. You moved your entire life. I'm only giving up 2 months. There will be other digs. I'm choosing you this one time." "That's just where it starts," he muttered. God, he'd kill me. His whisper was so soft that I barely heard it. "What? Who are you?" He didn't let me finish. "This is just the beginning." "It's one time. We need it." "And nothing I say is going to change your mind?" he asked, his mouth tightening. "Nothing will ever change my mind about you, about us," I said softly, hoping to soothe him. "This dig would be great, but we are extraordinary. It's a tiny sacrifice." "I'm fucking sick of you sacrificing," he shouted. Before I could respond, his head snapped up, the panic in his eyes quickly masked by aloof, untouchable ice. "I'm assessing for SOAR next week." A bomb detonated somewhere in the vicinity of my heart, and the fallout decimated everything in me. Special ops? But I didn't have words. He'd never even hinted at wanting to fly for SOAR, and now he was assessing? For the first time, I felt like our relationship wasn't even on the radar of his concerns. Fuck, that hurt. This wasn't the snap decision he'd had to make about deploying. No, this was a well-thought-out choice. Here I was, putting our relationship, our love, first, while he treated it like a side piece of baggage. The Josh I fell in love with, my rock, my whatever, never would have done that. Had he changed so much in the 9 months since he'd deployed that we were no longer his priority? Red-hot rage tensed every muscle in my body. "Who are you lately?" He winced, but didn't pause. "This is the right thing to do. Just like you taking the job in Turkey is right for you." I scoffed. "Yeah, a temp job that I delayed while I came home so I could see you. Because that's what I do, right? I put my career second while you make the decisions, while you apply for SOAR behind my back and volunteer for Afghanistan like it doesn't affect me." I ran over any attempt he made to speak, my fury overtaking my usual level-headedness when it came to Josh. "You are the one with the changes. 3 years ago it was, I'll just do my required 4 years and then I'll get out. Then you went aviation, and I get it. You didn't know that I'd be a part of your life, so I sucked up the fact that it would be another 6 years after you finished flight school. But this? SOAR? That's not temporary, and it's changing what our future looks like without so much as asking me. And that's not fair." "This is what I have to do," he pled, stepping toward me. I retreated. "No, it's not. You've never wanted to do it. Is this like that stupid Ducati? Do you need the adrenaline rush to feel alive? Is that it?" His jaw tensed. "I don't know." "I don't either. But you're asking me for things I don't know that I can give. Things you never would have asked me to do 9 months ago. Do you not want to be with me? Is that it?" His mouth dropped in shock. "No. There has never been a moment since I met you that I didn't want you, want to be with you. But you need to go run that dig. I'll assess for SOAR. We'll both live our dreams." He ended on a whisper, as if he could barely speak the lie, because he and I both knew SOAR had never been his dream. Separately, my heart rebelled at the idea of building separate lives. Yes, this is what I want my future to be, our future. The flat tone of his voice sounded more like defeat than determination. "What kind of future is that? The one where we see each other in passing between your deployments and my digs? Or maybe we can manage a hookup halfway between. Is that what I am now?" We stood on the edge of something I couldn't fathom, and I had no clue how to bring us back. Not without him fighting for us equally as hard. This isn't how I want our life to be. How can this be the future you want? "I know it's not fair of me to ask you to live like this, or how I can make you understand." His eyes met mine, and the anguish, the honesty I saw there stole my breath. "I know that this choice, this moment, might cost me you, and it's fucking killing me." "Then stop making these asinine decisions. Stop ripping me apart. Stop making these choices pretending like they're all about me when they're really about you. That's why you want me to go on the dig, right? So I resent you a little less? So you feel righteous that I'm not sitting at home waiting for you to die? Because let me tell you, I had the same damn fear every day on that dig that I did while I waited at home. Maybe it was easier on you." My mouth dropped. Is that it? Did you figure out that it was easier for you to be gone while I was away? No, he whispered, apology streaming from his eyes. Don't you see that this is what's best for you? His head shook. For everyone. I ripped the necklace over my head and put it on the coffee table, the ring making an obscene sound of abandonment against the glass. How do we build a future if we don't agree on one? What, we just sleep together when we're in the same state? Send emails? He couldn't mean it. There was something else there, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Was he looking for an out? Josh, do you even still want to marry me? The question ripped through my soul like razor blades, and the bleeding was instant, excruciating. I want that more than my own life, but you're right. Living like this isn't fair to you. The waiting, the worrying, the sacrifices, not after what you've been through, not after what I've promised you. All the promises I'm breaking right now. Why do you have to do this? What we have, what we've fought for. It's like you're just throwing away everything we've wanted. Sometimes the things we want aren't the same as what we need. I don't believe that for a second. Need and want have always mixed into one when it comes to us. There had to be an explanation. Some reason that he would put us through this, jeopardize us. It had to be a sense of duty. Or guilt. Will. Another shard of my heart broke, crumbled like tiny pieces of sand sifting through my fingers. Was he ever going to get past what had happened? Really and truly? It's just something I feel like I have to do, he whispered. No, I shook my head. No, it's something Will had to do. His head snapped, his gaze widening. December? He warned. That ring, I pointed to where it lay on the table. I accepted it from Josh Walker, the boy I fell into lust with on the ice and the man I fell in love with when he held me together. I don't want to marry Will or his dreams, as great as they were. You want it back on my finger? Then you act like the man I love and not the man we lost. That's not fair. None of this has been fair. We didn't ask for any of this. We lost Will. We almost lost Jagger. We almost lost you. Hell, some days it feels like I did. But you have to stop punishing yourself for what happened. Joining Soar isn't going to bring him back. Nothing I've done is enough. This is the only way I know to make his sacrifice matter. It already does. My throat tightened as tears bit into my eyes, the sting the only feeling I recognized. You are an amazing man. A wonderful friend. He knew that. Stop thinking that you need to be more, because you're already more than enough. I can't. I'm not. Then see yourself through my eyes. See the man that I love, the one who promised to be my whatever. I'm holding on to you with everything I have until my fingers, hell, my very soul, are raw and bleeding. You're trying to live for Will. But you're killing me. He sucked in his breath, his eyes closing slowly. You're right. A small sliver of hope spiked through the fog of my misery. You're right, he continued. You should go back to Turkey. You should take the job. Follow your dream. There have already been enough casualties, and I refuse to watch you wither away. Go. My chest tightened. Every nerve ending screaming to latch onto him and hold tight, not to let him nail shut the coffin he'd built to put our relationship in. Desperation took hold and squeezed my lungs. Stop. I can figure it out. If this is what you need, then I can do it. Deployments without warning, never knowing where he was, never ending. I can do it for you, for us. Josh, I love you. And nothing is ever going to change that, whether we're on different continents, different beds, or different wavelengths. You're my everything. He walked forward slowly and pressed a lingering kiss to my forehead that felt too much like a goodbye. Go run your dig. Will. He glanced at where my ring sat on the coffee table, echoing the same defeat that radiated from him. We'll figure this out when you get back. 2 months isn't going to change how much I love you. A lifetime couldn't." Then he turned and walked out, pausing in the doorway. "But if this changes your love, if you realize that all I'm doing is holding you back," he swallowed, "I won't blame you. I'm not really sure I could love me either. Not under these circumstances." "Josh," I whispered, "stay. Don't give up. Don't abandon what we have." His knuckles turned white on the handle, but he walked through, shutting the door behind him. I took in a gulping breath. Fear, pain, heartbreak, it all coursed through my veins. But anger trumped it all. He'd made another fucking decision for us. I stomped up the stairs like a petulant toddler. Fuck it. If he didn't want to sleep next to me, then I didn't want to sleep next to him. I knew that was a lie about 20 minutes later, when I crept back down the stairs, put my ring around my neck, and then crawled into our guest bed, simply because I knew Josh was on the other side of the wall. I let my hand rest on the smooth paint as a tear slipped down my cheek. 2.5 years, and we were back here. Our headboards separated by a wall, and our hearts separated by something a little less tangible. How could he have changed so much that we were no longer his priority? Unless he hadn't. Unless this was about something different altogether. But what? I'm not really sure I could love me either. His words gutted me more than his sore declaration. His walls had grown so thick, and he shut me out until I was freezing, my heart barely able to endure the cold. But that heart still beat for him in a way I knew it never would for anyone else. Some damned homecoming. My eyes blurred with tears as I pulled out my cell phone and opened my flight app. $199 later, I changed my departure date. Then, I emailed our wedding coordinator.
Chapter 35. Josh. "I swear this is the second time in 2 months that I've told you that you're being a fucking idiot," Jaggers said as he grabbed clean clothes out of his dresser. "What the hell do you want me to do, Jag? She took her fucking ring off." I'm pretty sure that says it all right there. I flexed my hands to keep from punching a hole in his wall. When I'd finally realized that her left hand was as naked as I'd wanted to get her, my heart had been crushed. She may as well have driven a construction truck over it. Then to realize I'd been a moron and it was hanging around her neck only to have her actually take it off, that tiny action rocked the foundation of my very being. In that instant, I realized that letting her go wasn't just going to break my heart, it was going to obliterate it. What the hell was I going to do? My most basic instinct was to march over to our house, throw open the door, strip her naked, and keep her screaming my name until she agreed to put that fucking ring back on her hand. But she'd already accused me of trying to sex my way out of things, and she'd been right. "So you told her to go? Pushed her even further away?" "Yeah, well, it's what she needs." Jagger stopped shoving his clothes in a bag and flat out glared at me. "Get a fucking grip." "I have one," I shouted. Okay, well, that sounded insane. "I'm fine," I said softer. "No nightmares. Found my purpose. You name it, I've done it. I corresponded with my therapist overseas with Skype sessions. I flew missions and I got my head back. My heart just seems to have left." "You left her, Josh. You walked out in the middle of the night after she asked you to stay. Paisley put her back together and then put her on a plane. You don't think I know that? This is for the best. I've put her through hell the last few months, and she didn't deserve it. Not any of this. If she's done with me, I can't blame her. She can go back to Turkey and I can move out, walk away. Fuck, the thought hurt more than a fucking bullet." He shook his head. "Damn, Josh. I know you're used to being her rock. You're used to swooping in and saving her like you did when her dad died. But Ember is a hell of a lot stronger now. She doesn't need you to save her. She needs you to save yourself. Sort your fucking head out before you lose her. You'll never find another woman that loves you like she does. I don't want another woman. Ever. She was it for me, and if I lost her, everyone else would pale in comparison." He zipped up the bag. "Then what the hell are you doing?" I threaded my hands through my hair and closed my eyes. What she needs. I repeated it in my head, my personal mantra to get me through this shit. He scoffed. Do you even want to fly sore? My eyes opened. No, it just seemed like the right thing to do. Will never got to. For fuck's sake. Didn't you learn anything watching Paisley struggle with Peyton? You can't live for someone who's dead. It's not the same, I snapped. Oh? How? He folded his arms over his chest. Paisley didn't get Peyton killed. Jagger's posture softened and he rubbed his hands over his face. I'm too sleep-deprived for this shit. You did not get Will killed. If anyone shoulders that blame, it's me. And if I can function, you can too, because Carter would kick your ass for what you're doing right now. If you don't want to fly sore, why would you put Ember through that? I didn't answer, but I didn't have to. Jagger had been my best friend for years and knew me entirely too well. He paused, then swore under his breath. You did it so she'd take the job. I nodded. Because she was going to stay here for you. I swallowed back the growing boulder in my throat and nodded again. I can't decide if you're the most unselfish asshole on the planet or the most manipulative. She said she wanted the job. The only reason she wasn't taking it was for me. Do you have any idea what she's given up to be with me? What she risks? They all do. Every woman who marries a military guy takes that same risk. They might not have the same scars Ember does, but they all know the same fear. Morgan, Sam, Paisley, Ember. They all knew what they were doing. They were all willing to change their lives for love. So I'm supposed to watch her give up everything she worked her ass off for, and then leave her with what? A kiss and a prayer that she won't hold a folded flag? She deserves better, a hell of a lot better than me. Jagger shook his head and clasped my shoulder. Trust her to make her own choices. I won't be the reason. I won't hold her back. If it means taking myself out of the equation, then I'll do it. She's already given up too much for me. You still love her? My soul burned with the thought of her smile, her tenacity, her insane level of courage. With everything I am. Hell, she is everything I am. Then you need to make it clear that she can have both. You and her dig. And the sore stuff? That's between you and that heavy-ass guilt you're carrying. I'm not going to tell you not to do it if it's what you think you have to do. We all owe our debts to Will, and we all pay differently. You just have to decide if your guilt is worth losing Ember. I don't know how to live without her. Then stop standing here like a whiny bitch. Get out the knee pads and hit your knees. Beg, plead. You, of all people, taught me the value of laying our shit bare, of fighting for the women we love. She took the ring off, and I basically told her it was okay. I gave her the out. How the hell do I fight that? It was all I could say because it was all I could think. How could she walk away when I couldn't so much as contemplate a life without her? Because you made her, you jackass. Then put it back on her hand. Don't accept the invitation to assess for sore. Fix your mess, Josh. She stood by you through a hell of a lot. He put his hand on my shoulder. I get it. You've walked through hell these last 6 months, and I love you like a brother. You saved my life, and I will never be able to repay you for that. Jagger, don't. I couldn't take one more thank you. But because I love you, I will kick your fucking ass if you don't loosen your sphincter to let your head out. My head snapped toward his. You know I can physically take you, right? Yeah, well, it's worth the risk. You two have always been what I've looked up to, and I'm not really thrilled that Paisley and I are beating you out in the stable couple department. Hell, Grayson and Sam are beating you, even with all their drama. Get a fucking grip, or you'll be right and she'll be gone. You can be the badass SOAR pilot and you can fly the covert missions, but it's going to cost you Ember. Even if she stays with you, that mission will eat a hole in her soul, and you know it. Trying to envision a future without December. Her laugh, the way her arms wrapped around me, the feel of her body underneath me as I made love to her. My eyes squeezed shut like they couldn't bear to see it. What am I going to do? She doesn't even realize that this is equally about giving her the future she's worked for. She thinks I'm only living for Will, to make his sacrifice mean something. She doesn't see that by doing one, I give her the other. Jagger slung the bag over his shoulder. Yeah, well, maybe Carter would want you to fly SOAR. Maybe he would have wanted you to carry out that legacy. But I can tell you for sure that he never would have wanted you to lose Ember over it. He pushed past me and headed downstairs. So that's your advice? Pull my head out of my ass? I called over the railing. That about sums it up. And what if I'm right? What if she's done? He paused midway down and looked up at me. You've never been a coward, Josh, so don't start now. You'll fly into a hot LZ to save a soldier, so take the fucking risk and save your relationship. I stood in our living room later that afternoon, but it didn't feel the same. She left an hour ago for the airport, taking the out I'd foolishly given her, forced on her. I'd stupidly watched from Jagger's window as she pulled out of our driveway, taking my heart with her. I was pretty sure I'd left fingernail marks in his windowsill to keep from going after her. Who the hell was I to keep her from her dream? Then I'd be the epitome of what her dad had hated about Riley. I swear she won't be trapped under my dream. My promise to him twisted the knife I'd cut myself open with. I set her free, I called out, my voice morbidly loud in the empty house. I didn't keep her caged. My voice dropped to a whisper. But if it was the right thing to do, why does it feel so wrong? Without Ember, this house was just a shell, an echo of something beautiful. The warmth, the welcome, the feeling of home. It was gone, because she was gone. Our pictures, our furniture, everything we'd started building together was here, but without her, none of this meant anything. It felt as empty as I was without her. Without her love holding me together, I started to unravel. Every fuck-up I'd put her through the last few months replayed in my head. Every time I couldn't talk to her, couldn't let her in. The motorcycle race, the nightmares, returning to the deployment, the short emails we'd exchanged during the last couple of months, which did nothing to bridge the monumental canyon I'd created. She deserved this job without me fucking it up for her or feeling like she had to choose. Hell, she deserved a fuck-up-free life. Maybe taking off her ring was her way of saying she knew it too. I stared at the empty portion of the coffee table where she'd laid it last night. Maybe she'd taken it with her. Maybe she had put it back on. Or maybe she'd left it in her jewelry box. My steps felt leaden as I climbed the stairs. Everything felt heavy. My heart, my limbs, my choices. What if I found the ring in her jewelry box? What if she'd really given up on us? Given up on me? What the hell was I supposed to do? If I didn't join SOAR, would Ember come home? Give up on the dig? If I did join, would that be even worse for her? What would Carter say? That they needed the best? That it was our obligation to step up? What would Doc Howard have said? Would the father in him demand that I take a desk job and protect his daughter? Or would the soldier he was understand the debt I had to pay? He'd kick your ass for the way you've hurt her. The sun came in through the window, and my face reflected in the glass frame of the print at the head of the stairs. I looked as shitty as I felt. I focused past my pale face and sunken eyes to the words beneath the glass. The Gettysburg Address. My eyes skimmed the words, my mind filling with memories of sitting next to Ember in history class, trying my damnedest to keep my focus on our professor instead of her. I'd failed. What's your full measure? She'd asked me. Where was my resolve? I pulled Carter's ring from my pocket and turned it over in my fingers as I read through the address. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men living and dead who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. My voice carried through our empty house, reverberating off the walls like I lived in a tomb. We cannot hallow this ground, because they'd already made the greatest of sacrifices. There was no higher elevation to ascend to, no better way to consecrate that ground, because those soldiers had already done so with their own blood. To have tried would have been arrogant, as if there was anything the living could have done to compare with the price that had already been paid. My forehead rested against the cool glass and my eyes slid shut. This is the only way I know to make his sacrifice matter. It already does. Our words from last night's fight slammed through me, shattering the last of my grief, my guilt, into manageable pieces. I was doing the same, trying to make Will's sacrifice mean more, trying to earn it. He'd offered up his very life for mine, and there was no way to make that sacrifice mean more than it already did. Now I was the arrogant bastard. My fist closed around his ring, and I concentrated on the edges cutting into my palm, letting the pain ground me. Soar was his dream, not mine. And yeah, he'd think it was kick-ass if I flew with the 160th, but he'd be pissed if he could see what I'd done to my relationship. He lives for them. He'd needed Jagger to live for Paisley. That love, their future family, had been his last thought. His last word had been garbled through his blood, but I'd heard when he'd whispered Peyton's name. Love. His last moments weren't a lament of never flying with Soar. They weren't spent talking about how honorable it had been to save our lives, because in those final gasping breaths that hadn't mattered. He'd only needed to know that his friends would live, that Paisley would be okay, that he'd be with Peyton soon. If Will left a legacy, it was love. And I let mine slip through my fingers because I was an arrogant bastard with my head up my ass. Of course she'd left, given up, taken the out I damn near shoved down her throat. I had taken the last of her hope and crushed it when I walked out that door last night. God, I'd wanted to stay, ached to, but I knew I would have given in if I'd lingered 1 second longer. I would have put my hands on her, forgotten every reason she needed to go, and I would have let her stay. Maybe I could have lived with the guilt of what happened to Will, but watching that fire inside Ember die slowly, that would kill me. My cell phone buzzed in the pocket of my shorts, and I fumbled it before I swiped it to answer the Colorado number. Hello? Mr. Walker? A sweet voice asked. I glanced at the phone again, trying to place the number with the slightly familiar voice. Yes? Hi, this is Mrs. Patrick's, your wedding coordinator? Well, if this wasn't the most fucked up moment for this call, fuck. What if she already canceled our wedding? Or maybe it was the deposit. Yeah, that had to be it. Hi, Mrs. Patrick's. I rubbed the skin between my eyes. I'd been making payments from Afghanistan, but there was still 1,000 due before next week. I know the balance for the deposit is due. Oh, no. That's not why I'm calling. With yesterday's payment, your balance is paid in full. I was actually letting you know that the photographer you wanted has signed his contract. Great. Now we'd have to cancel that, too, if I'd lost her. Wait. Did you say the balance was paid in full? Yes. Clicking sounds resonated in the background. Miss Howard emailed me last night and made the final payment. I nearly hit my knees. She did? Yes, late last night, actually. $500. The other payments have been spread out between the ones you've sent me directly and the ones posted online. Ember. She'd been making payments. She'd made one after we fought last night. Somehow, even after everything I'd put her through, she still wanted to marry me. She still had hope. Mr. Walker? Mrs. Patrick's asked. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, but I have to go. I'll tell Ember about the photographer, thank you. I hung up and raced down the stairs, jumping the last 4. My feet damn near flew as I raced through our living room, grabbing my keys off the coffee table and leaving Will's ring in their place. What about her ring? Don't you need it? I skidded to a halt in the kitchen. Nope. Fuck the ring. If she'd left it here, I'd buy her a new one. I'd buy her 5 new ones. We'd work it out. We had to. I'd crawl on my fucking knees if I had to, but I wasn't losing her. I'd find a way for her to have everything, our love and her career, without choosing. I dialed her number as the garage doors opened painfully slow, and the call went to voicemail as I climbed behind the wheel. When the 3rd call went to voicemail and I was halfway out of our neighborhood, I broke down and called Sam. What the hell do you want, Walker? She snapped. Her phone is going to voicemail. Maybe she doesn't want to talk to you. Hell, I don't even want to talk to you, and I'm not the one you crushed. Sam, I shouted, coming to a screeching halt at the stop sign. I fucked up, okay? I put everything before her, and I know she's hurt, but I have never, not for 1 second ever, not loved Amber. She's my entire reason for existing. I just need to talk to her, Sam. I have to clear this up. I'll do whatever the fuck she wants, but I can't lose her. So if you wouldn't mind just maybe giving me her damned flight information, I would be very appreciative. You're losing your shit. I have nothing left to lose, Sam. Come on, she's everything. Give him the flight information, Samantha, Grayson said in the background. Do you have me on speaker? I nearly gagged. It seemed like a family kind of moment. I could practically see her shrug from here. Sam, Grayson hissed. Fine. But you hurt her again, Josh, and I'll add more scars to that body of yours. Deal. She's on transatlantic flight 3305 out of Nashville in 1 hour. I was 50 minutes from the airport. Thank you, Sam. You know, she has her cell phone off. She's not avoiding you, she admitted softly. A giant sigh of relief tore through me as I hit 75 on the highway. There's hope. That girl loves you more than an ancient city full of relics. A grin tilted my mouth. That's really saying something. Yeah, well, love like that doesn't come along every day. No, it doesn't. I'm going after her, Sam. Good. And for once, screw the speed limit, Josh. I pressed the pedal to the floor as we hung up and drove like a bat out of hell to the Nashville airport. This was our moment, and it was fucking movie-worthy. I made it in 43 minutes. The car was barely in park before I jumped from my seat and ran into the terminal, queuing up the flight tracker app on my phone. I just had to buy a ticket, and I could get through security. The shortest line was for States Air, so I headed that way as my phone pulled up the departure info. I could get through security in about 2 seconds thanks to being TSA pre-checked, so that wouldn't take me... Fuck. My fist clenched around my cell phone and I sucked in air through my teeth to keep from exploding. No. Her plane had already left the gate. I'd missed my chance. I stuttered through one breath and then another, trying to relieve the god-awful pressure in my chest. I refused to lose her. Not like this. Not ever. Now, I just had to prove that to her.
Chapter 36. Ember. The room was coming together nicely, each newly revealed tile joining in a gorgeous mosaic. I hummed, enjoying the soft echo as I used a small brush to remove the smaller debris from the new section we were working on. Are you sure you don't want to break? Ilyas asked. I'm going to run to town while Dr. Trimble brings through his investors. I lowered my handkerchief from my hairline and caught the sweat off my forehead, then pushed it back up. How could I have forgotten that Luke's father was coming through today to see how we were doing? No, I'll stay and work. Alone? He asked, concerned. I'm fine, I assured him. You're alone a lot, Miss Ember. You're here alone, in your room alone, walking in the evenings alone. If you get much more alone, you're going to be a certifiable recluse. I know, I said over my shoulder with a smile. I'm okay, I promise. I just want to say hi to Luke's dad. I turned back around, letting the tiles consume my vision, and I focused on the beautiful colors. Do you need anything? I'll pick it up for you. Oh, I nodded, sweeping a small bit of debris off a darkish red tile. Powdered creamer. He laughed. Have you not learned to drink your coffee the real way yet? I'd rather milk a camel. I fake gagged, and he laughed harder. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. He rinsed off his hands in the corner by the archway that connected us to the next room. I'd never develop a taste for the dark sugar-brewed roasts they preferred over here. I missed smooth, silky cream too much. I missed the States, really. Okay, mostly Josh. Always Josh. His smile, his eyes, the way his arms wrapped around me at the perfect moment, simply knowing what I needed. A familiar ache settled into my chest, constricting my breaths for a few painful seconds. How had we gotten here? We'd made it through more than a couple should have to over the last 3 years, and now we were teetering on what? All-out collapse? Why? Because we couldn't see eye to eye on his job? Because you don't see the same future. Miss Ember, are you okay? Ilyas asked, now in front of me, snapping me out of my depressing thoughts. He'd done too much of that lately. Yeah, I nodded with a forced smile. Let me grab you some money. I reached into my back pocket and felt only soft fabric. Shit, you did not. A quick check of the other pocket, then the small skinny ones in front, and I swore under my breath. It was a half-mile walk back to my room. And my wallet. Ugh, it's in my room. No problem, Ilyas said with a shrug. I've got it. That voice sent shivers racing down my limbs, and the ache in my heart morphed into butterflies of disbelief. 40 Turkish lira appeared in front of me in a hand I knew all too well. I turned slowly, my breath catching in my throat as I looked up and met his eyes. Josh. His name was my only coherent thought, my every heartbeat screaming it. My first instinct was to throw my arms around him and forget every reason we were ripping each other apart. A myriad of emotions crossed his face as we stood there, eyes locked on each other. Joy quickly flickered to worry until he tilted his head, sighed, and gave me half a smile. December, he whispered. What are you doing here? I shook my head. Not that I'm not glad to see you. Crap. That came out wrong. I verbally vomited. Fuck me. But he looked good in that Henley vest. And he was in Turkey. Turkey! I came for you. So simple. So very complicated. How about I get your creamer? Ilyas said, and backed out of the room, a giant, goofy grin on his face. I brushed the dust from my hands onto my already too dirty cargo capris, well aware that I'd look like I'd been on the dig site all day. God, I'm a mess, I said, trying to think of something to say that wasn't, I'm sorry, I'll do whatever you want, move wherever you want to, lose myself to support your crazy need for special ops stuff. Just love me. It was so tempting to say, to heal the rift between us, but it would be shoving a Band-Aid on an arterial bleed. You're perfect, he said softly, tucking a sweat-curled strand of hair behind my ear. Perfect, and exquisitely beautiful. I barely stopped myself from kissing his hand as it skimmed down my face, his thumb dangerously close to my lips. I can't believe you're really here. He smiled, and my heart skipped. I'm sorry it took so long. I got to the airport about 10 minutes too late. You'd already taken off, and then I had to go through all the redeployment stuff, and we just now got leave. And I think I might have melted. You came after me at the airport? He nodded. Yeah, well, I realized that everything we're fighting about, none of it matters if I lose you. But aren't you supposed to be at SOAR assessment? He shook his head. I declined. I'm not assessing. My chest felt like every rainbow in the world had crammed itself in there. You did? You're not? I never really wanted it. I applied because it was what Will wanted, and I was going to talk about it with you when I got home. But then you said you were giving up all this. He gestured to the ruins around us, for me. And I couldn't let you do it. I couldn't let your career, your dream, get run over, not even for our relationship. You've already given up so much for me. So when you felt like you had to choose, I did the only thing I could think of. I took myself out of that equation. I'm so sorry. You deserved to make the choice. I would always choose you. I know. He cupped my face in his hand and stepped closer, bringing our bodies to a near touch. The small distance was sanity and ache, all in one. We've always said it's you and me against the world, And these last few months, we've been letting the world win because we've been divided. You were right. I've been making decisions about my future based on guilt, while your future widened into this world you've worked so hard for. I got caught up in this idea that I had to be your foundation, and I was cracked. Then, in trying to fix myself, I forgot that what we're built on isn't just you and isn't just me, it's both of us. We're strong because we carry each other. We build our relationship on equal ground, and I'm so sorry that I lost sight of that. It's unforgivable. Nothing is unforgivable. You weren't trying to hurt me. I know you never would. You were trying to be a better man for me. But you have to know that you're already the best, even when you were wounded and bleeding and a little broken. You are mine. There's no one else for me. His eyebrows lowered with his voice. I'm sorry I ever made you doubt it. Can I fix this? He sucked in a shaky breath. Am I too late? I'd wait forever for you, I answered, slipping my ring out of my shirt on its chain to show him. I love you. I have always loved you, and I will always love you. These last few months have sucked, but that's what marriage is, right? For better, for worse. So maybe we get the worst out of the way now. There's nothing you can say or do that could push me far enough away that I would stop loving you. I am willing to wait as long as you need. But I'll never give up on us, Josh. Whether I'm in Turkey, or you're in Afghanistan, or we're both at home, my heart is always with you. He glanced down at the ring and back to my face. My breath caught at the love that poured out of his eyes. I'll put it back on if you want. I never emotionally took it off. I'm sorry I even threatened it. It was childish and untrue. Josh looked over my shoulder at the mosaic I was uncovering. That's lasted thousands of years, under all this dirt. A smile tugged at my lips. Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? His eyes dropped to my lips. Yes, and there's no way I'm letting you ruin it with a piece of jewelry. Besides, I don't need a ring on your hand to know that you're mine. Josh brushed my mouth in a sweet kiss. Our lips lingered as our breaths mingled, restoring gravity to our world in the space of a heartbeat. I leaned into him and brought my hand to his neck, savoring the warmth of his skin. He deepened the kiss, and I moaned my approval, the sound echoing off the stone walls. There was nothing in the world that compared to kissing Josh, except maybe being kissed by Josh. He used his lips to tell me he loved me, the strokes of his tongue against mine to say how much he'd missed me, missed us. I answered in kind, forgetting everything around me and abandoning all logical thought. There, in his arms, standing in the middle of a room that was thousands of years old, in a foreign country thousands of miles from the States, I was home. This was all that mattered. Need spiraled through my nerves, tightening in my stomach as Josh's grip turned more possessive, more demanding. It had been so long, and I was starved for his touch. Whoa, Red? Luke's voice barely broke through the haze of desire Josh wrapped me in. Josh released me, and I peeked around his rather massive frame. Hey, Luke, what are you... Josh turned, and recognition lit in Luke's eyes. Ah, so Flyboy has come to make amends? I stepped to the side and nodded. It's all good. Good, because you've been the most pathetic lovesick puppy I've ever seen these last few months. By the way, you left your wallet on my bed last night. He waved it above his head, and I skipped over to retrieve it. Thanks, I said with a smacking kiss on his cheek. Movie nights are my favorite. And next time the ice cream is on me, but I really wish you'd branch out from just strawberry. He glanced over me to Josh, then back. Call me if you need me. She won't, Josh answered, his voice gruff. Holy shit, he's jealous. Of Luke? Luke snorted back a laugh. Relax. His eyes drifted down Josh's impeccable body, and I choked back a laugh when Josh caught on. "You're far more my taste than your fiancé." He gave Josh's chest an appreciative pat and walked out, calling back, "Oh, and Dad is walking through in a half hour, so, I'll lock the door on my way out." "He's gay," Josh said. I bit into my lower lip until my smile tore it free. "I never told you that?" Josh shook his head. "I guess it never seemed important." He wrapped his arms around me, and I laid my head against his chest, setting my breaths to the steady rhythm of his heart. "I love you," he whispered into my hair. "Tell me I didn't lose you. I need to hear it one more time." I tilted my head enough to press a kiss to his stubbled jaw. "You couldn't lose me if you tried, Josh Walker. Though you've made me wonder lately if that was your motive." "Never. I just want what's best for you." "You're what's best for me, and not just because I love you. You make me a better person, stronger. You push me to achieve things I'd only ever dreamed of and never hold me back. You're my perfect match in every way." "No more stupid shit," he promised. "I even sold the Ducati." I jerked back in his arms to get a better look at his face. "You what?" He nodded. "I've been in counseling this whole time, too." I blinked. Okay, the counseling I applaud. But the Ducati? His grin was enough to seriously drop my panties. "You hated the Ducati." "I didn't." I shook my head. I hated the Ducati. I hated what it represented, a giant, flashy death wish. "I know, and you were right, so I turned it into something you'd love. I paid off our wedding." My jaw dropped. "You paid off our wedding?" "Including the photographer." A stab of guilt went through me. "But you loved that thing." "No, I loved being a 17-year-old on that thing. Now, I love you. I will always love you, December." My eyes flew wide. "But the Harley. Oh God, please tell me you didn't sell the Harley. I know I hate how dangerous they are, but you love it, and I have to admit, you're sexy as hell on it." He cut me off with a kiss and then laughed. "I kept the Harley, but I'd sell it in a heartbeat if it made you happy." No. You make me happy. Keep it. Just, helmet." He kissed me softly. "Anything for you, future Mrs. Walker." "Say it again," I whispered against his lips. "Mrs. Walker. December Walker. Dr. Walker." This time his kiss was blatantly erotic. I melted into him, and he took complete advantage, kissing me deeper, with hotter swirls of his tongue until I whimpered, ready to give those tile mosaics a show they wouldn't forget for another few thousand years. "A half hour, huh?" he asked, worshipping my neck with kisses that sent chills rocketing down my arm. "Yeah," I answered. "I can do a lot with a half hour." A giggle burst free. "And then what?" "Then I'm yours for the next 2 weeks. If you want me, you can work and I'll watch, or I'll help, or I'll just study 5 and 9s in your room until you're done at night. I don't want you to choose between the dig and me, so you get both." This was heaven. Uncovering ancient relics by day and making love with Josh at night. The picture was exquisite. "You don't mind? You're using up all of your leave and I won't have time to vacation or anything." "I don't need a vacation. I just need you. Your career is just as important as mine, and maybe selfishly, I want to understand what you do. This place," he glanced around at the stone walls and back to me, "it's part of you. Usually you have to live where the army tells us to, handle deployments and wounds and funerals, because you're forced to live in my world. Because I love you, Josh." "I know, and I love you," he said, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "Now show me around, December, because I'd like to live in your world for a little while." My smile radiated the joy that reached through my limbs to my fingers and toes. The Army, Colorado, Alabama, Tennessee, Turkey. It's all our world. Our world, he agreed, and sealed the promise with a kiss. The world had never felt smaller because my heart had never felt so big. Chapter 37. Ember. Under the cloudless Colorado sky, during a sunset in June, I kicked my feet on the ski lift like an overexcited 5-year-old. "You're going to lose a shoe," April chastised. "Ease up, April," Gus said from the other side of me. He stretched his neck, trying to shove his fingers between his collar and light blue tie that perfectly matched the ribbons around my bouquet of white calla lilies. "I love you, Ember, I do, but this thing sucks." "Don't say sucks," I chastised, handing my bouquet to April so I could loosen Gus's tie enough for him to breathe. "Does it at least match Josh's?" he asked as I finished. "It does," I promised. "Just think, in a few minutes, you'll have a brother." A grin lit up his face, and he leaned into the slight breeze, ruffling his strawberry blonde curls. I sent a silent thank you to my hairdresser for shellacking my updo to my head. "I like that idea." "Good," April laughed, bringing my bouquet to her nose. "Everything is perfect, Ember. I couldn't be happier for you." I squeezed her hand as she handed me back the flowers. "I think we turned out okay?" "Yeah," she smiled. "You don't mind that Mom brought that new guy?" I looked at the chair in front of us, where Mom currently wore a smile that could light the world. "No, I'm just glad to see her happy." "Me too," Gus agreed. "I like Paul. Plus, he said his intentions are honorable." April leaned forward, her mouth dropping open. "You asked him that?" "You can never be too sure," he said with a straight face. April and I burst into snorting fits of laughter that lasted just about until the chair stopped at the top of the mountain. Gus hopped down, and then April waited, offering her arm to keep me steady as my feet reached the step. Then she cleared the lace train of my gown and lifted it as we walked down to the path. Butterflies took flight in my stomach as she adjusted the thick lace straps of my sweetheart neckline and then made sure the jeweled belt was secure. "One moment." She bit her lip in concentration and pushed something into my hair. One of the crystals had come loose. "What?" I asked as she blinked. "You're just beautiful." "I'm proud of you, April. Everything you've fought through, and going to see you, getting great grades, I couldn't be prouder to have you as a sister." Our hug was short, since I saw Mom approaching us over her shoulder, and then Paisley and Sam came off the next chair. They all sniffled, dabbing at their eyes, but I was too excited to cry, too ready to be Josh's wife. Wife. I used to think fiancé was the prettiest word until I became one. Then I realized that wife was quite possibly the best word in the English language, next to husband. "Okay, ladies, the clock is a-tickin'," Gus called out. "Never rush a lady, August," Grams clucked. "You have never looked lovelier, December," she said with a kiss on my cheek. "December, you are radiant," Mrs. Patricks said, earpiece in and clipboard in hand. "Are you ready to become Mrs. Walker?" "I've always been ready," I answered with an effortless smile. We walked to the area just before the aisle, hidden by the large trellis. Mom kissed me on the cheek. "Your father would be so proud of you. So happy with the love you've found." Her eyes glistened as she pulled back. "I love you. This marriage only means that we gain Josh. You'll always be my baby girl." "I know, Mom," I answered. "I love you too." She walked down the aisle with Grams as the music played, followed by Josh's mom, who blew me a kiss as she walked by. Morgan sat next to Mom. Peyton happily chewed on part of her dress as he sat in her lap. Paisley and Sam readied themselves to walk, and Gus gently tugged my hand. "What's up, little man?" "I wish Dad was here. Is that okay?" Tears pricked at my eyes. I wish he was too, Gus. But I know that he's really happy that you're walking me down the aisle. April fixed his hair, leaning down in her pale blue dress. He's here, Gus. Trust me, he's watching, because he wouldn't miss this for the world. Not after all the work he did to get these two together. I squeezed her hand, and our eyes locked, so similar, yet so different. Thank you. You're up, April, Mrs. Patricks said, and April nodded, then walked down the aisle. Shall we? Gus said, tilting his chin and offering his arm. I took it, marveling that he was already approaching my jaw in height. We shall. The music changed, and we stepped into the arch. Josh came into view, and it was all I could do not to race toward him when his mouth dropped slightly. I kept my eyes locked on his and my steps measured, but my heart flew higher than the mountains around us. Josh in a hockey uniform, hell, Josh in multicam, didn't quite compare to Josh in a tux, waiting for me at the end of the large deck. Gus nodded to Josh as we approached, and Josh leaned down as my little brother whispered in his ear. With raised eyebrows, he nodded, then shook Gus's hand. Only then did Gus give my hand over to Josh. I think Dad's happy, he whispered to me. I do too, I said, kissing his cheek, before he walked to stand between Jagger and Grayson. Then the world faded away as Josh looked into my eyes and said, You're perfection. I saw forever in those brown eyes. You too. What did Gus whisper? Josh's eyes danced. That if I ever hurt you, he has a BB gun and knows where I sleep. I leaned around Josh and widened my eyes at Gus. He had the nerve to smile and throw me a thumbs up. Josh and I were both laughing as we turned to the minister. In front of 75 of our closest friends and family, we pledged our love, verbalizing everything we'd known from the start. We were meant for each other. Josh vowed to love me forever, cherish me above all, and always come home to me. I vowed to love him for eternity, adore him when he was wrinkled, and to always be waiting for him. Unless I was digging up something really old, then he'd have to do the waiting. I now pronounce you man and wife, the minister said. You may kiss your bride. My heart sang, feeling as if it was made entirely of joy. Josh paused, his eyes alight with wonder and love as they skimmed over my face, as if he was trying to remember every detail of this moment. Then he stepped forward, cupping one hand behind my neck and the other at my waist. My free hand came around his neck, and as he dipped me backward, my bouquet almost brushed the floor in the other. He kissed me, filling me with promise and hope and so much love that I thought my heart might burst from the sheer volume of emotion pouring through me. I was vaguely aware of an uproar of applause as he deepened the kiss for the smallest of seconds, before pulling me back to a standing position, my lips still clinging to his. The claps became even louder as we drew apart, and I saw his arm lifted above us, his fist clenched in victory. You and me, he whispered against my lips, against the world, I promised. And what a beautiful world it was. Our world.
Epilogue. Josh. 5 years later. Damn it, I was going to be late. I shouldn't have taken that last call, but the new shift wasn't on for another 20 minutes and they'd requested flight for life, so we'd gone. I'd call later and check to make sure the little boy had made it. I parked my Jeep in the closest spot available and grabbed my bag from the back, sprinting into the practice rink at the World Arena. She'd never forgive me if I was late. I threw open the glass doors and raced toward the locker room to see Ember coming out with Noah on her hip, her cheeks pink from the cool air in the rink. Josh, you made it! Our lips met, and that same lightning ran through me, bringing every one of my nerves to attention. I kissed her again just because I could, until Noah pulled on my bag strap. Hey, Hulk, I said, lifting our 7-month-old son into my arms. He had his mother's eyes and disposition, and after the hellraiser Quinn had been, and still was, Noah was the perfect second baby. I kissed his soft cheeks and caught his giggles while Ember adjusted the baby carrier, and then I helped her get him situated, running my hand over his little bald head before pulling his Colorado Tigers hat over it. "How was work?" I asked. "Good. I edited that article for Archaeology magazine, graded a stack of papers, and put in the grant paperwork for the new dig site." "You put me to shame, December Walker." "Save any lives today?" "A few, I hope." "How is our little hockey player?" "Annoyed that Coach Dad isn't here on time," she smiled. "Seriously, I'm not even allowed to tie skates. Apparently I'm not cool enough because Daddy does it better. You've created a monster, Josh, and you must now tame the beast. And seriously, with the fight over the number..." "Hey, there's nothing wrong with wanting your old man's number." "Uh-huh," she smirked. "Because Quinn was definitely the one fighting, right? Or, wait, that was you and Mr. Parkins." "Hey, Quinn was just as entitled to that number as the Parkins kid was." "Uh-huh. You'd better get in there before the beast shreds you." "I will don my armor." "Game starts in 15 minutes. She smacked my ass and wiggled her eyebrows. "Looking good today, Walker." I shot her a look that told her this wasn't over. "You just wait until we get home. Noah may sleep through the night, but you won't." "Promises, promises," she said with a laugh and headed toward the stands. I came through the locker room doors and searched the benches full of squirming kids for mine. "Thank God you're here because I got shot down when I offered to help Quinn," Gus said, shaking his head, which was almost level with mine. I'd never known anyone as particular about hockey equipment and who put it on as Quinn was. "No worries, I got caught up at work, but I'm here. Thanks, Gus." "No problem." He bent down to help one of the dozens of boys who took up the benches. Quinn's arms were waving, and I picked my way to the back of the locker room. "You're late." "I know," I said, crouching down to grab one tiny skate. "But Daddy had to help save lives. I'm here now. You wouldn't let Mommy tie your skates?" There was a tiny head shake under a massive helmet. "She doesn't do it tight enough. She's scared of hurting me, but I'm tough." "I know you are," I assured our firstborn, finishing up the other skate. "Are you ready for your first game?" "I'm ready." "What do we do?" I asked, careful as those tiny skates met the padded surface of the locker room so we could walk to the ice. "Skate fast, shoot steady, and don't hog the puck." "Good job." We fist bumped before we stepped into the bench. "Daddy, my helmet feels weird." Quinn plopped onto the bench with as much grace as a 4-year-old decked out in gear could. "Okay, let me peek." I unhooked the snaps and then pulled it off. A tumult of red curls fell from the helmet, and I stared into eyes that mirrored my own, with the attitude to match. "That's better," she said. "You didn't let Mommy braid your hair?" I asked, pulling an extra hair tie out of my coaching jacket. "None of the boys have to," she argued. "None of the boys have Princess Merida hair. Now turn." I straddled the bench behind her, divided her hair into 3 sections, and braided it with practiced fingers. "Done." She ran her hand down the seam. "Mommy does it smoother." "Then you should have let Mommy do it, you imp." She burst into laughter and grinned up at me. "I'm not an imp, I'm Quinn." I kissed her on the forehead and then secured her helmet. "Yes, you sure are. Now get on the ice and we'll go out for hot chocolate if you score." "Daddy," she whispered. "Quinny?" "What if I don't score?" I grinned at her perfect little face, so like her mother's, and thanked God again for this life I'd been given. "Then we'll go out for hot chocolate." "Okay." She nodded, then turned to where Ember sat in the stands. "Hi, Mommy! Noah!" Ember waved and then lifted Noah's hand from her hair to do the same as Quinn took the half ice that was set up for the Mites-level game. How was she already 4? How was this already her first game? How... Had my daughter just stolen the puck from that massive 6-year-old? Quick on her feet, she skated past the lone defenseman and scored on the goalie-less net, throwing up her arms in victory as if Lundqvist himself had been in goal. I clapped for her and then turned to Ember, who had covered Noah's ears and was cheering loudly against the glass for our daughter. I had never loved December more than at that moment. Though I thought that just about every day. All these years, and we were back here at the same rink, cheering on the jersey with number 13 and the same walker emblazoned across the back. And now it was our daughter who was terrifying every boy on the ice. Ember raised her hand to the glass and smiled at me, with a slow nod that let me know her thoughts were along the same line. We weren't in high school, or even college, but one thing remained the same. I was head over heels in love with December Walker, and I always would be. This concludes Hallowed Ground by Rebecca Yarros, narrated by Carly Robbins,